Hello everyone, and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together, we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter. Chapter 2999, Silent Massacre, Crushed. Wang Teng's motive, 4. All right, Wang Teng smiled. Don't blame me. I couldn't bring anyone away the previous time, but I can now. I'm not blaming you, Ziye shook her head. You're still the same as when I picked you up. Wang Teng smiled. He changed the topic and said, Anyway, you've grown up really quickly. You've reached 10-star Brigadier General stage. Of course, my talent isn't weak, Ziye said. That's right. After you leave this place with me, you will grow faster. Wang Teng nodded. Once you have the ability, you can go wherever you want. I just want to follow you, Ziye said. You will grow up. You won't insist in the future. Wang Teng smiled. The outside world is huge. No, I want to follow you, Ziye said stubbornly. Silly girl, there's no reason for you to follow me when you grow up. Wang Teng shook his head. He was stunned for a moment. Ziye still wanted to say something, but Wang Teng interrupted her. Also, if you want to grow, you need to go out and see the outside world. After I bring you back to my world, I won't disappear again. If you want to come back, you can find me anytime, he said patiently. Really? Ziye hesitated. Of course, why will I lie to you? Wang Teng smiled. Then, all right. Ziye nodded firmly. Silly girl. Wang Teng looked at the young lady in front of him. She had grown up, but he could still see her past. She seemed to be the little girl he brought out from the forest. Graystone Town was Viscount Snow's territory. Wang Teng's clone replaced Viscount Snow and became the owner of this town. Wang Teng brought Ziyi to Graystone Town and used his senses to find the Clone Snow. Clone Snow was already waiting in the hall. The other servants had all left, so no one knew that Wang Teng was here. You're finally here. If you didn't come, I wouldn't have been able to hold on for long. Viscount Clone Snow sat on the sofa and smiled when he saw Wang Teng and Ziye. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Teng nodded. He left this clone behind in the past, so it wasn't very powerful. At that time, the clone's skill wasn't comprehensive, so it couldn't be compared to the one he had now. The clone was able to survive until now because of the force Wang Teng left behind. Viscount Clone Snow lived in seclusion and rarely used force. This was why Ziye rarely saw him. Clone Snow turned into Wang Teng and disappeared gradually as if he was relieved of a huge burden. Ziye watched at the side. Her eyes were filled with amazement. You want to learn? Wang Teng asked. Very useful. Ziye nodded. I'll teach you when I'm free. Wang Teng smiled. Okay, Ziye didn't reject him. Everything she had was given to her by Wang Teng. She treated Wang Teng as the most important person, so she had never thought of rejecting him. Wang Teng turned back into Viscount Snow and sat down on the sofa. Why did you become like this again? You're so ugly. You're not as pretty as you used to be, Ziye said curiously. Ha 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 ha, Wang Teng laughed uncontrollably. To do something big, is it fun? Ziye realized something and her eyes lit up. I want to play too. Don't worry, you'll get what you deserve. Wang Teng said, Oh, right. What's with those mixed bloods? They want to resist the dark apparitions and leave this world. Ziye hesitated before asking, Can you bring them away? Can we use these mixed bloods? Wang Teng didn't reply to her directly and asked her back, If you can bring them away, they will definitely listen to you. Ziye said, Also, they seem to think that you're a mixed blood. Wang Teng nodded in deep thought. I'll find a time to meet them. If they're obedient, I don't mind bringing them away. With the space fragment, he could bring many people with him. This time, the size of space fragment increased exponentially. It was enough to accommodate more people. Many of these mixed bloods had good talents. They couldn't mature because they were suppressed by the dark apparitions. If he could take them in, they might be a great help to him in the future. Wang Teng had been thinking about forming his own faction. Coincidentally, there was a large number of people in front of him. He had a bright future ahead. The only thing that worried him was the mixed bloods' bloodline. They had a part of the dark bloodline. The martial warriors in the original universe wouldn't allow this to happen. If he brought mixed bloods over, who knew what would happen in the future? Never mind. I'll take it one step at a time. I can just keep them in my space fragment. Wang Teng thought to himself. Ziye didn't say anything after Wang Teng agreed. Compared to the mixed bloods, she was naturally on Wang Teng's side. Just when Wang Teng and Ziye were discussing whether the mixed bloods should stay or leave, someone came to look for them. Rodney. He was the only one who knew Wang Teng and Ziye's identities. Back then, he met Wang Teng in Viscount Snow's castle. Thus, when he saw Wang Teng leaving with Ziye, he immediately chased after him with the other mixed bloods. Bang. At night, Rodney broke the window and entered. Wang Teng and Ziye were chatting happily in the room. When they heard the commotion, they looked at each other simultaneously. Why did this scene look so familiar? Back then, this fellow barged in like this and got discovered by Wang Teng. Now, he was doing the same thing. Sirs, Rodney crawled up from the ground with an embarrassed expression. He became even more careful in front of Wang Teng. Rodney, you're not suitable for this line of work, Wang Teng said calmly. I won't break the window next time. Rodney patted the dust off his body and said awkwardly, Why are you looking for me? Wang Teng guessed it, but he remained calm. He gave him an ambiguous smile. Sir, please save us. Rodney turned serious and fell on one knee. Save you? Wang Teng knocked his fingers on the armrest of the sofa. Tap, 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 he said calmly. Why should I save you? Sir, if you're willing to save us, all mixed bloods are willing to follow you, Rodney said directly. He seemed to have guessed this. Why are you following me? You're too weak. You're useless. Wang Teng replied calmly. Rodney was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this sir to say that they were too weak. This was out of his expectation before they came. They discussed how to convince this sir, but they didn't expect him to look down on them, who wouldn't be confused. For a moment, Rodney didn't know how to reply. His gaze moved quickly, and he noticed Ziye standing beside Wang Teng. He thought of something and immediately looked at Ziye with a pleading gaze. Cough. Ziye seemed to hesitate for a moment. She coughed awkwardly and said, Please help them. They have taken good care of me all these years. Oh? Wang Teng secretly gave Ziye a look of approval that said, Well acted, and then pretended to be surprised. He touched his chin and hesitated for a moment before saying, Since Ziye said so, I can help you. Please tell me if you have any orders. Rodney's eyes lit up. Bring me to meet your people first, Wang Teng pondered and said, Okay. Rodney agreed hurriedly. Chapter 3000. Marta Mountain Ridge, Alien Space. 1. Graystone Town. There was a strange-looking church. It was different from the other churches in the original universe. There were many strange statues, or rather, devil statues. Some of the devil statues belonged to the giant devil race. Some belonged to the vampire race, and some belonged to the sheephead devil race. They were of all shapes and sizes. They looked exceptionally eerie in the dark environment of the church. This is where you are hiding? Wang Teng looked at Rodney strangely. The most dangerous place is the safest place. The Holy Temple is an important place for the dark apparitions. They will never expect us to hide here, Rodney said confidently. Since this is an important place for dark apparitions, how did you control this place? Wang Teng asked curiously. There are very few dark apparitions here. Normally, no one comes. We caught them off their guards at the speed of lightning and controlled the dark apparitions. Rodney smiled proudly. What's this holy temple for? Wang Teng asked as he led Ziyi inside. It's mainly used during important festivities for the dark apparitions to worship their ancestors. Rodney led the way and explained. Wang Teng nodded. After some time, the three of them entered the holy temple. Under Rodney's lead, they passed through a dark corridor and entered an inconspicuous room. Wang Teng activated his real eye and scanned his surroundings. He frowned uncontrollably. Secret path. There was a secret passageway leading underground in this room. "Sir, please come this way." Rodney led the way carefully. He walked in front of a candlestick and gently twisted the base of the candlestick. Amidst a series of cracking sounds, a pitch-black hole was revealed on the ground. "You make it quite mysterious," Wang Teng said. Ziye was surprised too, but she didn't say anything. After interacting with these mixed bloods for a long time, she knew that they were all sly rabbits with 3 burrows. Their hiding places were all strange and mysterious. If not, they would have been found long ago. Compared to the past, this tunnel was nothing. To tell you the truth, this secret room has existed since the past. There are rune restrictions inside that can isolate us from investigation. We heard about it from the dark apparitions. If not, we might not be able to find this place. Rodney smiled and said, "Why did these dark apparitions build this place?" Wang Teng asked. "To sleep," Rodney replied. "Wang Teng, Ziye, why are you so secretive? After all this time, it's just a place to sleep. Vampire dark apparitions like dark environments. There are many devil crystals and blood demon crystals embedded in this secret chamber. It's suitable for them to sleep," Rodney said. Wang Teng nodded. He wasn't surprised. He had a deep understanding of the vampire dark apparitions' habits. It was exactly what Rodney said. Anyway, this was indeed a safe place. The dark apparitions would never think that mixed bloods would hide in this place. Tap, 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 the 3 of them walked down the stone stairs. The dark environment didn't hinder their vision. After walking for some time, they could already see traces of blood-red light ahead. It didn't affect their vision. After some time, they reached the bottom of the stairs. A huge underground space appeared in front of Wang Teng and the others. There was a bunch of mixed bloods waiting for them in the underground space. Some mixed bloods were sitting on the ground while others were standing. However, when they saw Wang Teng and the others, they stood up. Then they looked at Wang Teng with burning gazes. Wang Teng felt his head turning numb from their gazes. If he didn't know about the mixed bloods from Rodney and Ziye, he would have been shocked. All their gazes were burning as if they were looking at the hottest beauty. This was scary, especially in this strange environment. However, he believed Rodney and Ziye a little now. He could use these mixed bloods, sirs. The mixed bloods led by Barnett came forward and greeted Wang Teng respectfully. "I'm not a sir." Wang Teng smiled calmly. Barnett and the others were shocked. They thought that Wang Teng wasn't willing to accept them, so they looked at Rodney. "The main reason why I brought the Lord here is for him to meet you and listen to everyone's thoughts." Rodney gave him a meaningful look. "Oh, right." Barnett was enlightened. He immediately led the way and said respectfully, "Sir, this way, please. Let's sit down and talk slowly." This time, Wang Teng didn't reject the trip to this place. Since he was here, he had to listen to the mixed blood's thoughts. As for the rest of the plan, it would depend on their attitude. "This place is a little simple. Please forgive us," Barnett said awkwardly, as he brought Wang Teng into a stone room. He felt that a formidable person like Wang Teng wouldn't like this shabby environment. Hence, he felt a little nervous. "It's all right." Wang Teng waved his hand and replied calmly. He scanned the stone room and saw a few stone chairs. Then he sat down. Ziyi sat down directly at the side without any hesitation. On the other hand, Rodney and Barnett didn't dare to sit down. They stood at the side carefully and peeked at Wang Teng occasionally. Chapter 3001, Marta Mountain Ridge, Alien Space, 2. "Did Rodney invite me over because you have something to say to me?" Wang Teng glanced at them helplessly. These mixed bloods didn't look very smart. Why did he have to open his mouth personally? Actually, he neglected the impact he had on the mixed bloods after displaying his ability. This was the first time these mixed bloods had seen someone with such ability. Now that they were facing Wang Teng at such a close distance, they couldn't remain composed. Barnett and Rodney exchanged glances with each other and knelt down immediately. "Please save us, Wang Teng." This was exactly what Rodney said. Did these mixed bloods cling on to him? Wang Teng was caught between laughter and tears. He asked, "How do you want me to save you?" "Please bring us away from here. We are willing to serve you," Barnett said. "You asked me to save you because you're loyal to me. What's the difference between me and a dark apparition?" Wang Teng asked. "Sir, you're a mixed blood too. We believe that you will lead us to the light. We are willing to follow you as our leader," Barnett said. "Aren't you afraid that I tricked you? You should know that many mixed bloods still submit to the dark apparitions and are willing to be their lackeys," Wang Teng suddenly said sinisterly. There was a sudden silence. Many mixed bloods eavesdropping outside started to get restless. Barnett exchanged glances with Rodney and said carefully, "We believe you for two important reasons. Tell me about it." Wang Teng didn't deny it. "First, you're close to Zi Wang. We have interacted with Zi Wang for a long time, so we know what kind of person she is. She's willing to sacrifice herself for us, so we have no reason not to trust her." Barnett suddenly bowed at Zi Yi gratefully, making her feel a little embarrassed. He continued, "Since Zi Wang trusts you so much, we have no reason not to believe you." Wang Teng smiled and glanced at Zi Yi. He didn't expect this young lady to have such a high status among the mixed bloods over the years and win many people's hearts. This was a surprise. Barnett noticed that Wang Teng was a little interested, so he continued hurriedly. "Secondly, sir, you are able to kill the vampire dark apparitions in front of so many of us. There's even a 12-star general stage dark apparition and many 11-star general stage dark apparitions. If this is a scheme against mixed bloods like us, the price of this scheme is a little high. What's more, the dark apparitions could have killed us easily. There's no need to use this scheme." The mixed bloods outside gradually quietened down after hearing Barnett's analysis. Just like what Barnett said, Wang Teng had no reason or need to lie to them. Actually, it wasn't hard to tell. It was just that many mixed bloods didn't have the relevant education and had limited knowledge. Hence, they didn't think about this. "How about this? I have something for you to do. If you do it well, I can accept you," Wang Teng said slowly. Barnett and the others' eyes lit up. They were afraid that Wang Teng wouldn't accept them. Once he agreed, they would have a chance. This sir was extremely powerful. He was even more powerful than the 13-star general stage dark apparition they had met. If they didn't hug this person's leg properly, they couldn't imagine what hope they had in the future. Their greatest hope was right in front of them. They must grasp it firmly. "Please give your order," Barnett said. "There's no hurry. I will look for you tomorrow and tell you what to do." Wang Teng got up. "Yes, sir." Barnett didn't probe further and nodded immediately. "All right, that's all for now. I'm leaving." Wang Teng brought Ziye out. "Rodney, come with me. I'll pass the message through your mouth if I need anything." Okay. Rodney shuddered and replied excitedly. If he was able to gain the favor of this sir, his old bones might be able to display some of their power. By right, with his age, it would be extremely difficult for him to advance further. However, if he followed this sir, he might have a chance in the future. Barnett immediately looked at Rodney with envy and jealousy. This old Rodney actually caught the attention of that sir. Why didn't he have the chance to receive such a good deal? He was much younger than Rodney, but when he remembered that Rodney knew this lord first, he could only sigh helplessly. "Let's go." Wang Teng left with Ziyi and Rodney in the night sky. A huge bird was circling in the air. Wang Teng brought the two of them onto Little White's back and disappeared into the night. It's that powerful bird. Barnett sent him off with a few higher authorities of the mixed bloods. He looked at the giant crow flying away and exclaimed, "I can't even see through this giant bird. I feel that it's more terrifying than a 13-star general stage dark apparition." That's right. The faint aura it exudes is really scary. A mixed blood nodded in agreement. He hesitated before asking, I wonder what level this bird is at. It's more than Lord level, right? Could it be the legendary Emperor level? The higher authorities of the mixed bloods were bewildered. Gasp! The higher authorities of the mixed bloods gasped. They stared at the guy in astonishment, as if asking him how he dared to think this way. Chapter 3002, Marta Mountain Ridge, Alien Space. 3. This thought was too scary. A bird had reached Emperor level. What kind of presence was its master? It might be an Emperor-level dark apparition. That sir's ability is unfathomable. Have you forgotten what happened when he killed the vampire dark apparitions? At that time, I guessed that the sir's ability wasn't just at the 13-star general stage. After experiencing his aura at a close distance, I finally confirmed that the sir's ability is terrifying. I can't even breathe properly in front of him. You can imagine the level of the bird as his mount, Barnett said slowly. The higher authorities of the mixed bloods turned silent. They were shocked. Barnett was a 9-star soldier-level dark apparition, but he couldn't even breathe properly in front of this sir. The difference in ability was huge. Then, someone hesitated and opened his mouth again. Can we really trust him? Based on his ability, he won't need to go through so much trouble if he wants to kill us, Barnett pondered. Also, there's a huge difference in our ability. There shouldn't be anything worth his effort. Everyone nodded. Does that mean that the sir wants to give us an order tomorrow to test our ability? Maybe. Barnett shook his head and kept quiet. We'll know tomorrow anyway. Let's wait. In the night sky, a huge dark red bird was flying in the air. It was hesitating at a fast speed. Its color merged with the night sky, making it extremely inconspicuous. Brother Wang Teng, where are we going? Ziye asked curiously as she sat on Little White's back and stroked it gently. She was very interested in Little White. Ever since she saw it, she had been asking all kinds of questions. She was extremely curious. Little White knew that Ziye was important to Wang Teng, so it got close to her. Thus, the girl and the bird started to form a friendship. You'll know when we get there. Wang Teng gave a mysterious smile. Ziye didn't probe further. She was satisfied as long as she followed Wang Teng. Rodney didn't probe further either. He felt that it was a great honor for this sir to bring him along. He wouldn't ask anything he shouldn't. He felt a little unreal as he sat on Little White's back. He didn't expect that he, Rodney, would have the chance to sit on such a powerful star beast. This was fate. He would have something to boast about in the future. Little White was unhappy. Letting Ziye sit on its back was an exception. What right did this old man have? If it wasn't for Wang Teng's order, it would have thrown this old man down. Caw. A caw came out of its mouth to vent its small emotions. Rodney could feel that the giant bird didn't like him. His expression changed, and he looked at Wang Teng. Enough. Wang Teng caressed Little White's back and took out a star core. He fed it to Little White and smiled. This is the only time. There won't be a next time. Caw. Little White swallowed the star core and stopped feeling angry. It was a child, too. Its anger came and leave quickly. It was easy to coax. Ziye pursed her lips and smiled, finding it exceptionally interesting. Rodney heaved a sigh of relief. When he saw the smile at the edge of Ziye's lips, he couldn't help but feel happy. This young lady hadn't smiled like this for a long time. Maybe she could only be so happy in front of this sir. After flying for half the night, a pitch-black mountain range appeared in the dark sky ahead. Roar! Howl! The dark moon shone brightly in the sky. Many dark star beasts gave low roars in the mountains. They were cultivating. Caw! Little White cawed. It echoed in the sky above the mountain range like a volcano. All the star beasts turned silent. They didn't dare to make any sound. It was as if someone was choking their throats. Rodney was astounded. This lord's mount was too powerful. One cry was enough to make all the star beasts in the mountain quiet down. Mind you, he felt a powerful aura just now. That was at least a lord-level dark star beast. Ziye's eyes lit up. She didn't ask Wang Teng how powerful he was, but when she saw this scene, she knew that his strength had exceeded her imagination. She was elated when she thought about this. After all, the stronger Wang Teng was, the more things he could teach her. She would become stronger in the future. She was suddenly filled with anticipation for her future. This was a strange feeling. It was as if a ray of light had appeared in front of her eyes, just like when Wang Teng brought her out of the forest. She felt that her life was about to undergo a second transformation. Wang Teng didn't know what they were thinking. He had already activated his real eye and scanned the mountains. He nodded. Marta Mountain Ridge. This should be it. At that time, he received a treasure map from a few vampire dark apparitions. After using the vampire's secret engravings to analyze it, he knew that the location of the treasure was in the Marta Mountain Ridge. At first, he didn't care. After all, this was the treasure of the dark apparitions. It was dispensable. But now he could use this treasure to complete his plan. However, before that, he needed to take a look at the situation first. With his current ability, it wouldn't be difficult for him to find the treasures of the ancestor. In the first level of the Darkland, the dark apparitions that could be called Ancestor were probably devil lords. His horizons had already exceeded many times. Found it. Wang Teng glanced around him and frowned. He couldn't find anything. He scanned the space a few more times before he noticed something amiss. Astonishment flashed past his eyes. He created another space. Chapter 3003. Blood God Altar. Blood God Array. 1. A space. Wang Teng was stunned. He frowned and activated his space physique. An obscure space fluctuation swept out from his body and swept through the mountains below. The invisible power of space churned like a tsunami, forming an indescribable pressure that pressed down on the sky above the mountain range. Woo, woo. The aura of the dark star beasts in the mountains used to be as eye-catching as the flames in the night sky. Now, they lowered their bodies and their auras plummeted. It was as if a layer of the mountain had been peeled off. Low whimpers came out of their mouths. The entire mountain range turned silent. The sound of the leaves stopped. Even the chirping of the insects had disappeared. No one could hear them anymore. Ziyi and Rodney looked at Wang Teng silently. They didn't know what Wang Teng was doing, but from his expression, they knew that things weren't simple. Was there anything special about this mountain range? Ziyi scanned the people below and wondered to herself. Unfortunately, she couldn't see anything. As for Rodney, it was needless to say. It wasn't easy for him to reach the 7-star soldier level. His mastery of all kinds of skills was appalling. The foundation of these mixed bloods were too weak. It was already a miracle for them to get some scriptures in the Darkland. As expected, it's a space. After some time, Wang Teng's frown disappeared. He was astounded. At first, he thought that this was just a small first-level Darkland. Even the treasures left behind by the ancestor wouldn't exceed the Devil Lord level. There shouldn't be anything worth anticipating. He didn't expect the treasure to be hidden in a different space. This wasn't something a Devil Lord dark apparition could do. Mind you, Devil Lords were equivalent to planetary stage martial warriors. Even if a planetary stage martial warrior grasped the space talent, he wouldn't be able to create a space. The question was, where did this space come from? His mind worked furiously. He immediately thought of two possibilities. The first possibility was that this ancestor wasn't just a Devil Lord. This treasure was interesting. The second possibility was that there was already a space here in the first place. The Devil Lord dark apparition found it and made use of it to turn it into a treasure trove. The second possibility was much simpler. Even a Devil Lord might be able to do it once he grasped the Grandmaster level rune mastery. Let's go down. Wang Teng didn't hesitate and patted Little White's back. He pointed in a direction and let it land. Caw. Little White cawed and turned into a ray of light. It landed quickly. Little White's huge body gradually stopped above a long and narrow valley. Wang Teng brought Ziyi and the others down and kept Little White in his space fragment. Ziyi's gaze flickered slightly. She was a little surprised, but soon she remembered what Wang Teng said and made a guess. You can use this method to store a living person, right? Rodney was flabbergasted. He looked at the huge bird as it disappeared on the spot. He didn't know what happened, but he wasn't stupid. He immediately guessed that Wang Teng must have kept it. Wang Teng landed in the valley and scanned his surroundings. Then, he walked towards a mountain wall and placed his hand on it. He closed his eyes. Ziyi and Wang Teng didn't disturb him when they saw his actions. After some time, there was a buzzing sound and dark red runes lit up on the mountain wall. They started spreading out with Wang Teng's palm as the center. This is... Ziyi and Rodney widened their eyes in surprise. They didn't expect this scene. Wang Teng smiled. He released his spiritual kinesis and deciphered the runes around him. He didn't destroy the structure of the runes, he just found a way to open them and prepared to enter. The rune restriction here was at the Grand Master level, but it was only at the beginner stage. It wasn't difficult for Wang Teng. Within a few breaths, the runes seemed to have come alive. They spread out in all directions, creating layers of ripples on the mountain walls. Wang Teng's palm was submerged in the ripples too. Let's go in and take a look. Wang Teng strode into the ripples after he finished speaking. The sturdy mountain wall seemed to have turned into water waves. Wang Teng stepped on it and disappeared instantly. Zi found it strange and immediately followed him. "Oh my God!" Rodney shouted. He didn't dare to hesitate when he saw Ziyi and Wang Teng going in. He followed them in instantly. Swoosh! In an instant, the three of them disappeared on the spot. The runes on the mountain wall started closing up and disappearing as if they had never appeared. It was strange and magical. "Where are we?" Ziyi looked around and asked curiously. "This is another space." Wang Teng stood at the front and sized up his surroundings. "Another space," Ziyi exclaimed. Rodney was flabbergasted too. He glanced around him uncontrollably. He felt that he had broadened his horizons by following this, sir. This place was enough to become the base camp of mixed bloods. Was this the hiding spot the Sir found for them? Rodney got excited when he thought about this. This place was too well hidden. This was an abandoned ancient city. There were ruins everywhere. The sky was dim, and it was pitch black. It looked exceptionally lonely and cold. Chapter 3004. Blood God Altar. Blood God Array. 2. Wang Teng rose into the air and floated in mid-air. He looked down on the city and saw everything. The city was empty. There was no one and no signs of life except for the three of them. There was no movement at all. It was as if it had been silent for a long time. "Let's go to the middle of the city to take a look." Wang Teng glanced at them before flying towards the center of the city. He felt some energy fluctuations there. If there was an explosion hidden here, it could only be this place. Ziyi and Rodney didn't waste any time. They followed Wang Teng and flew towards the middle of the city. The three of them arrived in the sky above the middle of the city. There were no buildings here. There was only a huge altar built on a vast open space in the plaza. This altar was strange. Strange blood-red patterns covered the entire altar. They intertwined with one another, forming lines that looked like blood snakes. They seemed to be forming an altar array. The strangest thing was, the blood snakes seemed to be alive. They were squirming as if they were trying to crawl out of the altar. Wisps of blood mist floated up from the altar and hovered above it. They congregated into a bright and glistening blood mist. The blood mist was still churning. It was like a bright red beating heart. What's that? Rodney was dumbstruck when he saw this scene. This place. Wang Teng's expression froze for a moment. Then a hint of interest appeared in his eyes. At first, he just wanted to use this place as a bait to attract the dark apparitions here. However, from the looks of it now, this place might give him a surprise. The altar in the distance was similar to the dark altar he received. The only difference was that this altar seemed to be a special item of the vampire race. This could be seen from the thick blood aura. The dark altar was probably an ancient item of all dark apparitions. Its origin was even more terrifying and unbelievable. But even if it was just a special trait of vampire dark apparitions, It was already impressive. Among all the dark apparitions, the vampire race was an ancient and mysterious race. The altar left behind by this race must be extraordinary. "I'll go over and take a look. Wait here," Wang Teng said. "Be careful," Ziye reminded him. "Don't worry," Wang Teng smiled and landed on the altar below. He evaded the blood mist floating above the altar and landed at the edge of the altar. He didn't enter recklessly. Then he activated his real eye. Golden light flashed in his eyes as he scanned the blood-red patterns on the altar. "Huh!" Wang Teng suddenly exclaimed softly. As the blood mist rose, some blood attribute bubbles appeared on the altar. "I didn't expect there to be attribute bubbles here." Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He was surprised, but he didn't think too much. He released his spiritual kinesis and picked them up. Anyway, he would know what they were after he picked them up. Ancient Blood Pattern 2, Ancient Blood Pattern 3, Ancient Blood Pattern 5, Ancient Blood Patterns. Wang Teng was even more surprised. He didn't think that there would be such ancient runes. It was quite magical. In an instant, the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind and turned into strange blood-red runes. They looked like fresh blood squirming. They seemed to be alive. Interesting. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He quickly absorbed the ancient blood pattern and merged them into his memory. The more he understood the uses of these ancient blood patterns, the more he found them interesting. It wasn't as domineering and magical as the ancient space runes, but it had many uses. The ancient blood pattern had a special function: devour blood. If this rune was used to construct an array, it would have a strong sucking effect. Any living creature that entered would have their blood sucked dry quickly. Wang Teng suddenly felt that he was right to be cautious. He didn't enter the altar recklessly. Otherwise, he didn't know what would happen. With his current ability and skills, he might not be sucked dry of his blood, but there would be some trouble. Besides the blood-sucking skill, it also had the conversion and blood creation skills. Conversion was to convert the blood of other living creatures into original blood. Once the impurities were removed, it could be absorbed by the vampire dark apparition. After all, from a certain point of view, everyone's blood was different. If you wanted to get the blood you could absorb, you needed to convert it. The blood creation skill was easy to understand, too. It could literally create blood. Using the power of the ancient blood patterns, one could use some special materials to create the blood one needed. These abilities seemed strange, but they were actually extremely useful. If someone was injured and lost too much blood, he could use one of the methods to replenish his blood. That was why Wang Teng felt that this ancient blood pattern was special. However, not everyone could accept this method. Many human martial warriors might think that this method was too evil. Wang Teng didn't think too much about this. To him, there were only useful and useless methods. He didn't care about darkness or light. He always said that he wasn't a dark creature, but this didn't stop him from using dark methods. Chapter 3005, Blood God Altar, Blood God Array 3. This wasn't conflicting. There was nothing wrong with it. Wang Teng wasn't in a hurry to enter the altar. He needed to absorb more attribute bubbles and grasp more ancient blood patterns. He sat down cross-legged beside the altar and closed his eyes. Once an ancient blood pattern appeared, he would release his spiritual kinesis and pick up the attribute bubbles inside. "What is he doing?" Rodney whispered in surprise. "Maybe he's trying to break the array on the altar," Ziye thought for a moment and replied calmly. Rodney nodded and complimented. "You're really cautious." Ziye rolled her eyes. "Anyway, is this a place for mixed bloods to hide?" Rodney hesitated before asking. "You'll have to ask him." Ziye glanced at him. In the end, she said, "But I feel that you shouldn't ask him. Just follow his instructions." "Of course, otherwise, why would I ask you?" Rodney nodded. "I don't dare to ask that, sir. Are you afraid of him?" Ziye lifted the corners of her lips. She wanted to laugh, but she felt that it wasn't good, so she didn't. A little Rodney said in embarrassment. "This sir is so powerful. Who isn't afraid? He seems much stronger than before." Ziye nodded in deep thought. Then she pouted and continued. I thought that I've matured fast enough and will give him a surprise the next time I see him. I didn't expect him to be faster than me. I can't tell how strong he is at all." "You've matured quickly," Rodney couldn't help but said. Comparisons were infuriating. In front of normal people like them, this young lady was extremely talented, yet she wasn't satisfied. But he felt that he was looking at the sky from the bottom of a well when he thought of that lord. With Ziye's talent, comparing with that sir was the right path. That sir is so mysterious. "I wonder where he came from," Rodney lamented. "I don't know either, but I can tell you something," Ziye said. "What is it?" Rodney asked in surprise. "He came from another world," Ziye said in a meaningful tone. Another world? Rodney widened his eyes in shock. His mind was in a whirl. He didn't manage to react in time. Wang Teng sat beside the altar for 2 hours and picked up many attribute bubbles. His grasp of the ancient blood patterns was getting deeper. He might not have grasped all of them, but he had a good grasp of the ancient blood patterns in the array. Attribute bubbles would only appear occasionally in the array. It wasn't as frequent as before. Wang Teng must have gotten all of them. Otherwise, based on Wang Teng's personality, he could continue farming. Wang Teng also received some special attribute bubbles. Blood God Altar, Immortal Level, 6,000, 20,000, Foundation. Blood God Array, Immortal Level, 5-2 Andre, 10,000, Foundation. Wang Teng slowly got up from the edge of the altar. His gaze flickered slightly. 2 divine-level attribute bubbles. One was the altar, one was an array. Both of them were at the immortal level. Wang Teng was surprised. He thought that this was just an ordinary Devil Lord-level treasure, but this divine-level attribute was involved. The treasure here was more precious than he thought. He stood up and blinked. Strange blood-red runes flashed in his eyes. He understood the entire array. Although it was only at the foundation stage, it was a complete array. It wasn't as difficult as the previous ones. Even if he had attributes, they were incomplete. Wang Teng was extremely satisfied. The blood-red runes in his eyes started gathering and gradually turned into a huge array. This was the Blood God Array. He already knew the use of the Blood God Array. He even knew the function of the Blood God Altar. He thought of something, and a mocking smile appeared at the edge of his lips. Then he stepped into the array. Rodney and Ziye, who had been waiting for a long time, were astounded. They looked at Wang Teng and waited for his next move. They wanted to know what the array was for. What secret was hidden here? Wang Teng strolled around the altar as if he wasn't afraid of any accidents. However, this altar was huge. Wang Teng walked for a few minutes before he reached the center of the altar. He lowered his head and saw the blood-red runes clearly. Those runes were carved on the altar and linked together like a blood trough. There were even some blood-red liquid flowing and squirming out of the blood trough. It was a ghastly sight. The blood mist in the sky floated out from the blood-red liquid. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. Suddenly, he slit his palm and allowed the blood to drip down. It landed directly in the middle of the altar. "This is?" Rodney looked at this scene in surprise. He hesitated and said, "I think it's a ritual. Will it be all right to use your own blood?" Ziye's expression turned serious. She stared intently in that direction, as if she would rush over immediately if anything happened. She was familiar with the Dark Apparitions rituals. After all, she was one of the natives of the Darkland. Normally, once you used your own blood as a sacrifice, you would be sacrificing yourself to a terrifying presence. This was too dangerous. He might be able to get something, but he would have to pay a higher price. He might even die. She didn't understand why Wang Teng did this, but it was too late to say anything now. She could only hope that nothing would happen. Rodney was nervous, too. He kept quiet with a grim expression. Boom, as Wang Teng's blood dripped on the altar. The entire altar vibrated. No, that wasn't right. The entire ancient city seemed to have vibrated slightly. Then an ancient and evil aura swept out from the altar and filled up the sky above the city. It was as if a terrifying consciousness had woken up. Chapter 3006. Wait, let's talk. An ancient and evil aura filled up the sky above the city. It was frightening. Rodney and Ziye's expressions changed. They seemed to have suffered a huge blow and fell to the ground uncontrollably. This aura was evil and majestic. With their ability, they wouldn't be able to resist it. Bang, bang. The two of them slammed heavily on the ground, destroying some buildings and throwing dust into the air. Cough, cough. In an instant, they crawled out of the ruins and coughed a few times. They were appalled and their hearts turned heavy. This sudden scene made them even more agitated. They felt that something terrifying was about to happen. However, they realized that Wang Teng, who was deep inside the altar, wasn't affected at all. He stood there calmly with his hands behind his back. They heaved a sigh of relief, they exchanged glances with one another, and decided to wait and see. Boom. At this moment, the blood-red patterns on the altar suddenly lit up. Runes lit up one after another until they covered the entire altar and turned into a huge array. It gave off a dazzling blood-red glow. The array rose into the air and turned into a shadow. It floated above the altar. A strong stench of blood permeated the air. Wang Teng looked up. Suddenly, the blood-red mist floating above the altar started squirming violently. Then, like a funnel, it flowed towards the array and merged into the array. Boom! The entire array vibrated violently. Then the blood-red glow became brighter and lit up the dark space. However, it was blood-red and looked exceptionally eerie. The glow of the array got brighter and brighter. Numerous blood capillaries seeped out from the array and intertwined above the array. Gradually, they formed the outline of a huge door. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. He was even more astounded. A door? Rodney and Ziye were astounded. They didn't expect a door to appear on the array. Under their gazes, the ancient and evil blood-red door gradually solidified. It was no longer an illusion. Rodney and Ziye got even more nervous. They stared intently at the door. Roar. A majestic roar came from behind the door. Ziye and Wang Teng's faces turned pale, and blood started flowing out of their noses and ears. They were appalled. What terrifying presence was behind that door? One roar, and they couldn't withstand it. What frightened them even more was that their blood started floating towards the array uncontrollably. However, at this moment, a gentle force suddenly appeared in front of them and helped them to resist the frightening impact. Retreat to the back. Wang Teng's voice entered their ears. Ziyi hesitated for a moment. "Let's go. With our ability, we will only drag him down," Rodney said. Ziyi gritted her teeth. In the end, she didn't hesitate and hurriedly activated her force to retreat. Wang Teng retracted his gaze and looked at the door above him. The door was covered with ancient blood patterns. These ancient blood patterns were linked to the runes on the array below. They were lit up, too. Then a terrifying giant eyeball appeared behind the door. It scanned the city and finally landed on Wang Teng. Ziyi and Rodney froze. Their expressions changed abruptly. When the eyeball swept past them just now, they felt that they had lost control of their bodies. The blood in their bodies seemed to be gushing out. They couldn't resist at all. What was behind the door? Would Wang Teng be able to handle it? They were worried. Wang Teng looked at the eyeball and sneered in his heart. Boom! The crimson eyeball stared at him. An evil, chaotic, and disorderly gaze landed on him. Goosebumps appeared all over his body. A chill rose from his spine to the crown of his head. Wang Teng snorted. The 9 treasures pagoda in his body vibrated and gave off a golden glow, blocking the evil gaze outside. Huh. A puzzled voice came from behind the door. It sounded a little strange, as expected. He's not a devil lord. Wang Teng wasn't surprised. He knew that the other party wasn't a devil lord, and the spiritual fluctuation just now confirmed it. With Wang Teng's spiritual power, it wasn't hard for him to see that a mid-tier devil emperor was behind the door. That guy was extremely weak now. Thinking about this, a mocking smile appeared at the edge of his lips as he looked at the eyeball pretending to be mysterious. "How dare you? A low and cold voice came from behind the door. "How dare a devil lord look at me like this?" "Kneel," Wang Teng snorted. He opened his mouth and said calmly, You only have a remnant soul left. Why are you still acting? You're looking for death." A low roar was heard. Then a powerful evil spiritual fluctuation swept towards Wang Teng. "I have to thank you for the altar," Wang Teng suddenly said without any rhyme or reason. The person behind the door was puzzled. Boom. The next instant, a powerful spiritual fluctuation erupted from Wang Teng's body and swept through the sky. Cosmos Realm Spirit. He didn't use his Heaven Realm Spirit and was only at the Cosmos Realm. However, this was enough for a remnant soul. Boom, the air vibrated, and the evil spiritual fluctuations were destroyed instantly. What? The existence behind the door shouted in disbelief, but before he could think further, Wang Teng's spiritual power continued its momentum and slammed heavily on the door above the array. Boom. The door vibrated violently under Wang Teng's spiritual attack. The person behind the door screamed in pain. He must have suffered a huge blow. Boom. Wang Teng didn't plan to let it go. He continued to release his spiritual power and slammed it on the door. "You're not a devil lord, you're a low-tier devil emperor. Damn it, you're from the upper world." "Ah," the person behind the door shouted in exasperation. However, his voice turned into a scream. Wait, let's talk properly. What are you saying? Take a few hits from me first." Wang Teng wasn't moved. He continued bombarding the door with his spiritual power. Boom, boom, boom. "Ah, stop, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die." The person behind the door kept screaming in pain. His voice was getting weaker. Rodney and Ziye were dumbfounded. Their jaws dropped uncontrollably and they couldn't close them. The person behind the door came aggressively and terrifyingly. They almost got frightened to death. However, before he could say anything, he got crushed by Wang Teng in a blink of an eye. He was screaming in agony. It sounded miserable. So, this was it. Chapter 3007. Blood God Curse. Boom. The door above the Blood God array vibrated violently. Cracks appeared and gave off a glaring blood-red glow. The screams gradually became weaker. At first, he could still shout a few times, but now his breaths were weak as if he would die at any moment. Wang Teng gradually stopped attacking and rose into the air until he was at the same level as the door. He looked calmly at the eyeball behind the door. "Are you going to come out yourself, or shall I drag you out?" A calm voice came out of his mouth. There was a hint of mockery in it. I'll come out." The person behind the door hesitated, but he didn't dare to disobey. He spoke weakly. Swoosh. The giant crimson eyeball shrunk abruptly and turned into a beam of blood-red light. It flew out. However, when it flew out of the door, its speed increased exponentially. It turned into a blood-red arrow and stabbed towards Wang Teng's head. Die. A sinister laugh came from the sharp arrow. It was ruthless and sinister. Be careful. Ziye and Rodney's expressions changed when they saw this scene. They shouted uncontrollably. "I know you're dishonest." Wang Teng shook his head. The smirk at the edge of his lips got wider and wider. He didn't do anything, but a golden glow suddenly appeared on his forehead. Swoosh. A shrill cry was heard. The golden light spread out at an extremely fast speed and turned into a sharp arrow. It seemed to have shot out from Wang Teng's forehead. It was so fast that Ziye and Rodney didn't even see what happened. Soul Devour Arrow. Boom! The next instant, the golden arrow collided violently with the blood-red arrow. An explosion occurred. Instantly, circles of blood and gold ripples spread in all directions. A shrill scream was heard. What kind of attack is this? My origin of soul. It felt its origin of soul dissipating as if it was being sucked out. Its remaining origin of soul couldn't resist the suction force at all. "You're looking for death," Wang Teng sneered as he watched this scene. "Brat, stop. If you don't blame me for perishing together with you." Angry and furious voices were heard continuously. It seemed a little exasperated. Perish together? Wang Teng's expression turned strange. He chuckled. How do you want to perish together with me? The blood you used just now has been absorbed by me. If you push me too far, I will use the last of my power of origin to execute the curse of my vampire race. We will perish together, the voice raged. I'm so scared. Wang Teng chuckled. The voice was stunned. It felt that something wasn't right. Why aren't you afraid?
Of course I'm afraid. Why won't I be?
Wang Teng replied calmly. Please don't do it. However, before it could finish its sentence, another shrill scream was heard. Wang Teng didn't give it any chance to react. The Soul Devour arrow gave off a strong golden glow and a suction force. It started sucking the other party's power of origin frantically. Since you force me, let's die together. The voice was extremely angry. It immediately roared in anger. Blood God curse. The blood-red glow exploded like a dazzling red sun. Then a strange force seeped out and swept through the sky at an indescribable speed. Then it was gone. Wang Teng floated in the air calmly and allowed the strange force to sweep past his body. Nothing happened to him. The voice was filled with disbelief. How is that possible? Why are you fine? How can my blood god curse fail? Why is it impossible? Wang Teng smiled calmly. What did you do? The voice was filled with disbelief. A low-tier devil emperor like you won't be able to resist my blood god curse. Nothing is impossible. No matter how powerful your blood god curse is, you need a target, Wang Teng said. Your blood is fake? The voice finally reacted and shouted in anger. Sai, you're finally right. It wasn't easy. Wang Teng shook his head as if he was saying, your brain isn't working properly. The voice was exasperated. I saw you cutting your palm. How can the blood be fake? What you see might not be true. Wang Teng chuckled. He used the ancient blood pattern ability, so creating fake blood was a piece of cake. Of course, he wouldn't tell the other party about this. The voice couldn't withstand the suction force of the Soul Devour arrow and started screaming in agony. It was partly anger and partly pain. The power of origin of soul was forcefully sucked out. How could it not hurt? Surrender or die? Wang Teng asked. I surrender. The voice immediately shouted, retract your battle techniques. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Are you really going to die? Wang Teng asked. Ziyi, Rodney. The two of them flew over when they saw the presence getting suppressed. However, when they saw this scene, they were speechless. They felt that their worry was in vain. The terrifying presence behind the door was under Wang Teng's control. I'm really going to die. Stop. The voice was so frustrated. He wanted to vomit blood. He screamed in pain, but he didn't dare to speak anymore. He could only admit defeat. Wang Teng waved his hand and dispersed the Soul Devour arrow. He could feel that this remnant soul was like a candle flickering in the wind. It would be extinguished with a light blow. He didn't plan to let this remnant soul disappear, so he let it live a little longer. Anyway, this remnant soul wasn't a threat to him. After the Soul Devour arrow dispersed, only a faint blood-red ball of light was left in the air. This was where the remnant soul's origin of soul was. Wang Teng scanned the ground and picked up the attribute bubbles that had dropped. Dark Constellation Force 7000, Origin of Soul 1200, Blood God Curse 3000. Origin of Soul. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He was elated. These attribute bubbles came at the right time. What's more, there were 1200 points of it. This wasn't easy to get. In the past, even if Wang Teng devoured the low-tier devil emperors and dark apparitions, he wouldn't be able to get so much origin of soul. After all, he was absorbing it at once. He wasn't collecting attribute bubbles continuously. This mid-tier devil emperor dark apparition seemed a little special. It dropped so many origin of soul attributes, his origin of soul went back to 100 points after the previous exhaustion. Those 1200 points were just enough to solve his pressing need. Chapter 3008, The Treasure Under the Altar. The Activation Method. 1. Origin of Soul, 1,330,000. Wang Teng glanced at his attributes board. There were only 1,300 points of attributes, but it was like finding a rain after a long drought. Amazing. The origin of soul turned into a warm stream and flowed through his mind, alleviating his condition. Wang Teng felt that he hadn't aged that much. It was as if an energy was injected into his body, allowing him to regain a trace of vitality. Although it was only the origin of soul and not the origin of life, the soul could replenish the body. Any bit of power of origin in Wang Teng was enough to give him huge benefits. This feels amazing. Wang Teng looked at the blood-red ball of light and squinted slightly. Should he get more attributes from this fat sheep? What do you want to do? The blood-red ball of light trembled and let out a weak voice. Wang Teng stretched out his hand and grabbed it. The blood-red ball of light flew over uncontrollably and landed in his hand. Be gentle, be gentle, be gentle, the voice screamed immediately. Wang Teng ignored it and looked at the other attribute bubbles. Blood God Curse, Devil God Stage, 3,000 of 1,000 Foundation, Devil God Stage? Wang Teng was stunned. Then astonishment appeared in his eyes. This was a Devil God level battle technique. This level was out of Wang Teng's expectation. He didn't think that this battle technique would be at the Devil Emperor level. He thought that it was at most at the Devil Emperor level. No wonder the remnant soul was in disbelief when it saw that he wasn't affected. After all, this was a Devil God level battle technique. How could a low-tier Devil Emperor withstand it? Unfortunately, Wang Teng never planned to use his blood to activate the Blood God array. He had many secrets, and it was highly likely that these secrets would be exposed in his blood. Hence, he placed high importance in his blood and wouldn't lose it easily. Of course, normal blood wouldn't affect him much. Only the blood of origin could reveal the most essential secrets in him. But he couldn't rule out the risk entirely. The vampire dark apparitions, after all, were a race specialized in playing with blood. Who knew what special skills they had? The ancient blood pattern Wang Teng just received contained many uses related to blood. He wasn't sure if there was a special ancient blood pattern that could analyze the secrets of blood. Also, after receiving the Blood God Array attribute bubbles, he guessed that there was a vampire dark apparition behind it. Since he had this guess, he wouldn't use his blood of origin to activate the Blood God Array. Anyway, this battle technique was indeed interesting. It was a special battle technique that used blood to form curses. In summary, this was an indescribable attack, using the unique connection of the blood of the same origin. Everyone's blood was different. It was impossible for two people to have the same blood. Hence, this blood of the origin was unique. Besides that, this curse could even be used on creatures of the same bloodline. However, the intensity of the curse would be lesser than the person. Even so, it mustn't be underestimated. If it was cast by a high-tier Devil Emperor, the curse would be able to kill low-tier Devil Emperors and below. This was a dark battle technique among all the battle techniques of the vampires. This was an extremely mysterious battle technique. Even the dark apparitions of other races would have a hard time resisting this cursed battle technique. That was why vampire dark apparitions were hard to deal with among the dark apparitions. This battle technique is a little strange. Wang Teng touched his chin and exclaimed in his heart. He felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, he didn't use his blood to activate the array. If not, the consequences would be unimaginable. The remnant soul only had a little origin of soul left, but the blood god curse was strange. If the other party got hold of his blood, it would definitely be a huge threat to him. Now, he had this battle technique. It wouldn't be a threat to him anymore. Even if someone used this battle technique to curse him, he had a way to deal with it. Sigh. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. He couldn't control the happiness in his heart. The remnant soul in front of him was his luck star. It actually brought him so many good gains. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a treasure. Wang Teng looked at the shivering blood-red ball of light in his hand and squinted. No one knew what he was thinking. Is this the thing behind the door? Ziye came beside Wang Teng and sized up the ball of light with interest. She couldn't help but ask. "That's right." Wang Teng nodded. "What level is he at?" Ziye asked, curiously. "Mid-tier Devil Emperor." Wang Teng didn't evade. "Mid-tier Devil Emperor, what level is that?" Ziye asked in surprise. "Above general stage are Devil Lords, Devil Kings, low-tier Devil Emperors, mid-tier Devil Emperors," Wang Teng explained. Rodney was astounded when he heard this. He didn't dare to imagine such a presence. There were so many levels after general stage. This remnant soul was a mid-tier Devil Emperor. Terrifying. What astounded him was that Wang Teng managed to suppress a mid-tier Devil Emperor, Chapter 3009. The treasure under the altar. The activation method, too. Didn't that mean that he was stronger? Rodney was astounded when he looked at Wang Teng. He started to respect him even more. A sharp glint appeared in Ziye's eyes, too. While she was astounded, there was a hint of yearning in her eyes. A mid-tier Devil Emperor. There might even be stronger ones. She clenched her fists uncontrollably and looked at Wang Teng with a firmer heart. "One day I will definitely catch up with you." Wang Teng didn't know what they were thinking. He looked at the blood-red ball of light and asked, "What's your name? What's your background?" The voice hesitated. "You better tell me the truth. If not, I'll have ways to make you say it." Wang Teng pinched the blood-red ball of light in his hand. A ball of green light suddenly appeared. "Ah!" the voice screamed in pain. "Stop burning! Stop burning! I will speak the truth. Very good." Wang Teng kept his emerald-glazed flame and said calmly, "Go ahead." "What flame is this?" The voice seemed to have lingering fears. The blood-red glow turned more and more illusory, and the voice got weaker. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Answer my question," Wang Teng said. "Sure, of course." The voice didn't dare to probe further. He replied hurriedly, "My name is Gonman. I'm from the Vanstone race, one of the 13 vampire races." "Vanstone clan," Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He smiled and continued. "One of the 13 clans and their nobles. It's the Vanstone race." Rodney was astounded. He said in a low voice with a serious expression, "Sir, this is a noble among the vampires. Wang Teng glanced at him. Rodney's heart skipped a beat. He immediately shut his mouth in embarrassment. "That's right. I'm from one of the 13 most noble vampire families. You better let me go. If you kill me, you will be in trouble too," Gonman said immediately. He seemed proud of himself. "What's so great about the 13 families?" Wang Teng sniggered. The green flame appeared in his hand again. Gonman didn't expect Wang Teng to burn it without any warning. Before he could stop Wang Teng, he screamed in pain again. Rodney felt the muscles on his face twitching as he watched from the side. He felt that this sir was brutal. He felt that he should be careful with his words and actions in case he angered him. He had already said too much. He deserved a beating. He mustn't do it again. "Are the 13 families very powerful?" Wang Teng kept his flames and asked again. They're nothing," Gonman replied hurriedly. He was afraid that Wang Teng would burn him again. "I'll ask, you'll answer. Don't say anything irrelevant, do you understand?" Wang Teng asked. "Understood," Norman replied obediently. Ziyi pursed her lips and smiled, as expected. His style hadn't changed. In less than a day, she had found that familiar feeling again. At the same time, she looked at Wang Teng's actions and nodded in deep thought. She was learning in her heart. She needed to be ruthless when dealing with these dark apparitions. "You didn't set up this blood god array, right?" Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction. "How? How do you know?" Norman was shocked. He saw through it. What other secrets did he have? Who was this fellow? It was so mysterious that Gonman felt uneasy. He didn't dare to be careless anymore. "Huh?" Wang Teng snorted. That's right. I didn't create the blood god array. I'm just a beginner stage Grandmaster level rune master. How can I create this divine level array?" Gonman said hurriedly, as expected of a beginner stage Grandmaster level rune master. Wang Teng nodded in his heart. All his guesses were right, he asked again. I'm curious, how did you die? Ganman was silent for a moment. This was an awkward question. No one would ask how someone died. However, he didn't dare to keep quiet. He said, I'm not the only one who discovered this array. We had a disagreement and started fighting. I got seriously injured by other people and died in the end. I know some arrays, so I was able to use the power of the array to preserve my origin of soul. You killed the others, right? Wang Teng sneered. Ganman. He purposely omitted this result. He didn't expect it to be guessed. You used the blood god array to absorb them and turn them into your nourishment. Wang Teng continued. Ganman was appalled. His origin of soul trembled slightly. He felt that he had been seen through. He had no secrets in front of his opponent. This feeling was terrifying. If he wasn't at the mercy of others, he would have killed this guy. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. Ziye, Rodney, and the others were astounded. They couldn't help but look at the blood-red ball of light in front of them. They didn't expect this person to be so ruthless. Otherwise, your origin of soul wouldn't be able to last until now. Wang Teng said, You can use other people's blood to run the array. As long as you maintain the most basic operation of the array, your origin of soul won't be destroyed. The blood mist floating above the array is the best proof. You're a rune master too, Ganman was flabbergasted. You're right. Unfortunately, there's no prize. Wang Teng chuckled. Continue. What else do you have to say? Didn't you guess it already? Are you trying to play dumb? Wang Teng's gaze turned cold. Flames appeared in his hand and he burned it again. Ah, Ganman screamed in agony. His origin of soul, which was already extremely weak, was seriously injured again. There was almost nothing left. It was about to extinguish. Wang Teng stopped at the right time and sighed in his heart. This is the last time. I can't burn it anymore. If not, this fellow will really turn into ashes. The blood-red ball of light formed by Ganman's origin of soul had turned extremely illusory. You could even see the outline of a handsome middle-aged man inside. He was extremely weak, and his eyes were filled with fear. He looked at Wang Teng as if Wang Teng was a devil. He felt that this fellow was scarier than all the dark apparitions he had seen. He could feel that there was only one last strand of origin of soul left. The other party grasped it perfectly. It made him feel extreme pain and the threat of death. Yet he didn't die. This control ability was definitely not something an ordinary person could achieve. It required a powerful spiritual realm. In summary, he was completely under Wang Teng's control. He had no chance of resisting. I'll tell you, Ganman's voice was weak. He stuttered, The treasure here is in the blood god altar. Once you open the altar, you will be able to get the legacy inside. Didn't you get your blood god curse from the altar? Didn't you activate it? Wang Teng asked. Ganman gave up completely. This fellow even guessed the origins of the blood god curse. What kind of monster was he? He was about to break down. I only managed to grasp the blood god curse because my origin of soul was entrusted to the array. After many years of enlightenment, I managed to grasp it, Ganman said tiredly. Really? Wang Teng asked. It's true. Ganman was afraid that Wang Teng wouldn't believe him, so he explained hurriedly, If we want to activate the blood god altar, we need to activate the blood god array completely. A large amount of blood is needed to activate the array. Otherwise, I would have activated it already. Wang Teng nodded in agreement. Based on his understanding of the blood god array, it was no different from what the other party said. A large amount of blood was needed to activate the array. If I had the treasure, I wouldn't be in this state. Ganman continued. You spread the news about the treasure because you want to attract people over, Wang Teng said. Ganman glanced at Wang Teng guiltily and nodded. That's right. You know that there are too few formidable warriors in the first level. If I want to activate this array, I need to attract enough people and use quantity to exchange for quality. Wang Teng's expression turned strange. This fellow had the same thought as him. What a coincidence. Chapter 3010. Appearance of Alternate Dimension. 5. Element, illusion, sky array. Wang Teng's plan, 1. Wang Teng stood in front of the blood god array and touched his chin. He was in deep thought. Gonman looked at him carefully as if he was sizing up this young man. This young man didn't look like dark apparitions. The two people beside him were obviously mixed bloods. This fellow's attitude towards the two mixed bloods was strange too. They weren't just master and servant, especially the young lady. She seemed to have a close relationship with him. If he was a dark apparition, he wouldn't treat a mixed blood like this. However, there was a strong, dark aura around him. This dark aura wasn't something mixed bloods could possess, after all. To Gonman, this dark aura was thicker than most dark apparitions. Even the talents among the dark apparitions might not possess this dark aura. Also, the spiritual skill he used just now was extremely offensive. He could also absorb the origin of soul. This seemed like a dark apparition's method. It was contaminated with dark force too. Only dark apparitions could possess this dark force for a moment. Gonman was in a mess. He looked at the young man in front of him and felt that the young man was getting more and more mysterious. He couldn't guess his identity at all. The young man knew that he was from one of the 13 families, but he was still able to act so fearlessly. His identity must be extraordinary. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was right. This young man in front of him wasn't an ordinary dark apparition. Ziye and Rodney didn't interrupt Wang Teng's thoughts and waited quietly at the side. However, they would glance at the gunman occasionally. This was a mid-tier devil emperor. He seemed a little down and weak now, but in their eyes he was still a terrifying presence. It was saddening to think that he had fallen to such a state gunman. What kind of gaze was that? Compassion, sympathy. Did he need compassion or sympathy? A mid-tier devil emperor was being pitied by two mixed bloods who weren't even devil lords. This was a humiliation. If the situation allowed him to, he would have killed these two mixed bloods with a single finger. A man without status will be bullied by a dog. Of course, this was what he was thinking. He didn't care about the old man, but this young lady's identity was interesting. Offending her for no reason wasn't good. You have to bow down to someone under your roof. How many treasure maps did you send out? Wang Teng asked. Only 5. Gonman was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. He replied, Back then, someone came to the valley outside this space unintentionally. So I sent 5 special treasure maps out. After all, those are treasure maps. If there are too many of them, fewer people will believe it. You're not too stupid. Wang Teng nodded. Gonman, he felt offended. What do we do now? This altar isn't easy to open. Ziye glanced at Gonman and asked Wang Teng using voice transmission, Attract more people. Wang Teng said, using voice transmission, I don't know how long it will take if we rely on the 5 treasure maps alone. But if we don't rely on the treasure maps, how are we supposed to let others know about this place? Ziye frowned and asked, It's very simple. Wang Teng gave a meaningful smile. A huge question appeared on Ziye's small head. This fellow is relying on the 5 treasure maps to attract other people because he only has a wisp of his soul left. If he attracts too many people at once, it will be disadvantageous for him. He might even fail miserably. Wang Teng glanced at Gonman and smiled. But we're different. That's right. We don't have this worry. Ziye's eyes lit up. She thought of something. She wasn't stupid. She immediately understood Wang Teng's intention. We don't need to hide our cards anymore. Let's show our cards, Wang Teng said. Can you let me go back to the array to absorb some nourishment? I'm dying. At this moment, Gonman's weak voice was suddenly heard. Go ahead. Wang Teng's eyes flashed. He didn't plan to kill Gonman yet. He waved his hand and released him. Thank you. Gonman was elated. He rushed into the door above the array. Boom! A blood-red glow lit up behind the door. A moan came from within. Gonman turned into a crimson eyeball again. There was an outline of it in the center. Wang Teng glanced at him and pouted. That guy was putting on an act. This vampire dark apparition was able to become a mid-tier devil emperor, so his appearance must be quite good. I'll give you an hour to absorb the energy inside. I still have use for the Blood God Array, Wang Teng said. Gonman was stunned for a moment. He didn't dare to resist and nodded continuously. An hour passed quickly. He flew out from behind the door obediently. The blood-formed door disappeared gradually. The blood-red runes disappeared and returned to the array. Boom. The Blood God Array trembled slightly before turning silent. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. He stretched out his palm and the emerald-glazed flame swept out. It turned into a prison, trapping Gonman inside. Gonman was stunned, but he quickly calmed down and didn't resist. He knew that his life was in the other party's hands, and he couldn't resist. In that case, he could only accept it. Chapter 301 AWEF. Appearance of Alternate Dimension 5-Element Illusion Sky Array. Wang Teng's plan. The next second, Wang Teng put Gonman into his devour space, and it disappeared in mid-air. A strange look appeared in Ziye and Rodney's eyes. However, they didn't probe further. Get out of the array. Wang Teng turned and spoke to Ziye and Rodney. The two of them nodded and flew out of the array without wasting any time. Blood-red runes flashed past Wang Teng's eyes. Those blood-red runes quickly gathered and turned into the Blood God Array. Boom. In an instant, wisps of spiritual power were released from his forehead and surged towards the Blood God Array below him. He didn't have enough blood, so he couldn't activate the array. However, this didn't prevent him from doing what he needed to do next. His target wasn't the Blood God Array, but the alternate space connected to the array. That's right, this alternate space was linked to the Blood God Array, or more accurately, the Blood God Altar. Wang Teng only realized this problem after he grasped the Blood God Array and the Blood God Altar. There were some space runes at the border of the Blood God Array. These space runes didn't exist in the Blood God Array. They were part of the alternate dimension. The Blood God Altar was like a heart. It provided energy to the alternate dimension so that it could hide forever. What Wang Teng needed to do now was to sever this connection and let this alternate space reappear in the world. Go. At this moment, Wang Teng released his space power and merged it with his spiritual power. They turned into sharp blades and slashed towards the space runes around the Blood God Array. Crack. At a certain moment, a crisp cracking sound was heard. Something seemed to have broken. Crack, crack, crack. Cracking sounds were heard continuously. They echoed in the air. Boom, the entire altar vibrated. At the edge of the altar, Ziye and Rodney suddenly widened their eyes in shock as they looked below them. Silver-white runes that couldn't be seen suddenly lit up and merged into the space around them like chains swoosh. As if they were vibrating, the chains connected to the altar suddenly broke, causing the entire ancient city to shake at the same time. In the valley outside, a violent explosion suddenly occurred. Boom. A glaring pillar of light rose in the night sky and exploded, illuminating the dark sky. Even the dark moon in the sky dimmed a little. The quiet night turned lively in an instant. Roar. The star beasts in the mountain range were alerted. They gave low and frightened roars and looked in the direction where the pillar of light rose. Waves of space fluctuation spread out from the pillar of light, spreading to the entire mountain range. This was an invisible force of presence. It was like a huge palm suddenly landing above the mountains. All the living creatures felt a strong pressure. Boom. The mountain range trembled. The trees swayed and shook. The giant rocks in the distance rolled down and smashed into the forest, startling flocks of birds. They gave a strange and shrill cry. No one knew what it was. There were all kinds of strange and unimaginable creatures in the Darkland. Normally, they were extremely rare. Now that they were startled, they flew through the night sky like phantoms. It was really frightening. However, the instant they flew into the air, they seemed to have slammed into a wall and were thrown down by the invisible space fluctuations. Boom, boom, boom. Their huge bodies slammed on the ground, raising dust in the air. The entire mountain range turned chaotic. The ground was still trembling. It got more and more violent, as if something was breaking out of the ground. Huge cracks spread out from the valley and extended to the entire mountain range. Trees fell wherever the cracks went. Even the huge mountain cracked and a mountain peak was torn into pieces. However, the pillar of light didn't last for long. After some time, it dissipated gradually. The commotion died down gradually. The star beasts in the distance popped their heads out with lingering fears. They looked in the direction of the commotion. An abandoned city had appeared in a certain part of the mountain range. It was situated in the middle of the forest, as if it was born naturally. From a certain point of view, it grew out of the soil. Roar, the dark star beasts were stunned. They didn't dare to get close and only looked at the abandoned city from afar. The Lord-level star beasts possessed enough intelligence, including the dark star beasts. Since they had intelligence, they would hesitate when facing the unknown. In the middle of the city, Wang Teng leaped lightly and arrived at the edge of the altar. He said to Ziye and Rodney, "This city has appeared. I need you to do something." "Please give me your order," Rodney replied immediately. He was shocked. He knew that Wang Teng wanted to see the use of mixed bloods. Hence, when he finally opened his mouth, he was extremely alert. He didn't dare to be impolite. Ziye looked at Wang Teng seriously, too. "There's no need to be so nervous. It's just a small matter." Wang Teng smiled. He didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. "After you go back, ask the mixed bloods to spread the news that a city ruin has appeared in the Marta mountain ridge. It's suspected to be a treasure left behind by a vampire ancestor. There might be an extremely precious legacy." Chapter 3012, Appearance of Alternate Dimension, 5-Element Illusion Sky Array, Wang Teng's Plan. 3. The commotion here should attract the dark apparitions soon. In order to prevent the news from getting blocked, you must be fast and let everyone know. I know that mixed bloods like you are not concentrated in one city. The mixed bloods in the other cities should be in contact with you too. No matter what method you use, I want every city to receive this piece of news. Rodney looked at the calm-looking young man with a faint smile on his face. He suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He seemed to have guessed the Lord's motive. Although he had a guess, he thought that the dark apparitions of one city was enough for this Lord. Now it looked like he was still naive. One city wasn't enough. Wang Teng was sabotaging the entire first level of the Darkland. Oh, right. He heard about the first level of Darkland from Wang Teng. Honestly, he felt that this sir was thinking too highly of him. "Sir, we have connections with other cities, but it's only a few cities near Black Crow City. We can't get any further," Rodney said with a bitter smile. "Let's ask the mixed bloods in the other cities to contact them. The news will spread," Wang Teng said calmly. "All right," Rodney gritted his teeth and agreed. This was the first mission Wang Teng gave them. If they couldn't complete it, they wouldn't be able to talk about the future. "Go ahead. I'll ask Little White to send you back." Wang Teng waved his hand. Gasp. Little White appeared in the sky and gave a shrill cry. "Master, besides little Ziye, you asked me to carry some low-level creatures again." A childish voice came out of its mouth. It sounded like a child throwing a tantrum. Rodney was speechless. Low-class creatures. He felt that he was being criticized. "Little White, you can speak." Ziye widened her eyes in disbelief. She always thought that Little White was just smart and didn't know how to speak. This wasn't strange. Some star beasts wouldn't open their mouths no matter how high their realm was. It was as if they didn't care. Hence, when she conversed with Little White in the past, she was the one speaking. Little White was only in charge of nodding or shaking its head. She didn't expect Little White to speak. She felt that she was fooled. This little crow was cheeky. It must be laughing at her. "Caw, what's so strange about talking?" "I just don't like to talk," Little White said. "Little White, let's see if I'll talk to you in the future," Ziye said. All right, this will be the last time." Wang Teng interrupted their argument. He took out a fire element star core and threw it into the sky. Caw, delicious. It's crispy. Little White grabbed the fire element star core with its mouth. It raised its neck and swallowed it. Then it said in satisfaction, "Will it be the last time?" "Definitely." Wang Teng nodded. Okay, Little White nodded. It said to Ziye and Rodney, come up. Aren't you leaving? Ziye looked at Wang Teng and asked, I need to set up some traps here. I can't let them enter the city easily, Wang Teng said. Ziye nodded and didn't say anything else. She and Rodney stepped on Little White's back. Caw, a shrill cry was heard. Little White circled in the air and turned into a dark red beam of light. It disappeared into the horizon. Wang Teng stood on the ground and watched them leave. Then he rose into the air and looked down at the mountains below. He saw all the territories. Can those mixed bloods do it? Round Ball appeared at the side and asked. It's not a problem. If there's no other way, I'll act, Wang Teng said. The most powerful Devil Lord in the first level is probably at the Devil Lord level. Even if there are some that surpass the Devil Lord level, they won't be a threat to you. Round Ball nodded. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. When he was talking to Round Ball, he had already understood the topography of the mountain range below and came up with a plan. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The next moment he sat down, cross-legged beams of spiritual power swept out from his forehead and spread throughout the entire mountain range. Under the control of his spiritual power, runes were carved into the ground. No one would notice them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh at the same time. Wang Teng threw out energy stones and ores of different attributes. They flew towards different parts of the mountain range. Under the pressure of his spiritual power, the dark star beasts in the mountains didn't dare to move. They stayed obediently in their nests and didn't affect Wang Teng. Boom, boom. Boom explosions were heard all over the mountain range. Energy stones and ores of different attributes were buried and turned into nodes for the array. They provided energy to the array. The process lasted for 3 to 4 hours. Wang Teng carved the runes while burying the energy nodes of the array. Gradually, he completed a huge advanced rank Grand Master level array, 5-element illusion sky array, an advanced rank Grand Master level array to be safe. Wang Teng put in a lot of effort. However, in order to trap the dark apparitions below the Devil Lord level, an advanced rank Grand Master level array was indeed wasteful. Still, it was always better to be careful, actually. He was worried that a Grand Master level Rune Master would appear. If they deciphered the array and allowed the dark apparitions to enter in advance, his plan would be disrupted. Chapter 3013, Appearance of Alternate Dimension, 5-element illusion sky array, Wang Teng's plan. 4. Also, the higher the level of the array, the more powerful the legacy inside. This way, more dark apparitions would come when they heard the news. Hence, Wang Teng decided to create this high-rank Grandmaster level illusion array. Done. Wang Teng let out a long sigh and stood up. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. With this array, he could buy some time. Later, he would be in charge of the array. Even a Rune Master at the peak of the Grandmaster level might not be able to break this array. At the start, he wanted to create a Saint-level array. Unfortunately, the situation didn't allow him to. Puff. Wang Teng shook his head and waved his hand. A gale appeared out of nowhere and swept through the entire mountain range. The leaves rustled in the wind and rocks flew everywhere. In an instant, a mist rose gradually and enveloped the entire mountain range, turning it into an illusion. Now, I just have to wait for the fish to take the bait. Wang Teng landed slowly. His body sunk into the mist and disappeared. Time passed slowly. When the dark moon set and the night passed, some figures flew over from afar and appeared near the Marta Mountain Ridge. What's this? An 11-star general stage dark apparition from the giant devil race appeared at the speed of lightning. He stared at the mountain range in the distance with wide eyes. Was this the Marta Mountain Ridge he was familiar with? What was happening in the dark? Why was the entire Marta Mountain Ridge shrouded in mist? Oh my God, what happened to the Marta Mountain Ridge? A vampire dark apparition appeared outside the Marta Mountain Ridge and exclaimed. These dark apparitions came from the cities close to the Marta Mountain Ridge. They heard the commotion the previous night and rushed over immediately. They didn't expect to see this scene. Let's take a look. Some of these dark apparitions knew each other. They gathered together and flew towards the Marta mountain ridge. Some were from opposing factions. They exchanged glances with one another and snorted. Then they turned into rays of light and dashed towards the Marta mountain ridge, afraid that the other party would be one step ahead of them. But none of them dared to step into the array. These dark apparitions that came to investigate the situation were mostly 10-star Brigadier General stage and above. Since the situation wasn't clear, they wouldn't be stupid and charge in recklessly. They arrived at the edge of the Marta mountain ridge and pushed their palms deep into the mist. However, they weren't hurt. Then, they pushed their forces into the mist in the end. When their forces entered it, it was like a rock sinking into the sea. They couldn't feel it anymore. This astounded the dark apparitions. Some dark apparitions with magnificent spiritual power even used their spiritual power to probe the mist. However, there was no reaction. Oh my God! The dark apparitions exchanged glances with one another. They didn't know what to do. You come over. At this moment, an 11-star general stage vampire dark apparition pointed at a soldier-level dark apparition behind him and said coldly. The soldier-level dark apparition's expression changed. However, he didn't dare to resist. He could only walk forward and say respectfully, "Sir, go in." The 11-star general stage vampire dark apparition took out a rope and tied it around the vampire's waist. He said calmly, "Continue walking deeper until the rope is tight. I will pull you out." The soldier-level dark apparition didn't waste any time. He gritted his teeth and dived into the mist. "You're here." Wang Teng sat cross-legged on the blood-red altar in the depth of the mist. He closed his eyes slightly, but there was a smile at the edge of his lips. Time passed slowly. The dark apparitions outside were all waiting. Suddenly, a scream of agony came from within the mist. The ropes tightened abruptly. The 11-star general stage dark apparition squinted. He immediately pulled the rope in his hand and exerted force. Bang! But the next instant the rope broke and flew out uncontrollably. Swoosh! The 11-star general stage dark apparition tilted his head hurriedly. The other end of the rope broke through the mist and flew out. It flew past his head and a drop of cold sweat dripped down. His expression turned ugly. Chapter 3014, News Spread. It's Time to Harvest. 1. Black Crow City. Have you heard? A treasure has appeared in the Marta mountain ridge. Treasure? Really? It must be true. Many people know about it now. What treasure? Tell me about it. I heard that this is a Devil Lord's treasure. There's a Devil Lord's legacy inside. If you can get it, you can definitely become a Devil Lord. Gasp. Devil Lord legacy. What are we waiting for? Quick, let's move immediately. Have you heard there's a Devil Lord level treasure in the Marta mountain ridge? What Devil Lord level treasure? Your information is too outdated. Everyone says that it's a Devil King level treasure. Devil King! Oh my God, there's a Devil King level treasure in our world. Quick, the treasures will be snatched if we're late. Have you heard? There's a Devil Emperor level treasure in the Marta mountain ridge. What Devil Emperor? I heard that. It's a legacy left behind by a vampire ancestor. The most important legacy of one of the 13 vampire clans, the Vanstone clan, is hidden inside. It has a long history. Rumor has it that it can be traced back to the formation of our world. If not, there wouldn't be such a treasure. The legacy of a vampire ancestor. This is incredible. It's true. I heard that treasures have appeared and there's a saint-level array surrounding the Marta mountain ridge. No one can enter now. Huh? We still have a chance. I heard about it too. It said that if you want to enter, you need to have the same bloodline as the vampire ancestor. In that case, the other races won't have a chance. What a waste. What's wrong with that? We can catch a few vampires and obtain some of their blood. Who knows if we did it? Ha ha ha, you make sense? No one knew when it started, but rumors started spreading in Black Crow City. The news that a treasure had appeared in the Marta mountain ridge swept through the entire city like a gale. Even the Devil Lords who lived in seclusion were alerted. They woke up from their nests and walked out in less than half a day. The entire Black Crow City was in an uproar. The dark apparitions rushed towards the Marta Mountain Ridge as if they had gone crazy, especially the vampire dark apparitions. No one could sit still in front of this legacy, but it was too late when the Devil Lords wanted to block the news. The voice that suppressed the resistance disappeared instantly. No one mentioned it anymore. It seemed to have been thrown to the back of their minds compared to the treasure. The mixed bloods were nothing. Once they found the treasures, they could suppress the mixed bloods easily. Rodney, Barnett, and the others were gathered in a building. They were astounded when they saw the scene outside. "This is crazy." Barnett was dumbfounded. He glanced around him and asked in a low voice, "Is the legacy real?" "Of course." Rodney glanced at Ziyi and nodded. "Zi Wang and I saw it personally. How can it be fake?" Can he hold on after attracting so many dark apparitions?" Barnett asked worriedly. "Don't worry. That sir is more powerful than you think," Rodney said proudly, as if he knew the inside story. Ziyi rolled her eyes uncontrollably. This old man was good at acting. "Quick, tell us how powerful that sir is," Barnett said agitatedly. He was itching to know. I can't say it," Rodney said calmly. You old bastard." Barnett was so angry he laughed. This guy didn't say anything because he was afraid of the sir, hence he didn't probe further. "These dark apparitions have gone to search for treasures. We can relax a little. It's too early to be happy." Rodney reminded him sternly, "How's the other cities? If we ruin the Lord's plan and can't get his help, we will still hit rock bottom." "Don't worry. I told them personally about this important matter. They must have already started spreading the news." Barnett felt a little worried as he spoke. He immediately took out a black device from his pocket. It looked very simple and crude. After he operated it, the device started rustling. It sounded like an old-fashioned communication device. Then a voice was heard. "Barnett, didn't you contact me just now? Why are you contacting me again? What else do you have to say?" The person on the other end had a loud voice. Everyone's ears were ringing from the vibration. Fortunately, Barnett was prepared. He straightened his arm and kept the communication device away from him. "Zachary, how's the situation on your side?" Barnett asked. The man called Zachary suddenly laughed. "Barnett, this is a bad idea. The dark apparitions have gone crazy. They are all rushing towards the Marta Mountain Ridge. They don't have the time to care about us anymore." "That's good." Barnett exchanged glances with Rodney and heaved a sigh of relief. "Let me tell you, Zachary wanted to say something." Barnett hung up the call and contacted the mixed bloods in the other cities to ask the same question. After a round of questioning, he got excited. He clenched his fist uncontrollably and waved it violently. "The dark apparitions have all gone crazy." That's great. Rodney was elated too. He couldn't help but smile. Chapter 3015. News spread. It's time to harvest. 2. From the voice of the person who contacted them. It wasn't hard to tell that they were elated. The effect was far beyond their imagination. Ziyi heaved a sigh of relief. She didn't want to mess up what Wang Teng asked her to do. This result was undoubtedly the best. "Barnett, shouldn't you change your communication device? It's hard to use." Rodney couldn't help but ask when he saw Barnett carefully putting away his device. "What do you know? This is a treasure. I paid a huge price to get it," Barnett said. "People like you don't know how expensive things are until you're in charge." "Was it so easy to get this communication device? You can't buy it even if you have money. Take a look at the streets. Even some dark apparitions don't have it." "I heard that this communication device was brought here from the light world," Rodney suddenly said. "There should be many of these things there, right?" "I heard that in the light world all kinds of civilizations are flourishing. A communication device like this is just one of the products," Barnett said. "Sigh, I wonder if our ancestors lived in that kind of place." Rodney sighed. The two of them turned silent. They looked at the black sky outside the window and felt depressed. The darkness seemed to have shrouded their hearts, and they couldn't get rid of it. Ziyi looked at the two of them and saw a glimmer in their eyes. It was a longing gaze. All right. All right. Don't think about it anymore. We just need to follow that sir and stick to him tightly. We have a bright future ahead, Rodney said. That's right. Barnett nodded firmly. This is our only hope. Let's go. Let the fire burn brighter. Rodney put on his hood and disappeared into the shadows. Barnett and Ziyi did the same. The three of them disappeared one after another. None of the dark apparitions knew what crazy waves these mixed bloods were preparing to create. Of course, even if they knew, they wouldn't take it to heart. Marta Mountain Ridge. Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes on the altar. He passed through the thick mist and looked out of the array. So many dark apparitions came in just one day. It looks like Ziyi and Rodney are very efficient, he muttered to himself. His voice echoed on the empty altar, but no one could hear him. As the owner of the 5-element illusion sky array, the entire Marta Mountain Ridge was enveloped by the array. Hence, he could sense what was happening outside the array. Numerous dark apparitions had gathered outside the Marta Mountain Ridge. From their numbers, one could tell that they weren't just the dark apparitions from Black Crow City. The dark apparitions from the other cities must have gathered here too. That meant that Rodney and the others had succeeded. They didn't disappoint him. Wang Teng smiled and looked up. At this moment, a blood mist was gathering above the altar. It spun slowly and formed an illusory blood mist whirlpool. This was the result of the blood sacrifices made by the dark apparitions who entered the Marta Mountain Ridge. Anyone that entered the array would be killed and sucked over by the blood god array. They would then gather on the altar. However, to the entire altar and the entire blood god array, the blood mist was a drop in the bucket. This is just the start. Blood-red runes appeared on Wang Teng's right eye. On the other hand, there were 5-element runes shimmering on his left eye. It was a magical sight. He was controlling the array. He was controlling 2 arrays at the same time. Although he could only use his spiritual power at the cosmos realm now, his cosmos realm was different from a normal person's. His limit was high. It was comparable to a normal heaven realm martial warrior. What's more, he received 1,200 points of origin of soul, which nourished his spirit. He could more or less control the power of the array now. Of course, it wouldn't be easy to fully activate the blood god array. He only used a small function of the array. The 5-element illusion sky array was the same. It hadn't been activated completely. If the entire array was activated to deal with dark apparitions below the Devil Lord level, it would be lowering the level of the advanced rank Grandmaster level array. It's time to kill them. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered as he thought to himself. He had enough of this decaying state. There were so many dark apparitions now, if he could harvest them, his spirit and physical body would recover greatly. Would he scare the dark apparitions away because of this? Wang Teng wasn't worried at all. How many people could resist the temptation of a treasure? The more he killed the dark apparitions, the more precious the legacy would be to the dark apparitions. They would only flock to the front like ducks. With this thought in mind, the blood-red rune in Wang Teng's right eye retracted gradually and turned into the 5-element runes. Boom! The 5-element illusion sky array gradually retracted and the mist dispersed, revealing the situation in the Marta Mountain Ridge. Outside the Marta Mountain Ridge, a bunch of dark apparitions were planning to enter the mountains. They had already sent many dark apparitions to investigate, but all of them were dead. However, most of the dark apparitions that entered were 10-star Brigadier General stage and below. They were weak, so it was normal for problems to happen. Hence, they planned to send 10-star Brigadier General stage and above dark apparitions to try. Chapter 3016, News Spread, It's Time to Harvest. 3. The most powerful dark apparitions were the 13-star General stage dark apparitions. They sat on their mounts and floated in the air, watching this scene silently. Just when they were about to give the order, they saw the mist in the Marta Mountain Ridge dissipating. A sharp glint flashed past their eyes, and they stood up from their mounts. The mist has dispersed. Exclamations were heard from all directions. The dark apparitions immediately noticed the situation and gathered in front. They were restless. Look, that looks like a city. Very soon, some dark apparitions noticed the city in the Marta mountain ridge. It was too conspicuous. This was too sudden. An abandoned city appeared in the mountains as if it had appeared out of nowhere. It was astonishing. Blood mist. The clear blood mist above the city caused the dark apparitions to regain their senses. They were invigorated. It's indeed the legacy left by the vampire ancestor. Exclamations were heard. The pure stench of blood confirmed the rumors among the dark apparitions. The vampire dark apparitions' gazes turned sharp. They almost couldn't control themselves and rushed into the Marta mountain ridge. You guys, go in and take a look. A sheephead dark apparition from the 13-star general stage devil race squinted and gave a hideous smile. He opened his mouth slowly. His gaze landed on the soldier-level dark apparitions. The soldier-level dark apparitions' expressions turned ugly. They looked as if someone had forcefully fed them shit. They were free, not anyone's subordinates. However, in front of a 13-star general stage dark apparition, they could only accept their fate. This was the survival of the fittest. The Darkland had always been like this. Of course, in the light world, this was common. Luck and misfortune depended on one another. If they wanted to get huge gains, they needed to take risks. Many dark apparitions around them were gloating. They sneered at them. If they wanted to fight for the treasure, they should take a look at their fate. The soldier-level dark apparitions felt regret. If they knew this was going to happen, they wouldn't have run over so quickly. They could only blame themselves for being unlucky. They exchanged glances with one another. Then the dark apparition carefully entered the mountain range and searched deep inside. However, they were too slow. Within a few minutes, they had only walked a few hundred meters. The dark apparitions outside were getting impatient. Speed up, if not, ha 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 ha. The 13-star general stage dark apparition snorted. The soldier-level dark apparitions' expressions changed. They exchanged glances with one another and increased their speed. They headed deeper into the forest. These unlucky fellows on the altar. Wang Teng shook his head when he sensed this scene. But you're lucky. You can live longer. The soldier-level dark apparitions charged into the mountains but didn't receive any attacks. The mountains were exceptionally quiet. They couldn't sense any danger. But the silence made them uneasy, too. Did the array disappear? Some dark apparitions frowned when they saw this scene. They started making guesses. That's possible. After all, this is a treasure that has been around for who knows how many years. The array outside might be damaged, a dark apparition said. Send more people in to take a look. In the end, the dark apparitions didn't enter the Marta mountain ridge recklessly. They were extremely cautious. Some free dark apparitions were happy too, with someone exploring the way they didn't mind waiting. They saw the soldier-level dark apparitions getting picked by the powerful dark apparitions and entering the mountains to scout. They had already run far away, afraid that they would follow in their footsteps. Although it didn't seem dangerous now, no one knew what would happen next. It was better to play it safe. You're quite cautious, Wang Teng smiled. He didn't mind. He had the time and patience to play with these dark apparitions. Wave after wave of dark apparitions entered the mountains. There were no more dangers. The dark apparitions outside were getting impatient. Everyone, let me go in and scout for you. A 13-star general stage vampire dark apparition smiled and opened his mouth. It was said that this treasure was left behind by a vampire ancestor. As a vampire dark apparition, he couldn't resist its temptation. It's Chibman, the Lord of Ya'an City. Some dark apparitions recognized the vampire dark apparition and started discussing in low voices. Ha ha, the treasure of a vampire ancestor. I knew that some vampires couldn't wait. Some dark apparitions sneered. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, Chibman dashed into the mountains. Although he was fast, All the dark apparitions could tell that he was extremely cautious. He didn't use his fastest speed and would stop and observe every once in a while as if he was afraid of any dangers. Gradually, he got closer to the abandoned city. No dangers appeared during his journey. Even the star beasts in the mountains didn't appear. They seemed to have disappeared entirely. However, the dark apparitions present were extremely powerful, so they felt the presence of the star beasts. This made them even more puzzled. Why were the dark star beasts hiding? Was it because of the array? At this moment, Chibman had already reached the edge of the abandoned city. He hesitated for a moment before stepping in. There was no danger either. The dark apparitions at the outskirts of the Marta mountain ridge couldn't control themselves anymore. Roar. The array is gone. There's no danger anymore. Chapter 3017, News Spread, It's Time to Harvest. 4. Hurry up and rush in. Don't let anyone beat you to it. Charge. Those who are fated will get the treasure. Screams and low roars were heard. Some dark apparitions did it on purpose because they were worried that the powerful dark apparitions would monopolize the treasure. The best way was to incite all the dark apparitions to act together. Even the 13-star general stage dark apparitions didn't dare to exclude all the dark apparitions in this situation, otherwise there would be accidents. What's more, those dark apparitions came from different factions. They weren't on the same side. Greed. A smile appeared at the edge of Wang Teng's lips. This is a good thing. They knew that there might be dangers, but they still charged in without any hesitation in front of the treasure. This attitude reflected the essence of human nature. Even the dark apparitions were the same. At this moment, Wang Teng's gaze seemed to have passed through the forest. The smile on his face grew wider as he looked at the dark apparitions dashing into the Marta mountain ridge like hornets. Within a few seconds, almost all the dark apparitions had rushed in. Only a few were still observing. That's it. Wang Teng didn't wait for all the dark apparitions to enter the array. He waved his hand and activated the 5-element illusion sky array again. Boom! An explosion occurred. The entire mountain range vibrated. All the dark apparitions' expressions changed. They froze on the spot and looked around them in astonishment. Mist suddenly spread out, as if it had appeared out of nowhere. Before the dark apparitions could react, it had already enveloped the entire mountain range. Oh no! Astonished cries echoed through the entire mountain range. The array is activated again. Damn it! Is this array intermittent? Will it be activated every once in a while? Stop wasting time. Hurry up and rush out. It's dangerous. Many figures dashed through the mist. They wanted to go back the same way they came, but they got lost in the mist after some time. What's going on? I went back on the original path. Why can't I leave? I know this is an illusion array. We got fooled by the illusion and changed our route. Damn it, what should we do? Are we unable to get out? There's no hurry. The general stage dark apparitions are in the array too. They will think of a way to break it. We just need to wait. This illusion array shouldn't be a threat. As long as we don't move, we shouldn't be in any danger. What about the dead dark apparitions? Voices came from all directions. These dark apparitions couldn't see each other, but they could communicate through voice. After some analysis, they gradually calmed down, but, the instant someone finished speaking, cries of agony were heard in the mist. Something has happened. The dark apparitions' hearts dropped. Their expressions turned ugly, especially the dark apparitions who promised that they wouldn't be in any danger. This was a tight slap in their faces, but they didn't have the time to care about this. In the face of danger, all the dark apparitions were extremely nervous. What is this? Monsters! Kill them! There was a huge commotion in the forest. All kinds of roars, battle cries, and cries of agony were heard. The dark apparitions who were still calm panicked. No one knew what the dark apparitions saw. Every dark apparition experienced a different illusion. Some dark apparitions were ignited by the ferocity in their hearts, and even the hidden chaos in their hearts. They went crazy instantly and started attacking their fellow dark apparitions frantically. Some treated the dark apparitions around them as monsters or star beasts. Since they were threatened, they would naturally resist. In an instant, the entire mountain range turned chaotic. The stench of blood filled up the air. Many dark apparitions had died. A large amount of blood silently merged into the blood god array and turned into a blood mist in mid-air. This 5-element illusion sky array is surprisingly useful against dark apparitions. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. He was surprised. The illusion of the 5-element illusion sky array caused the dark apparitions to go crazy. The chaos hidden in their hearts were ignited. He suddenly felt that he had made a wise choice. The 5-element illusion sky array was just one of the attribute bubbles he got from the Rune Masters in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. He chose it because the 5-element array was easy to use. He couldn't help but create it. He didn't expect it to have such an amazing effect. What a coincidence. He also discovered a weakness of the dark apparitions. No, it wasn't a weakness. This was because activating the chaos desire of the dark apparitions would only make the dark apparitions more terrifying. It was hard to say if it would be a good or bad thing if they fought with a human martial warrior, unless they started a dogfight like now. Wang Teng didn't think too much. He released his spiritual kinesis and picked up the attribute bubbles. At the same time, he devoured the dead dark apparitions. A trace of power of origin was sent back to him. There was the origin of soul and the origin of life. These dark apparitions weren't powerful, but there were many of them. There were many origins of dark apparitions gathered together. It was a sizable number. Ah! A comfortable moan came out of Wang Teng's mouth. He had resumed his old appearance, but as the power of origin merged into his body, his appearance started to change. He gradually regained his youth, though the change was small. Chapter 3018. Trap, Accident. The appearance of the altar. 1. It felt so good. It felt really good. He felt as if he was about to fly. Wisps of origin of life and origin of soul entered Wang Teng's body. He was full of vitality. Wang Teng felt that his strength was gradually returning. This sensation was simply exhilarating. Roar. Roars resounded in the Marta Mountain Ridge. The dark apparitions roared in anger and struggled to escape. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Even the 13-star general stage dark apparitions couldn't resist the illusion in Wang Teng's 5-element illusion sky array. They fell into the illusion once those 13-star general stage dark apparitions went crazy. It would be a devastating blow to the other low-level dark apparitions. No dark apparition could resist their massacre. Even 11-star general stage dark apparitions and 12-star general stage dark apparitions had a hard time resisting it. Thus, the dark apparitions that fell into the 5-element illusion sky array had no chance of survival. Even if 1 or 2 dark apparitions managed to escape this massacre, they would still be killed by Wang Teng. As for the 13-star general stage dark apparitions, he would let them kill each other. Boom, 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 explosions echoed continuously in the mountains. They spread in all directions, scaring the star beasts in the mountains. They didn't dare to stick their heads out anymore. This was horrifying first. The appearance of the abandoned city, then the mist, and now the horrifying massacre. Even the dark star beasts, who were known for their brutality, felt their hearts trembling in fear. Terrifying force fluctuations spread continuously in the mountains. It was astonishing. It covered almost every corner. The chaotic massacre lasted for more than an hour before it stopped. During this time, the dark apparitions outside were flabbergasted. The screams of agony almost reached their noses. The dark apparitions who chose to watch turned pale. They had lingering fears. What happened inside? A dark apparition swallowed his saliva and asked, "Who knows?" Damn it. I almost peed in my pants. That sound was so tragic. The sound seems to have disappeared. Are they all dead? I think so, if not. Why is there no movement all of a sudden? Even the 13-star general stage dark apparitions can't escape? What's in this mountain range? It's so terrifying. Gasps were heard continuously. The remaining dark apparitions exchanged glances with one another. They were at a loss. The treasures were good, but no one knew if the dark apparitions that entered the mountains were dead or alive. This scene was like a bucket of cold water pouring down on their heads, dousing them with a chill. The dark apparitions stared at the Marta mountain ridge as if there was a terrifying behemoth hiding in the mist, waiting to devour them. Let's send the news back with our ability. We will never be able to get the treasure. Some dark apparitions wanted to retreat. They weren't stupid. Although they didn't see the situation inside personally, they heard the tragic commotion personally. They wouldn't go in recklessly to die. Some dark apparitions left immediately and sent the news back. Go ahead, send more information to the dark apparitions. Wang Teng sat cross-legged on the altar with a bright smile on his face. At this moment, most of the wrinkles on his face had disappeared. The decaying aura was gone too. He no longer looked like he was about to enter his coffin. Instead, he looked more alive. Origin of life, 1665-015,000. Origin of soul, 1850-300. Wang Teng glanced at the attributes board and smiled uncontrollably. His origin of life and origin of soul rose by more than 10,000 points. His gains were on par with the 1,200 points of origin of soul he collected previously. They couldn't be compared at all, as expected. This method was the most effective. Wang Teng gave himself a thumbs up for his wit. Then he raised his head and looked at the sky above the altar. There was more and more blood-red mist, but it wasn't enough. He needed more dark apparitions. Wang Teng was stunned. He touched his chin and suddenly felt that he was evil. He was sucking the blood of the dark apparitions. For some reason, this method seemed even more evil than the dark apparitions. No, wait. I'm using it to deal with dark apparitions. This is called fighting poison with poison, subduing evil with evil. Wang Teng shook his head hurriedly. His belief must be firm. Why should he be kind to the dark apparitions? Wasn't this a waste of effort, like winking at someone blind? Wang Teng laughed uncontrollably. He felt that he was thinking too much. The dark apparitions invaded the light world and killed many light creatures. The number of dark apparitions he killed was nothing. Huh, they're back! Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He sensed Ziyi and Rodney outside the array. The two of them widened their eyes in disbelief when they saw the state of the Marta mountain ridge. What? What's going on? Rodney whispered in disbelief. Ziyi shook her head to show that she didn't know either. She left with Rodney. When she left, the Marta mountain ridge was normal. Why was the entire mountain range shrouded in mist now? This was spectacular. At a glance, this huge mountain range was shrouded in mist. What kind of power was this? Chapter 3019. Trap, accident, the appearance of the altar, too. She couldn't imagine it. However, at this moment, the mist in front of them suddenly churned and dissipated, revealing a passageway wide enough for two people to pass through. Ziyi and Rodney glanced at each other. They didn't dare to go in. They had heard about the Marta mountain range along the way. All the dark apparitions that entered the mountain range seemed to be dead. They didn't know if this was a trick to confuse people. They might get killed accidentally if they entered. If so, they would be unlucky. Come in. At this moment, a voice sounded beside their ears. Ziyi and Rodney were invigorated. They heaved a sigh of relief secretly and immediately entered the mist without any hesitation. The area they were at had already avoided the dark apparitions, so no dark apparitions noticed anything amiss here. After they entered the mountain range, the mist gathered again and the passageway disappeared. Ziyi and Rodney were in the mist, so they couldn't see their surroundings. Fortunately, there was always a path in front of them, guiding them in the right direction. The two of them ran in the mist. Soon they saw the abandoned city again. After passing through the city, they finally arrived outside the altar. Sir? Rodney was stunned when he saw Wang Teng on the altar. He called him after some hesitation. Ziyi widened her eyes in surprise too. She stared at Wang Teng in disbelief. He looked old and frail. Although he had recovered a lot, he still looked old. That was why the two of them had this expression when they saw him. It's nothing. It's just a small accident. I'll recover quickly. Wang Teng glanced at Ziye and smiled. Don't worry. Ziye pursed her lips and didn't probe further. However, the worry in her eyes didn't disappear. She didn't expect Wang Teng to become like this. Before this, she found it a little strange, but now she finally understood. There was a faint sense of decay in his body. This was abnormal. Wang Teng had always been very young in her eyes. He should be full of vitality. Why would he be so old, however? Wang Teng was too powerful, so she didn't think too much. She thought that his aura was concealed, so he looked a little tired. She was stupid. She didn't notice Wang Teng's problem immediately. You did well. Wang Teng changed the topic and said to Rodney, the effects were out of his expectation. The dark apparitions came quickly, and there were many of them. Just one wave of them was enough to restore a lot of his power of origin. He was elated. You're flattering me. Rodney was elated, but he remained respectful on the surface. How many cities did the news reach? Wang Teng asked. Based on what I know, it has reached 185 cities and is still spreading, Rodney replied. 185 cities. Based on the scale of Black Crow City, this is enough, Wang Teng muttered to himself. The number of dark apparitions was frightening. One Black Crow City had a few million dark apparitions. Although most of them were primary rank dark apparitions, the proportion of advanced rank dark apparitions wasn't small. It looks like many dark apparitions will arrive soon. Wang Teng smiled. If there's nothing you can leave, this place will turn into a killing ground soon. It's not suitable for you to stay here. Killing ground? Rodney was shocked. He glanced at Ziye and nodded immediately. Yes, I think I'll stay. Ziye hesitated before saying, Why are you staying? You can't help me now. Wang Teng smiled. All right, Ziye pouted. She knew that with her abilities she wouldn't be of much help. She felt a little dejected. You don't have to do this. Your talent is good. You will definitely be able to catch up with me in the future. Wang Teng winked at her and consoled her. Who are you trying to fool? Ziye rolled her eyes. Although she did have this goal, after knowing Wang Teng's ability, she knew that this goal would be hard to achieve. She waved her hand and rushed out of the city without any hesitation. Let's go. I'll take my leave too. Rodney bowed at Wang Teng and left quickly. Wang Teng retracted his gaze after they left the Marta mountain ridge. Then he closed his eyes and waited silently for the dark apparitions to arrive. Time passed quickly. Within a day, more and more dark apparitions gathered from all directions. There were more dark apparitions than the previous wave. What was even more astonishing was that more than 10 of them had reached the Devil Lord level. It was obvious that this treasure had attracted the most powerful dark apparition behind all the factions. Wang Teng smiled. His gaze flickered. With what happened previously, and since he was using the same method, he wondered if the dark apparitions would still fall for it. Let's give it a try. He slowly closed his eyes and waited for the next day to arrive. Wang Teng wanted to create an illusion that the array mist would disperse at a fixed time. Thus, the time for the mist to disperse must be fixed. The next day, at the same time, Wang Teng activated the array again and dispersed the mist. There was a commotion among the dark apparitions outside when they saw this scene. However, they weren't stupid. They wouldn't enter recklessly this time. The array has stopped spinning. A Devil Lord vampire dark apparition looked into the mountains. His gaze flickered as he spoke slowly. Chapter 3020, Trap, Accident, The Appearance of the Altar, 3. He wasn't just a Devil Lord, he was also a Rune Master. It wasn't hard to see some problems. The array has stopped working. Some dark apparitions started discussing in low voices when they heard this. Is there someone controlling this array? Maybe not. Maybe the array's mechanism is like this. It will disappear automatically after a certain period of time. Otherwise, no one will be able to enter. That makes sense. However, there's a time limit. We need to reach the city ruins within a fixed time. True that. If not, we will fall into the array like the dark apparitions, They are probably dead. Why is there mist in the middle of the ruined city? It seems thicker. That should be where the treasure is. Wang Teng purposely left a thick mist above the altar to cover up the blood mist so that no one could see it. The blood mist was already quite thick. If someone saw it, they would make some connections. Thus, at this moment, the dark apparitions outside the mountains could only see a ball of thick mist enveloping the center of the city. They were even guessing that the mist might contain the treasure. There was nothing wrong with this idea. The more mysterious something was, the more likely it was that there was a treasure. The vampire devil, Lord Dark Apparition, didn't move immediately. He sat on a huge dark star beast and looked at the situation in the Marta Mountain Ridge. He didn't plan to enter. The others didn't enter recklessly when they saw this. After all, many dark apparitions had died. They wouldn't send themselves to death, however. The powerful dark apparitions wouldn't stop here. They sent dark apparitions into the array to investigate again. Time passed slowly. When the fixed time arrived, Wang Teng activated the array again and enveloped the mountain range. The dark apparitions that hadn't come out screamed in pain and died. The Devil Lord Dark apparitions looked at this scene indifferently. They weren't swayed at all. On the third day, at the same time, Wang Teng dispersed the mist and waited for the dark apparitions to enter. Unfortunately, the dark apparitions were still waiting. They weren't in a hurry. Wang Teng wasn't in a hurry either. Waiting for the prey to take the bait required patience. The fourth day, the fifth day, for the next few days, the dark apparitions waited and observed. The low-level dark apparitions that were sent to the Marta Mountain Ridge came one after another. Most of these rats died inside. However, some were saved when the mist was about to cover the mountains again. They managed to stay alive. The reason why these rats were saved wasn't because the Devil Lord Dark apparitions were benevolent. It was because they needed to verify some things. Based on the situation over the past few days, the mist will disperse for half an hour. This half an hour should be safe, the Devil Lord Vampire Dark apparition said calmly. Half an hour? Another Devil Lord Dark apparition from the Devil Armor race shook his head. It's too short. Indeed, it's too short. We won't be able to break the mist in the middle of the city in half an hour. That's where the real treasure is. The array mechanism inside is extraordinary. The Devil Lord Vampire Dark apparition nodded. Tinsman, even with your rune mastery, you can't break this array? A sheep-head Devil Lord Dark apparition asked. This should be the legendary Grand Master level array. I can't deactivate it. The Vampire Devil Lord called Tinsman shook his head grimly. He knew that he wouldn't be able to break this array with his own strength. That was why he told the other Devil Lord Dark apparitions that he needed help from other factions. Although it was said that the treasures in the Marta Mountain Ridge were the legacy left by a vampire ancestor, he had to do this. As for the final battle, it would be decided after the array was destroyed. Everyone had a tacit understanding. If not, they wouldn't be discussing so calmly. What if we add the rune masters we brought along? The sheephead, Devil, Lord Dark apparition asked. We need to try. We only have half an hour. Whether we succeed or not, we have to leave within half an hour, Tinsman said. Let's try it. The Devil Lord Dark apparitions reached a consensus and decided to head to the ruined city in the Marta Mountain Ridge together. The sixth day arrived quickly. When the time was right, the mist dispersed gradually. For the past few days, Wang Teng had almost cultivated his instinct. Once the time was right, he would disperse the mist and wait for the fish to take the bait. He was like a patient fisherman or hunter. He wasn't in a hurry. He wasn't in a hurry at all. If he wanted more and better prey, he needed more patience. Let's go. The Devil Lord Dark apparitions were invigorated when they saw the mist dissipating. They stopped hesitating and rushed towards the ruined city. They had probed many times over the past few days and knew that there were no other dangers in the mountain range. Hence, the instant they entered the mountain range, they charged forward at their fastest speed without any delay. With the Devil Lord level speed, the dark apparitions reached the outskirts of the ruined city quickly. A smile appeared at the edge of Wang Teng's lips. What was supposed to come was here. But soon he frowned. There were still many dark apparitions who hadn't come in. Only a few bold dark apparitions followed them in. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He touched his chin. How could that be enough? Those dark apparitions were weaklings. If there weren't enough of them, they wouldn't be able to provide him with enough power of origin. Chapter 3021. Trap. Accident. The appearance of the altar. 4. He needed to think of a way. Many ideas went through Wang Teng's mind as he thought of a solution. At the same time, the rune masters of the dark apparitions had already started deciphering the array. They circled the ruined city in search of the core of the array. By right, the core of the array should be here. Wang Teng ignored them. They were just a bunch of master-level rune masters. How could they break his advanced rank Grand Master-level rune array? These dark apparition rune masters thought that this was an ordinary Grand Master-level rune array, but they didn't know that it had already reached the advanced rank. Even a new Grand Master-level rune master wouldn't be able to break it, much less a Master-level rune master. That's it. Suddenly, a spiritual light flashed past Wang Teng's mind. He had an idea. The dark apparitions he devoured left behind many dark energy stones. There were even special energy stones, specially for dark apparitions. He could use these items to attract the dark apparitions into the mountains to search for treasures. Ha ha ha! A sinister laughter was heard on the altar. However, it was blocked by the mist, so the people outside couldn't hear it. Clones come out. Wang Teng activated his thoughts and spiritual power, and dark force surged out of his body. They turned into 3 black cocoons of light at the side. Boom. The cocoon of light trembled as if something had broken out of the shell. The next instant, 3 general stage clones appeared. They turned into 2 devil armor dark apparitions and 1 vampire dark apparition. Go ahead. Wang Teng waved his hand. The 3 dark apparition clones nodded and flew out of the mist. Wang Teng had complete control of the mist, so he knew where the dark apparitions were. Sending the clones out was a piece of cake for him. He didn't have to worry about getting discovered by the other dark apparitions. The Devil Lord Dark apparition posed no threat to Wang Teng. It was a piece of cake for him to evade the detection of the Devil Lord Dark apparitions. Very soon, the 3 dark apparition clones left the ruined city silently and rushed to various parts of the mountain range. They scattered some energy ores and buried them underground or hidden them in the mountains waiting to be excavated. The 3 dark apparition clones found some dark apparitions that entered the mountains and prepared to put on a show. Axon, the 3 dark apparition clones exchanged glances with one another. A sinister smile appeared at the edge of their lips. Swoosh! The vampire dark apparition dashed forward. Stop right there! Hand over the blood demon crystal. The 2 devil armor race clones shouted, Don't chase me. These devil crystals and blood demon crystals are mine. I'll refine them immediately. There's no point in chasing me. The vampire clone ran away as he shouted, Bastard, how dare you refine it? I'll kill you! A devil armor race clone roared in anger. I'll be an idiot if I don't refine it. The vampire clone was holding a blood-red crystal in his hand. It gave off a mesmerizing glow as he shouted in a despicable tone, You can't catch me? Hey, you can't catch me! One party was chasing while the other was escaping. They rushed out of the Marta Mountain Ridge. This commotion attracted the attention of the other dark apparitions. They looked at the 3 clones with cold and scorching gazes. His acting was exaggerating, but it didn't stop the dark apparitions from getting greedy. Blood demon crystal. That vampire is holding the blood demon crystal. There's no mistake. It's the blood demon crystal. Why are there blood demon crystals here? The group of dark apparitions discussed in low voices. They immediately guessed something. No one spoke anymore and rushed to different parts of the mountain range. There was indeed a treasure in this mountain range. Some dark apparitions had already found blood demon crystals in the mountains. This piece of news quickly spread to the Marta Mountain Ridge. The dark apparitions who were watching outside couldn't sit still anymore. Why again? Cough. This wasn't the main point. The dark apparitions were intrigued again. Anyway, they had half an hour. Within this half an hour, they could enter the mountains to search for treasures, seeking wealth in risk. The blood demon crystals were the unique energy crystals of the rare vampire race, yet they could be found in the Marta Mountain Ridge. This was a rare opportunity. It would be a pity to miss it. In an instant, a large number of dark apparitions rushed into the Marta Mountain Ridge and started searching for energy ores frantically. After some dark apparitions found other ores, the search for treasures became even more popular. Some dark apparitions who were hesitating finally couldn't bear with it anymore. They felt regret and rushed into the mountains. "Caw, caw, caw," Wang Teng burst out laughing. "Stupid dark apparition. You took the bait obediently. Wang Teng, you're too evil." Roundball appeared beside him and exclaimed, "If you cut the heart of this guy, it would be black." There were always many ways to trick people. "Bullshit. How can you be black-hearted when you're playing tricks?" Wang Teng replied angrily. Roundball snorted. It was too lazy to argue with him. Wang Teng didn't reply to him. Most of the dark apparitions had entered the mountains. He waved his hand and the 5-element illusion sky array was activated. Boom! A loud explosion resounded in the mountain range. Mist spread quickly and enveloped the entire mountain range. Fuck. The dark apparitions that just entered the mountains were dumbfounded. What was going on? Wasn't it supposed to be half an hour? There was still half an hour left, right. All the dark apparitions felt exasperated. When they didn't come in, nothing happened. Now that they were here, the array was activated immediately. Chapter 3022, Trap, Accident, the Appearance of the Altar, 5. Was this a trap against them? The bunch of dark apparitions didn't understand why this stupid thing happened. What did they do wrong? Unfortunately, no one replied to them. Only the array was activated. What's going on? Why is the array activated ahead of time? Tinsman's expression changed. He was puzzled. The dark apparition rune master started to panic. Even devil lords wouldn't dare to say that they could leave safely in a Grand Master level array. Tinsman, what's going on? The other devil lord dark apparitions looked at him and asked angrily, "How do I know?" Tinsman's face turned black. He felt like vomiting blood when he heard the devil lord dark apparition's reprimands. He also wanted to know what happened. Damn it, did you activate the array early because you touched it? A devil lord dark apparition asked angrily. That's impossible. We couldn't even find the core of the array, Tinsman said in frustration. The devil lord dark apparition suddenly had the urge to hit him. This guy couldn't even find the core of the array after so long. What was going on? This was all there was to this famous Tinsman. Ah! At this moment, a scream of agony was heard. It was followed by a series of screams. The massacre has started. Wang Teng smiled. Roundball shook its head and paid a silent tribute to the dark apparition. How tragic. These dark apparitions were really unlucky to meet this fellow. What's going on? A devil lord dark apparition was shocked. He looked into the mist, but he couldn't see anything. The killing intent of the array must have been activated. Tinsman turned serious. Damn it, I haven't figured out what array this is. You idiot. A devil lord dark apparition cursed uncontrollably. He felt that he was tricked. Tinsman's expression turned ugly. His handsome vampire face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The mist suddenly spread over and engulfed the devil lord dark apparitions. Quick, attack the ruins of this city. This must be the core of the array. Tinsman's expression changed. He shouted without any hesitation. The other devil lord dark apparitions blinked when they heard this. They knew that this might be their only way, so they launched their attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Attacks shot out from their hands. Unfortunately, they were surrounded by mist, so they couldn't see anything. They could only attack the city ruins based on their memories. However, they didn't know that this was an illusion array. These devil lord dark apparitions were already attacking each other. The scene in front of them had already changed. In their eyes, the city ruins were still in front of them, but suddenly, terrifying and sinister giant beasts crawled out from the ruins and attacked them. These giant beasts didn't have a fixed form. They were only surrounded by thick, dark force like a chaotic amalgamation. This was the source of darkness in the deepest part of the dark apparitions' hearts. Wang Teng just sent it back through the array. The theory of the five-element illusion sky array was to fool their souls and make them think that there were terrifying giant beasts attacking them. Thus, they could only retaliate. Boom, boom, boom. The Devil Lord Dark apparitions started attacking each other frantically as if they had gone mad. The scene turned extremely chaotic. They didn't know who the other party was. Wang Teng chuckled. He found this dog-eat-dog scene interesting. He didn't need to do anything, he just needed to watch the show. The entire mountain turned into a killing ground again. Dark apparitions died one by one and turned into nourishment for the Blood God Array and Wang Teng's Devour space. Wisps of blood mist gathered and merged into the blood mist whirlpool above the Blood God altar, making it thicker. The blood-red color was bright and glistening. It gave off a thick stench of blood. This harvest should be enough to activate the Blood God Array, right? Wang Teng's gaze flickered. He looked up at the blood mist whirlpool and wondered to himself. Time passed slowly. More and more dark apparitions died. The massacre was coming to an end. The blood mist whirlpool above Wang Teng's head gradually enveloped the entire Blood God Array. At a certain moment, the screams stopped abruptly. It was eerily quiet. From chaos to silence, it was eerie to the extreme. The surviving dark apparitions outside hadn't regained their senses. They stared at the mountain in front of them in a daze. Their faces were pale and their eyes were filled with fear. Their hearts pounded furiously. This was horrifying. There were so many dark apparitions, including more than 10 devil lords, yet all of them died in the mountains. How terrifying was this? Devil lords were the most powerful presences in the first level of the Darkland, yet more than 10 devil lords had died in the mountains. This was a huge matter. This was a huge event that could astound the first level of the Darkland. At this moment, Wang Teng stood up from the altar with a sharp glint in his eyes. His pale hair turned black gradually and danced in the air even though there was no wind. Origin of life, 6850 of or 15,000. Origin of soul, 8760 300,000. His origin of life and origin of soul rose by tens of thousands of points, allowing Wang Teng to recover quickly. He felt as if he had stepped into middle age from old age. His vitality was returning, and his physical condition was recovering at a visible speed. It wasn't just his hair turning black. Most of his wrinkles had disappeared too. The tiredness on his body dissipated gradually, and he regained his vitality. Although he hadn't reached his peak, Wang Teng's dispirited state had disappeared completely. He clenched his fist and felt good. His physical body wouldn't collapse so easily anymore. Even if he used his powerful skills, he could withstand the consequences now. Very good. Wang Teng laughed uncontrollably. The powerful dark constellation force surged out of his body. Boom! A black pillar of light shot into the sky. The blood mist whirlpool above his head started spinning furiously. Then it flowed down the black pillar of light heart of darkness. Activate. Boom! Black light exploded in Wang Teng's eyes. It turned pitch black. He used himself as the medium to merge the blood mist in the sky into the Blood God Array. Boom! The Blood God altar below his feet vibrated violently. Blood-red runes lit up and spread out in all directions with Wang Teng in the center. Numerous lines intertwined and formed a complicated array. In an instant, the entire Blood God Array lit up. Thick blood-red light shot into the sky and turned into the outline of a huge Blood God Array. It enveloped the sky above the altar. At this moment, the Blood God altar seemed a little small in front of the array. Boom! At this moment, the blood-red altar vibrated violently. The entire ancient city started shaking. The buildings that were already in ruins kept collapsing, throwing dust into the air. The next instant, the blood-red altar rose into the air slowly. It wasn't moving at a fast speed, but in a blink of an eye, it turned into a beam of light and soared into the sky, heading straight for the emptiness outside. Boom! A huge hole was blasted in the dark sky, as if the sky had cracked. From the gap, one could see a vast space with countless constellations dotted around it. All the surviving dark apparitions stared at this scene with their mouths agape as if they had seen a ghost. Waves of astonishment crashed into their hearts, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. The blood god altar shot out of the hole and floated above the first level of the Darkland. Boom! The outline of the blood god array floating above the blood god altar expanded instantly and shot towards the first level of Darkland at an unimaginable speed. It seemed to be expanding over the entire first level of Darkland. At the same time, a terrifying and strange power erupted from the blood god array. All the dark apparitions screamed in agony. Their bodies exploded and turned into balls of blood mist. They gathered towards the blood god array in the sky. Wang Teng's expression changed. This scene had exceeded his understanding. He was truly stunned. What was going on? He only activated the array normally. How did it become like this? Was the array trying to cover the entire first level of the Darkland? Oh no, he was going too far. Was it too late to run away? Chapter 3023, completed 9 worlds, mixed space array, restored origin, arrival of the powerful. For a moment, Wang Teng was stunned. He didn't know what happened. Why did the blood god altar suddenly rise into the sky? Why did the blood god array suddenly spread to the entire first level of the Darkland and started a terrifying massacre of the dark apparitions there? At this moment, as he stood on the blood god altar, he could feel the blood god array expanding infinitely, covering the entire first level of the Darkland. The first level of the Darkland was vast even with his eyesight. He couldn't see the end of it. He could only sense it through the array. The expanding blood god array seemed to have become his other eye. It was enough for him to see everything in the first level of the Darkland. However, everything exceeded Wang Teng's understanding. He just wanted to activate the blood god array and harvest some power of origin. At the same time, he wanted to see if he could get the legacy of the blood god altar. He didn't want to create such a huge scene. When he came to this world through the 9 worlds mixed space array, he saw the structure of the 9 levels of the Darkland and the palace above the first level. He knew that every level was guarded by powerful dark apparitions, so he didn't plan to make a huge scene. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so much effort to use this treasure to cover up and harvest the power of origin of the dark apparitions. He felt that the formidable dark apparitions on every floor were at least devil titans. Why would they care about the lives of these low-level dark apparitions? Hence, as long as he didn't create a huge scene and had a valid reason, he wouldn't attract the attention of that presence. But now all his plans were useless. The blood god altar had flown into space and was right in front of the other party. The guardians of the first level of the Darkland would be able to see it unless they were blind. Wang Teng felt a little frustrated. His expression kept changing as he sensed the situation in the Darkland through the blood god array. The dark apparitions exploded without any warning and turned into a blood mist, especially the 7-star soldier level, and above dark apparitions, no matter where they were or what they were doing, they couldn't escape death. To Wang Teng's surprise, the dark apparitions below 7-star soldier level weren't affected. As for the mixed bloods, they were fine too. On the other hand, the powerful dark apparitions on the first level were unlucky. They used to be the rulers of the first level of the Darkland, but now they had turned into nourishment for the blood god array. Fate played tricks on them, on a huge mountain near the Marta mountain ridge. Ziye and Rodney didn't leave. They stood on the peak of the mountain and stared at the hole in the sky as well as the dark apparitions that self-destructed and turned into blood mist. They were in awe. What's going on? Rodney swallowed his saliva with difficulty and asked in astonishment. Who am I supposed to ask? Ziye replied angrily. She was worried as she looked at the blood god altar. Wang Teng was still on it. Was he the one who created it? Could it be the Lord who did it? Rodney hesitated for a moment before asking. They knew that Wang Teng was in control of the array. Now that the altar had risen into the air and the array had spread out, It was hard to believe that it had nothing to do with him. Ziyi didn't speak. She raised her head and looked at the boundless space behind the hole. Her gaze flickered. "Sir, you're amazing," Rodney couldn't help but exclaimed. "From the looks of it, this array seems to be harvesting dark apparitions on a large scale. What's more, they're all advanced rank dark apparitions." Terrifying as expected of Sir. He didn't know how miserable this Sir he was talking about was. It shouldn't have anything to do with mixed bloods like us. Ziyi nodded. "These dark apparitions think that our bloods are impure, but the impurities are protecting us now." "That's right. It's really interesting," Rodney sneered. "Never mind. I should run." Wang Teng gritted his teeth. He was panicking when he saw more and more dark apparitions getting absorbed by the blood god array. He stepped on the ground and his figure shot into the sky. He was about to fly out of the array, however, boom. A powerful force pressed down on Wang Teng from the blood god array above his head. It was like a 5-fingered mountain pressing down on Wang Teng. Fuck. Wang Teng's expression changed. He cursed uncontrollably. He looked as if someone had forcefully fed him shit. He couldn't get out of the array he activated. What kind of logic is this? He didn't have the time to think. The force in his body exploded and he managed to stabilize himself with much effort. If his body didn't recover just now, he would have suffered. Even so, he felt a strong pressure. He had no choice but to land back on the altar. Wang Teng's expression kept changing. Many thoughts went through his mind. This blood god array was a divine level array. If it was fully activated, it would be extremely terrifying. Now that it had spread to the entire first level of the Darkland, it would definitely absorb a lot of blood at that time. The array would really be activated, and it would release a terrifying power. But he didn't understand why there was such a change in the array. Swoosh! The next instant, Ganman's soul appeared in Wang Teng's hand. The emerald glazed flame exploded and engulfed it. Ah! The moment Ganman came out, he was burned by the divine flame before he could react. He couldn't help but let out a shrill scream. Chapter 3024, completed 9 worlds mixed space array, restored origin, arrival of the powerful. 2. "Tell me, what did you do to this array?" Wang Teng asked coldly. I don't know what you're saying." "I didn't do anything." "Ah!" Ganman screamed in pain. He was so frustrated he wanted to vomit blood. What did he do? He didn't know what happened. Wang Teng squinted and continued burning it for some time. When he noticed that Ganman still didn't confess, he put away his divine flame and asked curiously, "You didn't do anything. What's going on?" Ganman was on the brink of tears as he asked weakly. The power of origin of soul he just recovered was burned away. What sin did he commit? "See for yourself," Wang Teng said directly. He didn't have the time to care about it. Ganman finally noticed the change in the array. He scanned his surroundings and the astonishment in his eyes grew stronger. "What? What's going on? You activated the entire array?" "How would I know?" Wang Teng replied. "Don't you know if you activated it?" Ganman complained in his heart. However, he didn't dare to say it out loud. He was already frightened by the heat. This fellow was definitely a ruthless person. He couldn't afford to provoke him. "Wait!" Suddenly, Ganman's eyes lit up. He thought of something. "What did you think of?" Wang Teng asked. "No, nothing." Norman's gaze flickered. "Are you asking for a burning?" Wang Teng asked coldly. "Don't. I'll say it." Ganman shrunk in fright. He said bitterly, "You might have unintentionally activated the blood god altar. The blood god array is linked to the blood god altar. The blood god array might be affected by the blood god altar somehow. Do you remember the legacy I mentioned? It might be related to this." "Legacy?" Wang Teng had a sudden thought. He asked, "When you were ensconced in the array, did you sense any other presences?" "Other presences?" Norman was stunned. He shook his head and said, "I don't sense them. Of course, I might not be able to sense them. You don't know anything." Wang Teng pouted and threw it into the devour space. Ganman couldn't finish. Wang Teng ignored it and scanned the blood god altar seriously. Was there really an ancient presence living inside? Hiss. It was scary just thinking about it. He shuddered uncontrollably. All the hairs on his body stood up. It was a sense of horror that came from the unknown. He activated his real eye and tried to see through the blood god altar, but it was all in vain. The only thing he could see was a dazzling ball of blood-red light. However, he couldn't see anything behind the blood-red light. Damn it! Wang Teng gritted his teeth helplessly. He had been cultivating the mystic light sight he received from Sang Yi for some time, but he was still unable to break through to the real stage. All in all, the time he cultivated it was too short. It wasn't enough for his real eye to undergo a transformation. Fuck. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Wang Teng didn't see anything, so he made his decision. He sat down cross-legged and started picking up the attribute bubbles below. As the blood god array expanded, more and more dark apparitions died. Their blood turned into balls of blood mist and rose into the sky. When the dark apparitions died, attribute bubbles dropped. Wang Teng expanded the blood god array with his spiritual power and picked up all the attribute bubbles in the Darkland. This process was supposed to be difficult. The first level of the Darkland was too vast. Even with his spiritual power, he couldn't spread it so far. However, in the blood god array, his spiritual kinesis was endless. It could expand along with the array. The wider the array, the further his spiritual power could reach. He noticed this when he was controlling the blood god array. However, he didn't expect the array to extend so far. It was unbelievable that his spiritual power was still able to expand along with it. Anyway, the blood god array was still under his control, but it couldn't stop. He was only halfway through. This feels so irritating. Wang Teng was speechless. He didn't even feel this frustrated when he was controlling the saint-level array. This was his chance. Was this how amazing the immortal-level array was? Wang Teng shook his head and decided not to think too much. He immediately put away his thoughts and focused on picking up the attribute bubbles. His spiritual power flowed down the blood god array like strings and picked up all the attribute bubbles in the Darkland. Fortunately, no one saw this scene, otherwise they would be horrified. The blood god array was densely populated with strings. It was enough to kill someone with trypophobia on the spot. Origin of Life 3, Origin of Soul 5, Constellation Force Dark 1200, Origin of Life 1, Origin of Soul 5, Constellation Force Dark 12,000. A large number of attribute bubbles flew into Wang Teng's arms like swallows returning to the forest. It's the power of Origin. Wang Teng was stunned. He was surprised. He felt a little regretful when he saw the blood god array turning the dark apparitions into blood mist. No corpses were left. Without the corpses, he couldn't use the World Devourer to devour the power of Origin. Chapter 302 and 5, completed 9 worlds, mixed space array, restored Origin, arrival of the powerful 3. He didn't expect a silver lining to appear. Without the corpses, he was able to obtain Origin attributes using another method. What a beautiful coincidence. Wang Teng looked at the blood god array above him as he picked up the attribute bubbles. He was in deep thought. It looked like the blood god array's method of absorbing blood involved the Origin. If not, the dark apparitions wouldn't have dropped Origin attributes when they died. Wang Teng knew how difficult it was to drop Origin attributes. This was the power of Origin of all living creatures. If Wang Teng didn't possess a heaven-defying divine ability like World Devourer, he wouldn't be able to absorb the power of Origin. Hence, it was equally difficult to drop Origin attributes. One needed to attack the Origin to drop it. Now that he thought about it, the blood god array was a divine-level array. Normal blood wouldn't be able to activate it. It needed the blood of Origin. The blood of Origin naturally contained the power of Origin. Nothing wrong with that. Wang Teng took a deep breath. He was elated and worried. He was elated that his Origin attributes were rising rapidly, allowing him to recover quickly. He was worried because he didn't know what the blood god array was doing. Was it absorbing so much blood, just to activate the blood god altar? If that was all, it was fine. It meant that the legacy in the Blood God altar was powerful enough. This was a good thing. He was afraid that things wouldn't be so simple. Wang Teng's mind was in a mess, however. It didn't affect the recovery of his origin of life and origin of soul. He looked at the attributes board and was elated. Origin of life, 12, 6, 500, 15,000. Origin of soul, 15, 8, 9, 30. The rounds soul, 15, 8, 9, 30. 99s, there's 60,000, 60. 9, 9, no. Wang Teng was surprised. Within a few seconds, his origin attributes almost doubled. Mind you, he spent a lot of effort to collect the origin. Now, under the pressure of the Blood God array, the entire first level of Darkland was supplying him with origin attributes. His recovery speed was much faster than before. He had to admit that using a divine-level array to deal with these devil lords and below dark apparitions, it was simply too easy. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, ear-shattering explosions were heard in the air. They were in the void, so only Wang Teng could hear the sounds. They couldn't reach the first level of the Darkland. Wang Teng was stunned. He hurriedly raised his head and saw a huge array floating above the first level of the Darkland. This was the Nine Worlds Mixed Space Array. Beams of light shot down from the dark space above the Nine Worlds Mixed Space Array. Wang Teng knew that the Pillar of Light was heading to the higher levels of the Darkland. A formidable individual had arrived. He squinted and turned serious. He stared at the Pillars of Light calmly. Within a few seconds, the Pillar of Light dissipated, and figures with powerful auras appeared in it. They didn't appear in the first level of the Darkland. Instead, they appeared directly in the void. Wang Teng glanced at them and heaved a sigh of relief. The most powerful one was a low-tier Devil Emperor. It looked like they didn't place much importance in the first level of the Darkland. They felt that low-tier Devil Emperors were enough to suppress everything. Of course, it was also possible that they were just the vanguard. Wang Teng didn't relax either. He looked into the emptiness again. If he remembered correctly, there was a palace where the Devil Titan was at. He didn't know why the Devil Titan didn't do anything, but this was good news for Wang Teng. At least for now. Huh? Attribute bubbles. Wang Teng was stunned. He saw attribute bubbles floating in the air. Picked them up. He immediately released his spiritual kinesis and picked up the attribute bubbles quickly. The distance was greater than he had imagined. The light pillars landed not far away from him. After a few breaths, the attribute bubbles finally came back. Space 300, Space 500, Ancient Space Rune 10, Ancient Space Rune 12, Ancient Space Rune 6, 9 Worlds Mixed Space Array, First Level, 3,500. 9 Worlds Mixed Space Array, First Level, 3,000. A series of attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind and turned into profound and occult space enlightenment, Ancient Space Rune. The first level of the 9 Worlds Mixed Space Array, Wang Teng's grasp of the Ancient Space Rune increased again. It kept improving, and his grasp of the Ancient Space Rune increased tremendously. At the same time, he also received the attributes for the 9 Worlds Mixed Space Array on the first level. This time, the array attribute Wang Teng received was complete. That meant that his control of the 9 Worlds Mixed Space Array was complete. What's more, this attribute was enough for him to jump from foundation to well-versed. 9 Worlds Mixed Space Array, First Level, Divine Level, 730,000. Well-versed. This is a pleasant surprise. Wang Teng was stunned. Then a smile appeared at the edge of his lips. There were also some space attributes. After they merged into Wang Teng's body, his space physique increased tremendously. Huh? Suddenly, he felt his appearance recovering quickly. The wrinkles on his face disappeared continuously, and he regained his youth. It was an extremely young face. There was no signs of aging on it. The skin was fair and elastic. It was full of collagen. But this wasn't the main point. Most importantly, he was so handsome. Chapter 3026. Completed 9 Worlds Mixed Space Array Restored Origin. Arrival of the Powerful. 4. He was indescribably handsome. The ice in Wang Teng's hand congregated and turned into an ice mirror. He stared at his reflection in the ice mirror in a daze. Oh my God, how can I be so handsome? His mouth was slightly agape. He was astounded by his attractiveness. He knew that his handsomeness attribute had increased, but he didn't expect it to increase so much. He was already extremely handsome, and now he was even more handsome. It was heaven-shaking. Tisk, Wang Teng couldn't help but smack his lips. He suddenly felt that, with the face of his, he didn't give the others any chance. What a sin. He sighed and shook his head. Suddenly Wang Teng thought of something and stretched out his hand. The blood-red mist congregated and turned into an expressionless blood-red mask. This face is too recognizable. He slowly wore the blood mask on his face and smiled. This way no one will recognize me. This time, he wanted to change the way he played. The blood mask was formed using the Nether God physique. It had the same effect as changing one's face. They both seemed to be putting on a mask for him. Swoosh! Swoosh! Swank! Booms were heard. The dark apparitions that just arrived flew over from all corners of the city. This is the Blood God Altar, a vampire dark apparition exclaimed in surprise. As a devil emperor, he had seen many things. The dark apparitions on the first level couldn't be compared to him, hence he recognized the real identity of the altar at one glance. Blood God Array, Blood God Altar. Why is there such an important legacy in the first level of the Darkland? No wonder we sensed such a powerful mutation from the other Darkland. We made the right choice. This is indeed the legacy of our vampire race. The next moment, more exclamations came from the mouths of the other vampire dark apparitions. They were in disbelief. Wang Teng stood on the altar and realized that these dark apparitions were all vampire dark apparitions. None of them were from other races. This is the legacy of the Vanstone race. A vampire dark apparition opened his mouth and said, "Please leave. Bullshit. The Blood God Array and the Blood God Altar are the common legacy of the vampire race. When did they become part of your race?" Another vampire dark apparition cursed. "Everyone knows that this altar is the legacy of my family. Are you trying to snatch it from me? Do you think the Vanstone ancestor doesn't exist?" The vampire dark apparition said coldly, "It's just a rumor. Who will believe it?" Another vampire dark apparition replied calmly, Stop fighting. I'm sorry. This legacy is mine." A voice came from the Blood God Altar. All the dark apparitions frowned and looked at the Blood God Altar. The blood mist dispersed gradually, revealing a tall figure wearing a blood mask. Who else could it be but Wang Teng? All the vampire dark apparitions were shocked. Their gazes landed on Wang Teng. They didn't expect someone to be on the Blood God Altar. They looked at Wang Teng's figure and suddenly realized that they couldn't see through him. They couldn't even tell what race he was from. However, since he was able to enter the Blood God Altar and activate the array, he must be a vampire. "Which race are you from?" A vampire dark apparition asked coldly with an arrogant expression. They didn't take Wang Teng seriously to them. He was just a low-level dark apparition from the first level of the Darkland. He probably entered the Blood God Array coincidentally and activated it accidentally. He was extremely lucky. Wang Teng was still at the Devil Lord stage, and he didn't have the time to open the seal. A bunch of low-tier Devil Emperors wouldn't care about him. A Devil Lord dark apparition didn't even have the right to carry their shoes in their home Darkland, guess. Wang Teng noticed the contempt of the vampire dark apparitions and smiled. The vampire dark apparitions turned eerily silent. They didn't expect this reply. "How dare you?" The vampire dark apparition who spoke was infuriated. He glared at Wang Teng. "Do you know who we are?" "That's a poor question." "This is the first time I saw you. How will I know who you are?" Wang Teng tilted his head and looked at the other party. He concluded, "So are you stupid?" the expressionless blood-red mask, and Wang Teng's tilted head showed his disdain and contempt. There was even a funny feeling behind the faceless blood-red mask. It made people want to laugh. The high and mighty Devil Emperor Vampire had never suffered such humiliation before. His expression turned ugly, and he glared at Wang Teng with killing intent. "You're looking for death." Terrifying dark constellation force erupted from his body. It swept through the void fearlessly and charged towards Wang Teng. The vampire dark apparitions around him looked at Wang Teng mockingly, as if they were waiting for a good show. He could pinch a Devil Lord dark apparition to death easily to them. Wang Teng's words were like an ant arguing with a giant. What a joke. He can use the ability of a Devil Lord and above in the void. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered as he made his guess. When he saw the force fluctuations sweeping towards him, a mocking smile appeared at the edge of his lips. He placed his hands behind his back and showed no signs of moving. Boom. The force fluctuations slammed into the air in front of Wang Teng, but they were blocked by an invisible force that couldn't hurt him at all. Thick blood mist surged around him, protecting Wang Teng in the middle. He was like the king of the sea of blood. What? All the vampire dark apparitions widened their eyes in disbelief. The blood god array protected the vampire in front of it automatically. How was this possible? Chapter 3027, The Tragic Geniuses of the 13 Clans. 1. All the vampire dark apparitions stared at the masked man in front of them with an ugly expression. At first, they thought that this was just a lucky person who accidentally activated the array. However, from the looks of it now, he had control of the blood god array. Otherwise, the array wouldn't have protected him and blocked their attacks. But how was this possible? The blood god array was a divine level array. How could a Devil Lord control it? This didn't make sense. The vampire dark apparitions were confused. They couldn't accept this fact. At the same time, their hearts sank to the bottom. In front of this divine level array, they wouldn't be able to kill the Devil Lord dark apparition even if their realm was much higher. "It looks like you can't kill me." Wang Teng stood in the middle of the vampire array and chuckled. "Who are you?" The dark apparition who attacked Wang Teng first asked coldly. "How do you control the blood god array, guess again?" Wang Teng sniggered. Fury popped out on the vampire dark apparition's forehead. Guess what the heck are you guessing?" This vampire dark apparition who had always been refined and noble wanted to curse. What kind of weirdo was this? Why was there such a thing among the vampires? How dare you? A vampire dark apparition couldn't help but shouted, "Based on your ability and realm, you won't be able to maintain this immortal level array for long. Do you think we can't do anything to you? You mustn't humiliate a Devil Emperor." This masked man wasn't just humiliating a dark apparition. He was looking down on Devil Emperors like them. "You can try," Wang Teng replied calmly. He couldn't leave the blood god altar anyway. If these vampire dark apparitions could break the array from the outside, he would be able to do it. Of course, the chances were slim, after all. This was an immortal level array. If low-tier Devil Emperors and dark apparitions were able to destroy it, it would be troublesome. If they couldn't break it, these vampire dark apparitions would most likely become nourishment for the array. The blood of origin of a vampire dark apparition was definitely worth a large number of low-level dark apparitions. Also, he could feel that the bloodlines of these vampire dark apparitions were quite pure. These were some small usages of the ancient blood pattern. He could sense the bloodline of living creatures through a special ancient blood pattern. Wang Teng was surprised by this function too. He tried it many times at the start and found it interesting. Good. The vampire dark apparition's gaze turned sharper when he saw Wang Teng's fearless expression. He opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, let's put aside the ownership of this blood god altar for now. Let's work together to destroy the array and get rid of this brat first." The other dark apparitions nodded when they heard this. They stared at Wang Teng coldly. "I'm so scared. Don't frighten me." Wang Teng shrunk his neck and patted his chest. He looked like a coward's silence. The vampire dark apparitions were speechless. Their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. He felt that he was being played with. The stimulation effect was amazing. You're looking for death. Finally, the vampire dark apparitions couldn't bear with it anymore. Their expressions turned extremely cold, and they started attacking Wang Teng. Streaks of blood-red force with thick dark force erupted from their bodies and swept through the air. Boom, boom, boom. The thick blood mist above the blood god array started churning again as if it had formed a wall in front of Wang Teng. All the attacks landed on the wall. Explosions occurred continuously. Terrifying force swept out, but it couldn't hurt Wang Teng at all. One wall was enough to block all the attacks. No matter how the low-tier devil emperors and vampire dark apparitions attacked Wang Teng, they couldn't do anything to him. This was a shocking scene. Huh? You can't hit me? Wang Teng pretended to be surprised. Then he blinked and smiled. You can't hit me. You can't hit me. Come and hit me. His tone was infuriating. Actually, he was surprised too. The wall of blood mist didn't have any fluctuations under the bombardment of the vampire dark apparitions. The divine level array was indeed a divine level array. Impressive. This bitch. All the dark apparitions were infuriated. They started attacking even more furiously. The power of domain erupted from their bodies as they bombarded the wall of blood mist continuously. The power of their domains was at least at the 7th or 8th level of the normal level from this point of view. They were the talents of low-tier devil emperors. A low-tier devil emperor was equivalent to a cosmos realm martial warrior. Normal dark apparitions wouldn't be able to grasp the power of domain at this stage. This showed how important the blood god altar was to the 13 vampire families. If not, they wouldn't have sent their talents to this world. After all, this was just the first level of the Darkland. A low-tier devil emperor was already a devil god in this world. However, they probably didn't know what these talents were facing. All the vampire dark apparitions released their most powerful domains and plummeted down from the sky like dazzling blood-red shooting stars. They congregated at one spot and bombarded the wall of blood mist continuously. Terrifying explosions occurred. Chapter 3:28 The Tragic Geniuses of the 13 Clans 2. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. When they noticed that their concentrated attack didn't work, they changed their positions and attacked from all corners of the altar trying to find a weak spot. But it was still useless. The entire altar was like a metal bucket. There wasn't even a crack. No attacks were able to penetrate it as they attacked. Attribute bubbles started dropping. This was Wang Teng's ultimate aim. He angered the dark apparitions because he wanted them to give it their all. He wanted to see if he could get some useful attributes from them. He was very interested in vampire benefits. What's more, he needed to get more attributes from these talents. A smile appeared on Wang Teng's face. His scheme had succeeded. He released his spiritual kinesis and picked up all the attribute bubbles that had dropped. Dark Constellation Force 850 Front, Blood Imperial Scripture, Low-Tier Devil Emperor, 1,500, Blood Mist Claw, Devil Emperor, 3,000, Dark Constellation Force 8,000, Blood Emperor Scripture, Low-Tier Devil Emperor, 1,200, Blood Massacre, Blade Skill, Devil Emperor, 12,500, Dark Constellation Force 7,500, Blood Imperial Scripture, Low-Tier Devil Emperor 1,300, Blood Devil Fist, Devil Emperor 3,000. A large number of attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body or mind. Some turned into Dark Constellation Force attributes, while others turned into scriptures and battle techniques. The Dark Constellation Force could replenish Wang Teng's consumption. It wouldn't allow him to achieve a breakthrough, but it could lengthen his endurance. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about not having enough force. Perfect. Next was the Blood Imperial Scripture. This was a Devil Emperor scripture, but the cultivation method was only at the low-tier Devil Emperor level. It was hard to imagine that more than 10 vampire dark apparitions dropped the same scripture. Wang Teng found it strange. A blood-red figure suddenly appeared in his mind. There were blood-red lines and dots of light on the figure. They gave off a glaring glow. This was the low-tier Devil Emperor cultivation method of the Blood Imperial Scripture. Interesting. This Blood Imperial Scripture is an important scripture of the vampire race. All 13 clans have it. Wang Teng was in deep thought. This scripture was able to be cultivated by the talented dark apparitions from the 13 families at the same time. This proved that its status was extraordinary. Blood Imperial Scripture, low-tier Devil Emperor, 3,600 to 8,000, small achievement. I've reached the small achievement stage directly. Wang Teng's eyes lit up when he saw the attributes board. There were 3 levels from foundation to small achievement. Wang Teng's grasp of this scripture instantly reached a profound level. This short period of time was equivalent to 10 years of cultivation for a vampire talent. Then more enlightenments appeared in Wang Teng's mind. They turned into blood-red shadows and started practicing various battle techniques. There were claw battle techniques, blade battle techniques, and fist battle techniques. The talents from the 13 families couldn't cultivate the same battle techniques like the scripture. Also, their battle techniques weren't just at the low-tier Devil Emperor level. They were at the Devil Emperor stage. That meant that their power could reach the high-tier Devil Emperor stage as long as the user was able to execute it. Blood Mist Claw, Devil Emperor stage, 2,000, 3,000, well-versed. Blood Blade Skill, Devil Emperor stage, 1,500, 3,000. Well-versed. Blood Devil Fist, Devil Emperor stage, 2,000, 3,000, well-versed. There were 13 Vampire Devil Emperor level battle techniques. Wang Teng grasped many vampire skills at once, and they were all well-versed. Even the vampire talents couldn't be compared to him. They wouldn't think that they came to this world to send attribute bubbles to someone. Not bad. Wang Teng smiled. He was pleasantly surprised. The only unfortunate thing was he didn't receive any talent or domain enlightenment. This wouldn't do. He had to continue farming. Wang Teng blinked and came up with a plan. Come on, let the attacks come harder. All the best. You can do it. The next moment, a voice came from behind the wall of blood mist. It sounded extremely irritating. Despicable people were invincible. Wang Teng was infuriating. All the vampire dark apparitions had ugly expressions on their faces. They were considered talents in their respective races, but they were being played by a devil lord. How could they bear with it? Damn it! A vampire dark apparition shouted in anger. A blood-red battle blade appeared in his hand, and he leaped out. The clothes on his back were torn, and a pair of flesh wings grew out of his body. Then he plummeted down like a huge bat and slammed violently on the wall of blood mist. Break! A shout came out of his mouth. It echoed in the air with a powerful aura, however. Boom! Explosions occurred, but the wall of blood mist didn't shake at all, much less crack. What? The other vampire dark apparitions were dumbfounded. They were in disbelief. The vampire dark apparition holding the blood-red battle blade had an ugly expression, too. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He attacked with all his might, but he couldn't even shake the wall of blood mist. This result was a huge blow to him. A few more times. The wall of blood mist can't withstand it anymore. It will shatter if you hit it a few more times. Wang Teng encouraged him. The vampire dark apparitions. What do you mean by it will break after a few more hits? Why did it sound so fake? Would anyone tell their enemy their limit? Chapter 3029. The Tragic Geniuses of the 13 Clans. 3. It would be a miracle if they believed him. The vampire dark apparitions glared at Wang Teng. They wished they could pull this bitch out and tear him into pieces, but they couldn't do it. Really, believe me. I won't be able to withstand a few more hits, Wang Teng continued. Enough! Noisy! The vampire dark apparitions gritted their teeth and shouted uncontrollably. Sigh? Why don't you believe me? I couldn't hold on much longer, but you didn't continue attacking. Look, I've recovered. Thank you. Wang Teng took out a pill and swallowed it. All the vampire dark apparitions were dumbfounded. They were puzzled. Was it true? This bastard was putting on an act. Was he trying to let them think that he was lying and stop attacking so that he could recover? Why don't we attack a few more times? A vampire dark apparition said with uncertainty. Silence. The other vampire dark apparitions didn't know what to say. They were confused by Wang Teng. Attack in the end, they gritted their teeth and decided to continue attacking. No one could ignore the legacy. What's more, they had no other choice. They could only continue attacking. Boom, boom, boom. Attacks shot out from the vampire dark apparitions again. They were aimed at the array in front. That's right, all the best. You can do it, Wang Teng said with a satisfied expression. The vampire dark apparitions turned grim. No one replied to Wang Teng. They were all holding back their anger. Once the array was activated, they would pull him out and suck all his blood. But the result made them mad. The blood mist wall was as stable as Mount Tai. There was no wave at all. After some time, all the vampire dark apparitions turned silent. They panted heavily and stopped their attacks. A sense of helplessness welled up in their hearts. This array couldn't be broken. They suddenly felt stupid. They were fooled by this Devil Lord Dark apparition. Why aren't you attacking anymore? Just a little more. Wang Teng sat cross-legged on the altar and looked bored. He yawned and took out a pill. He swallowed it and said, "Perseverance is important. If you don't persevere, there will be no result." He had already picked up all the attribute bubbles, but there were still the same attributes. There were no new surprises. Fortunately, his grasp of the vampire scriptures and battle techniques increased. The Blood Imperial scripture had reached the big achievement stage. All the vampire battle techniques had reached the specialized stage. This was a good gain. The vampire dark apparitions in front of him had probably offered all their attributes. Brat. A sinister voice came from the mouth of a vampire dark apparition. I'll let you be arrogant for now. When the formidable warriors from my race arrive, you will die. Are you threatening me? Wang Teng stood up slowly and asked calmly. It's not a threat. It's just your fate. A vampire dark apparition sneered. My fate? Who said it? Wang Teng sniggered. His gaze turned cold, and two cold lights shot out from behind the expressionless blood-red mask. He stared at the vampire dark apparition who spoke just now. You? The vampire dark apparition's expression changed. He actually felt a terrifying aura from the Devil Lord dark apparition. That emotionless and cold gaze frightened him. He took a step back uncontrollably. Xanar, you got frightened by a Devil Lord and retreated? The other vampire dark apparitions were stunned when they saw this scene. Then their expressions turned strange. The Devil Lord in front of them used an array to block their attacks and made them feel helpless. However, this didn't mean that they were afraid of a Devil Lord. In their eyes, no matter how hard this Devil Lord struggled, there was only one ending: death. However, Xanor was so frightened by the other party's gaze that he took a step back. Xanor regained his senses and turned angry from embarrassment. He was a low-tier Devil Emperor from the Vanstone clan, but he got frightened by a Devil Lord. If word got out, he wouldn't have any face left. Damn it! He attributed everything to Wang Teng and stared at him with hatred. Ha ha ha! Xanor, when did you become so timid? Another vampire dark apparition burst out laughing. Shut up! Xanor's expression turned ugly. His handsome face turned hideous. You're timid, but you don't want us to talk? The vampire dark apparition pouted. Enough, Zassator. If you provoke me again, let's have a fight here, Xanor said coldly. Fine, let's fight, Zassator said calmly. You're very noisy. Wang Teng dug his ears and suddenly said, Brat, I'll let you continue boasting. When the powerful dark apparitions from my race arrive, you will definitely die. Xanor looked at Wang Teng and said coldly, You should worry about yourselves. Wang Teng sniggered. You probably won't be able to see them. Boom. The moment he finished speaking, a violent explosion came from the blood god array. Suddenly, blood-red light blossomed and the blood mist churned. It congregated into blood-red tentacles and shot towards the talents from the 13 clans. Chapter 3030, The Tragic Geniuses of the 13 Clans 4. What? The vampire talents, including Xanor, were astounded. They didn't expect this Devil Lord Dark apparition to be able to attack instead of defending passively. Was this really a Devil Lord Dark apparition based on his force? It was hard enough for him to defend passively. How could he still launch an attack? Retreat. All the vampire talents' expressions changed. They retreated quickly without any hesitation. Do you think you can leave? Wang Teng smiled. He waved his hand and dozens of blood-red tentacles swept over from all directions. They surrounded the vampire dark apparitions like a net. He realized that even though he couldn't leave the altar, he could still use the power of the array. He wondered how this worked. Damn it! The vampire dark apparitions' expressions turned ugly when they saw this scene. They launched their attacks in an attempt to break free from the tentacles. Blood Blade. Wang Teng smiled and shouted. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Blood-red sharp blades suddenly shot out from the blood-red mist above the array and flew towards the vampire dark apparitions. Boom, boom, boom. The blood-red blade collided violently with his opponent's attacks. A violent explosion occurred. The residual impact swept through the surroundings, causing the air to tremble. In front of the power of the blood god array, the attacks of these dark apparitions were nothing. Bind. At this moment, Wang Teng shouted again, swoosh. In an instant, the blood-red tentacles shrunk and bound the vampire dark apparitions. Roar, roar, roar. The vampire dark apparitions wanted to struggle, but it was all in vain. They were tied up tightly by the blood-red tentacles. You're too weak. Wang Teng looked at the vampire dark apparitions mockingly and smiled. The dark apparitions' expressions turned ugly. They stared at Wang Teng in fear. They didn't know how to react. One round of attack, and they were caught by the Devil Lord Dark apparition. This was a huge humiliation. Who on earth are you? Xanor asked with an ugly expression. I'm just an ordinary vampire, Wang Teng replied calmly. That's impossible. You don't have any vampire characteristics. Your bloodline is definitely not low, Xanor said. In the first level of the Darkland, your identity is definitely not simple. Bloodline? Wang Teng was stunned. Then he realized that the vampire dark apparition's appearance was related to their bloodline. For instance, some vampire dark apparitions with low-tier bloodlines had a pair of flesh wings on their back that couldn't be retracted. However, the flesh wings of the vampire just now came from his body. He could put them away when he wasn't using them. This was the difference in their bloodlines. It looked like these vampire dark apparitions treated him as a vampire with a powerful bloodline. It wasn't strange for them to think this way. He looked exactly like the other vampire talents. It was normal for them to imagine stuff. You can think whatever you want. Wang Teng didn't explain and just smiled. Exacitor frowned when he saw Wang Teng keeping quiet. Do you know the consequences of capturing us? It's just the arrival of your family's ancestors. I'm so scared. Wang Teng was wearing a blood mask, so no one could see his expression. Silence. The vampire dark apparitions felt the corners of their eyes twitching. No matter how they looked at it, this fellow didn't seem afraid at all. Continue acting? Do you think that this array alone can withstand our ancestors? You're too naive. Zacitor gritted his teeth. That's right. With your Devil Lord ability, you should be able to release a portion of the power of this divine-level array. That's not bad. You won't be able to resist our ancestors. I suggest that you let us go. If not, the consequences will be unimaginable, Xanor said. You should be the naive ones. How dare you threaten me at this stage, Wang Teng said. Stubborn, Xanor scoffed. You're too noisy. Wang Teng changed the topic and smiled. Let's talk about something enjoyable. For instance, talents like you can provide some nourishment for this divine-level array. Silence. Was this an enjoyable thing? All the vampire dark apparitions were so angry their vision turned black and their faces turned green. Wang Teng didn't give them any chance to react. He raised his hand as he moved. The blood-red tentacles pulled the vampire dark apparitions into the array forcefully. Wait! No, I don't want to be nourishment. Let us go. We can talk. Stop, stop, no. The dark apparitions, including Xanor, didn't expect Wang Teng to be serious. Their faces turned pale and they shouted in fear. Where did your arrogance go? Wang Teng's expression turned strange. These vampire dark apparitions were too timid. Silence. The vampire dark apparitions were on the brink of tears. They didn't know that this fellow was so outrageous. He knew their identities, but he still dared to attack them. Was he honestly not afraid? Ah, ah, ah! Suddenly screams of agony came from the mouths of the vampire dark apparitions. The blood-red tentacles stabbed into their bodies and started absorbing the blood of origin. The arrogant vampire talents turned into pieces of meat on the chopping board at the mercy of others. Chapter 331. Arrival of high-tier devil emperors, competing to win him over, overestimating oneself. 1. Ah, ah, cries of agony echoed continuously above the blood-red altar. It was exceptionally terrifying and horrifying. The bodies of the vampire dark apparitions started drying up at a visible speed. This was absurd. As vampire geniuses, they had sucked the blood of countless living creatures. They were the only ones who treated other living creatures as their food, yet they were being used as nourishment and sucked dry of their blood. They couldn't resist at all. No one would believe them. The vampire dark apparitions didn't die. Their shriveled bodies were entangled by the blood-red tentacles. They hung upside down above the altar, unable to break free, along with the blood mist gathering around the altar and the pungent stench of blood. This scene was like an evil person performing a terrifying sacrificial ritual. It was terrifying. Outside the Marta Mountain Ridge, Ziye and Rodney raised their heads and looked at each other. They couldn't see much, but they were astounded when they saw the powerful vampire dark apparitions landing in this world. But the result was that all the vampire dark apparitions had their blood sucked dry. They were hung upside down above the altar. Did Wang Teng do it? Wang Teng was standing on the altar, so they couldn't see his figure. They could only see the vampire dark apparitions hanging in midair from the side. Hence, they didn't know whether this was the power of the altar or Wang Teng's doing. If Wang Teng was the culprit, they would have a new understanding of his ability. More than 10 powerful vampire dark apparitions were sucked dry of their blood. How terrifying was this? This was unbelievable. Unfortunately, the dark apparitions on the first level couldn't see this scene. They were in a mess and couldn't even take care of themselves. As the advanced rank dark apparitions self-destructed and turned into blood mist, they were absorbed by the blood god array above their heads. All the dark apparitions fell into fear. Nothing happened to the 7-star soldier level and below dark apparitions, but the enormous blood god array floated above their heads like the sword of Damocles. How could they not panic? As for the altar, people in most of the area couldn't see it. Only those on the Marta Mountain Ridge could see the huge hole in the sky. This was the only area where they could see the secrets of this world. However, most of the dark apparitions near the Marta Mountain Ridge were dead. Even if some of the remaining dark apparitions saw something, they would be erased above the altar. Wang Teng stood on the altar and felt the power of the array awakening continuously. The altar trembled slightly as if it was about to wake up from its slumber. Am I really going to activate it? His gaze flickered as he pondered to himself. Since he couldn't leave the altar for now, there was only one way: activate the altar. He could only leave after the altar was activated. But this blood isn't enough. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He looked up at the blood god array in the sky. The blood mist kept pouring into the array, but it wasn't enough. Wang Teng could control the blood god array now, so he could sense the energy inside too. If the energy needed to activate the array was a cup of water, this cup of water was only 1/3 full. This was unbelievable. He only absorbed 1/3 of the blood. However, it was the truth. The vampire dark apparitions from the 13 families did provide him with a large amount of blood of origin. If not, it would be impossible for the devil lords and below to reach this stage. But their blood wasn't enough to fill up the energy pool of the array. After all, they were only a dozen low-tier Devil Emperors. How could they activate the divine-level array? The difference was huge. I remember them saying that more powerful dark apparitions will come, right? Wang Teng looked at the vampire dark apparitions with shimmering eyes. Against high-tier Devil Emperors or below, he would be able to deal with it with the help of the array. I hope it's not a Devil Titan, Wang Teng thought to himself in frustration. He had no choice but to continue. If not, he wouldn't be able to leave. This was frustrating. Sigh. Wang Teng sighed. He sat down cross-legged and waited for the arrival of more powerful dark apparitions. He believed the vampire dark apparitions. The situation here would definitely attract more powerful dark apparitions. It was just a matter of time. How dare you treat us like this? When our ancestor arrives, Xanor's body was shriveled up, and his voice was as hoarse as metals rubbing against each other. But before he could finish speaking, all right, all right. How many times have you said this? Don't you find it tiring? I'm just waiting for your ancestor to arrive. Wang Teng waved his hand and said impatiently. Xanor, at this moment he finally understood how bold this Devil Lord Dark apparition was. The other party wasn't afraid of the arrival of his ancestor. Instead, the guy was waiting here. You want to absorb the blood of my ancestor? Zassator finally thought of something. His expression changed abruptly as he exclaimed in astonishment. He couldn't believe his guess. This was unbelievable. A Devil Lord Dark apparition dared to scheme against his family's ancestor. Chapter 3032, Arrival of High-Tier Devil Emperors. Competing to win him over. Overestimating oneself. 2. This was insane. This was extremely insane. This wasn't something a Devil Lord Dark apparition could do. What? Xanor and the others were flabbergasted. They wondered if they heard wrong. Congratulations, you're right. Wang Teng glanced at the talented vampire dark apparition in surprise. It looked like these vampires weren't all stupid. You're a maniac! Zassator glared at Wang Teng. He found it even more unbelievable when Wang Teng admitted it directly. Waves of astonishment crashed into his heart. How dare you? Xanor was flabbergasted. Ha ha ha, what a joke. How dare a Devil Lord scheme against our ancestor? Aren't you afraid of the backlash? A vampire dark apparition suppressed the astonishment in his heart and laughed loudly. He wanted to hide his shock. Wang Teng remained calm. He wore an expressionless blood-red mask and looked at them calmly. Then he closed his eyes. The noises stopped abruptly. This disregard caused the vampire dark apparitions present to turn silent. Any words seemed useless. They stared absent-mindedly at the figure sitting cross-legged on the altar. They couldn't remain calm anymore. Time passed slowly. Approximately 3 hours later, explosions were heard again. The 9 worlds mixed space array appeared and pillars of light shot down. More than 10 figures with powerful auras stepped out of the pillars of light. A terrifying aura spread out and resounded in the universe. They collided with one another. Those figures weren't from the same faction. After arriving in the first level of the Darkland, they displayed their ability and their muscles. The most powerful new arrival, a high-tier Devil Emperor. Wang Teng opened his eyes gradually. A golden glow flashed past his eyes as he looked into the distance and muttered to himself. Then he heaved a sigh of relief. The high-tier Devil Emperor was at the 3rd level and below, which was equivalent to the 3rd level universe level, and below. With his ability, he would be able to deal with this presence with the help of the array. There was nothing to worry about. With this thought in mind, Wang Teng released his spiritual kinesis and picked up the attribute bubbles around him. Space 500, Space 800, Space 1200, Ancient Space Rune 15. Ancient Space Rune 20. 9 Worlds Mixed Space Array, 1st level 4500. 9 Worlds Mixed Space Array, 1st level 5000. 9 Worlds Mixed Space Array, 1st level 5000. 9 Worlds Mixed Space Array, 1st level 5000. 9 Worlds Mixed Space Array, 1st level 3500. Good riddance. Wang Teng was elated. There were many attribute bubbles this time. In an instant, the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body and turned into strength and enlightenment. His space attribute increased by 4,500 points, allowing Wang Teng's space physique to rise again. His grasp of the space physique also increased continuously. Wang Teng's space physique had reached the limit of the 5th rank, so it couldn't be improved again. However, the more attribute bubbles he received, the more benefits it would give him. When he advanced to the 6th rank in the future, it would be even more stable. Other people wouldn't have this chance but to Wang Teng. It was possible. Hence, he wouldn't give up any chance. He didn't mind having more attribute bubbles. Next was the ancient space rune. The corresponding enlightenment appeared in Wang Teng's mind and turned into strange and ancient runes. Wang Teng closed his eyes and digested the ancient runes in his mind. After some time, his grasp of the ancient space runes increased again. He would be able to execute it smoothly in the future. Finally, there was the 9 worlds mixed space array attribute. Wang Teng viewed this attribute with high importance. After all, it was related to the secrets of the 9 levels of the Darkland. Now that he had the complete first level of the 9 worlds mixed space array, it might be useful for his future actions. The higher the array attribute, the more beneficial it was to him. This time, the 9 worlds mixed space array dropped 15,500 points. It was a lot. 9 worlds mixed space array, first level, immortal level, 16,203,000, well-versed. Unfortunately, it's still at the well-versed stage. Wang Teng shook his head. It was too difficult to raise the level of this immortal level array. Just the well-versed stage required so many attributes. Fortunately, it increased by more than 10,000 points. This was not bad. At least his grasp of the 9 worlds mixed space array was getting better and better. There was also a hint of enlightenment in his heart about the first level of the Darkland. The 9 worlds mixed space array is indeed mysterious. It's on par with the Void Speckle Great Array in the secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. Wang Teng was in deep thought. He looked at the outline of the array that was gradually disappearing in the void. An astonishing thought appeared in his mind. The situation was getting more and more complicated. Once he opened the Blood God altar, he should leave immediately. The key to leaving was the 9 worlds mixed space array on the 1st floor. But then again, the presence of the Darkland is related to the 9 worlds mixed space array. This is astonishing. Wang Teng lowered his head and looked at the first level of the Darkland. He touched his chin. All these happened within a few breaths. Wang Teng took a deep breath and retracted his thoughts. His gaze landed on the vampire dark apparitions who just appeared some distance away. His eyes flickered slightly. Chapter 3033. Arrival of high-tier devil emperors, competing to win him over. Overestimating oneself? 3. Ha ha ha, our ancestors have arrived. A vampire dark apparition finally noticed this scene. The expression on his shriveled face changed and he burst out laughing. You're dead. You're dead. Ha ha ha, I'll suck your blood later. Xanor looked at Wang Teng with hatred in his eyes. He laughed hideously. His face was filled with happiness and arrogance. This fellow needs a beating. Wang Teng shook his head and didn't reply to him. However, the blood mist around him started churning and turned into tentacles. They lashed towards the other party. Slap. Ah, Xanor screamed in pain. His body spun in midair. Splat, splat, the blood-red tentacles lashed out viciously. They showed no signs of stopping. They kept spinning like a top. Ah, stop. Xanor kept screaming in pain. His voice was shrill. Bastard! How dare you hit me? Ah, why wouldn't I? Wang Teng sniggered. The other vampire dark apparitions kept quiet out of fear. They didn't dare to make another sound. What a ruthless fellow. He started whipping them without any warning. Look at Xanor. He was in a miserable state. They shut their mouths sensibly and didn't dare to make another sound. How dare you? At this moment, a loud shout came from afar. Sound waves surged over. Wang Teng snorted. Mist rolled around him and blocked the sound waves. Boom! Whistling sounds echoed in the air. A figure dashed over at an extremely fast speed and arrived in front of him in an instant. It was a vampire dark apparition who looked no different from a human. He was wearing a blood-red long gown and looked extremely handsome. He gave off a thick blood-red aura that circled around him like blood-red snakes. It was exceptionally strange. Let him go. His gaze was majestic, but his aura was elegant and noble, except his extremely pale face. No one could tell that he was a dark apparition. His voice was cold, as if he was ordering Wang Teng around slap. Wang Teng ignored him. The blood-red tentacles continued lashing out and landed on Xanor. "Ancestor, save me!" Xanor screamed in pain as if he saw his savior. He immediately sought help from the other party. "You're looking for death." The vampire dark apparition snorted. He waved his hand, and the blood-red aura around him congregated. It turned into a blood-red sharp blade and shot out. "Go." Wang Teng pointed in front. A blood-red sharp blade congregated in front of him and flew towards the blood blade. Boom. The two of them collided in space and exploded, turning into blood-red ripples. "Huh?" The vampire dark apparition frowned. He was surprised. He didn't expect a devil lord to be able to block his attack. "Ancestor, he has already controlled the blood god array," Xanor shouted. "Slap!" Ah! As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-red tentacles came towards him. Xanor's shouting turned into a scream of agony. "He has controlled the blood god array." The vampire dark apparition squinted, but he didn't move. He stared intently at Wang Teng as if he wanted to see something. At this moment, the figures that had just landed arrived and appeared nearby. All of them had powerful auras. They floated in the air like terrifying giant beasts. He managed to control the blood god array. The vampire dark apparitions were flabbergasted when they heard Xanor's words. When they arrived, they didn't think that this array would be controlled by someone. There was a huge error in their intelligence. "Exacitor, what's going on?" A vampire dark apparition looked at another vampire dark apparition who was hung up and asked. Ancestor Zacitor's face turned pale. "We don't know what happened either. This fellow is a devil lord, but he's able to control the blood god array. This is strange. Useless." The vampire dark apparition that just arrived snorted. "How did you control this array?" The ancestor of the Xanor family looked at Wang Teng and asked calmly. "Isn't it easy to control it?" Wang Teng asked calmly. He glanced at the vampire dark apparitions in front of him. There was a sharp glint in his eyes. Using their blood to activate the array should be enough, right? "Easy." The vampire dark apparitions felt the corners of their eyes twitching uncontrollably. Their gazes landed on him. They felt that this devil lord was a little arrogant. The blood god array isn't fully activated. It's still absorbing the blood of origin. A vampire dark apparition scanned the array and said, "You must think that you can stop us with this array since you're so confident." Boom. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand. Blood-red light gathered in his hand and congregated into a glaring blood-red ball of light. The other vampire dark apparitions didn't act. Some even crossed their arms in front of their chest and waited to watch a good show. "If you submit to me now, I can let bygones be bygones. With your ability, you must have great talent to be able to control this array. I can even bring you out of this world to the higher levels of the Darkland," the vampire dark apparition said. Chapter 3034, Arrival of High-Tier Devil Emperors. Competing to win him over. "Overestimating oneself? Zamek. You're so shameless, how dare you poach him in front of us?" The vampire dark apparition's expressions changed. They had no intention of watching the show anymore. They immediately guessed the other party's plan. He wanted the devil lord dark apparition to join his race so that he could control the blood god array indirectly. What a great plan he has, anyway. This devil lord dark apparition was a vampire, and he seemed to have great talent. He was able to create such a huge commotion when he was just a devil lord and even controlled the blood god array. If he was groomed well, he might become a formidable warrior in the future. Of course, this also depended on his bloodline talent. The vampires had their own scouting methods. If his talent was powerful enough, they didn't mind spending more resources to groom him. "Young lad, I'm an elder of the Gangrel clan. What race are you from?" "Never mind, it's not important. As long as you join my race, I will bring you out of this world," a vampire dark apparition said instantly. "The Gangrel clan is nothing. I'm from the Brule race. If you join my race, I will bestow you with a large number of cultivation resources. I promise that you will be able to reach the low-tier Devil Emperor level within a short time. Are you willing to do that?" Another vampire dark apparition asked. "I'm from the Mokavi race. I'm from the Remor race." In the end, the vampire dark apparitions opened their mouths and tried their best to pull Wang Teng to their side. The tense atmosphere changed instantly. The vampire dark apparitions hanging in midair were puzzled. They couldn't believe their ears. What was going on? Their family's ancestors didn't kill that fellow and even pulled him over this. Wasn't the script. The resentful Xanor was stunned. He stared at this scene in disbelief. There was only one thought in his mind. My ancestor doesn't love me anymore. They suddenly felt abandoned and miserable. They were in a bad state. Wang Teng was stunned, too. He stared at the vampire dark apparitions fighting with one another over him with a strange expression. Something didn't feel right. They wanted to pull him to their side. Were they serious? He didn't know when he became so popular. He wasn't prepared at all. "Brat, you have to think about this carefully." Zamek held the blood-red ball of light in his hand and gave off a terrifying fluctuation. He looked at Wang Teng and said calmly, "If you join my Vanstone clan, I can pretend that you didn't offend me just now." "Zamek, how dare you threaten a devil lord?" Before Wang Teng could reply, a vampire dark apparition sniggered and said to Wang Teng, "Don't worry. As long as you join my race, he won't be able to hurt you, I promise. Also, I won't interfere in the conflict between the younger generations. You can settle it between yourselves." "That's right." The other vampire dark apparition glanced at Zamek with contempt. He nodded and said, "We will not interfere in the matters of the younger generations." The muscles on Zamek's face started twitching, and his face turned black. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. These bastards wanted to snatch the blood god altar and dared to step on him together. But since he had already said it, he couldn't do anything. He could only swallow his bitterness. He looked at Wang Teng with a cold gaze. If this brat was insensible, he would do everything he could to get rid of him. Silence. On the other side, the vampire dark apparitions looked as if they had eaten shit. They were so frustrated they wanted to vomit blood. It looked like the ancestors were determined to pull this fellow over. They felt that they had nothing to do here anymore. "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." Wang Teng couldn't help but burst out laughing. He laughed until he bent back and forth. Pointing at the vampire dark apparition geniuses, he said, "Didn't you threaten me with your family's ancestor? What happened now? Have you thought of this result? You." Xanor and the others trembled in anger. They didn't expect this result. Fate played tricks on them. The vampire dark apparitions frowned uncontrollably when they saw Wang Teng laughing fearlessly. They felt that this fellow was a little too arrogant. A Devil Lord dark apparition was already so arrogant when he took over the blood god array. What would happen to him in the future? The vampire dark apparitions had a lower impression of Wang Teng now. They even wondered if it was wrong to pull him over to their side, but they didn't say anything. They would get the blood god altar first. As for how he would deal with the Devil Lord dark apparition in the future, it would depend on his talent. If his talent was ordinary, they wouldn't treat this unknown vampire like their son. Wang Teng looked at the patient vampire dark apparitions in front of him. He knew what they were thinking. A cold smile appeared at the edge of his lips. "You want the blood god altar, right? As for me, I'm just an addition. We must get the blood god altar. If you're sensible, you can gain our recognition too," a vampire dark apparition said. "Sensible? You're thinking too much. Why don't you go home and sleep?" Wang Teng chuckled. "What do you mean?" The vampire dark apparitions were stunned for a moment. Then their gazes turned cold and they stared intently at Wang Teng. Chapter 3035, Arrival of High-Tier Devil Emperors, Competing to Win Him Over, Overestimating Oneself. 5. It means that there's everything in a dream, Wang Teng said. Impudent. The vampire dark apparitions were infuriated. They shouted angrily, "Fuck you. If you want the blood god altar, you can take it. I'm standing right here." "I'll lose if I take a step back," Wang Teng shouted. "You're looking for death." All the vampire dark apparitions stared at Wang Teng coldly and indifferently. They were no longer as amiable as before. They looked exceptionally ferocious. "Is this your choice? Are you sure you want to be our enemy? He's overestimating himself. A devil lord wants to fight with us." What a joke. The atmosphere tensed up again. Powerful auras erupted from the vampire dark apparitions and swept through the sky. The eyes of the vampire dark apparitions lit up. Their ancestor loved them. Then they looked at Wang Teng mockingly. This fellow was courting death. He didn't cherish the opportunity in front of him, and even dared to disobey their ancestors. But this was good too. In such a case, the ancestors wouldn't let him go. "You talk so much nonsense." Wang Teng dug his ears and said calmly, "Are you afraid? A high-tier devil emperor is nothing." Taunt activated. The vampire dark apparitions had never been mocked like this. Their faces turned black and they snorted. "You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin." Boom, boom, boom. The instant he finished speaking, a terrifying force erupted. The vampire dark apparitions couldn't control themselves anymore and attacked Wang Teng. The blood god array gave off a glaring blood-red glow. The blood mist gathered and formed a wall of blood mist, blocking Wang Teng's path. Boom. All the attacks landed on the wall of blood mist. Terrifying explosions occurred. Powerful force fluctuations swept out. The attacks of the high-tier devil emperors couldn't be compared to those of the vampire talents. However, the wall of blood mist remained intact. It stood erected in front of Wang Teng like a loyal guard. It didn't shake at all. "Your attacks seem a little weak." Wang Teng smiled and said, "This is the power of the blood god array." "You won't be able to maintain it for long," Zamek sneered. Swoosh! The next instant, the blood-red ball of light in his hand was thrown out. It turned into a beam of light and slammed into the wall of blood mist. An astonishing scene appeared. After the blood-red ball of light flew out, it started expanding at a fast speed. It was like a blood-red star, giving off terrifying force fluctuations. There were even more powerful forces hidden inside, waiting to be released at any moment. Wang Teng squinted. He sensed a threat from the blood-red ball of light. This was the world power of a high-tier devil emperor. If it was released, the power would be terrifying. He didn't dare to waste any time. He immediately activated the array. The blood mist around him started churning and congregated towards the wall of blood mist, making it thicker. Boom. In an instant, the gigantic blood-red ball of light slammed into the wall of blood mist. A dazzling light erupted. It was like a blood-red star. Terrifying energy surged out of it, and the power of the world spread out, sweeping through the universe. Boom, the blood mist wall started vibrating violently. This was the first time something like this happened. The vampire dark apparitions couldn't help but look over. They stared intently at the wall of blood mist. Their ancestor acted personally. This fellow was dead. Their expressions turned hideous when they thought about this, but soon their expressions froze and they widened their eyes in disbelief. The blood-red light sphere exploded, but the wall of blood mist showed no signs of collapsing. It was still vibrating, but it stood erected in front of him and didn't collapse. How is this possible? The vampire dark apparitions were in disbelief, their eyes widened. That fellow was able to resist their attacks with the help of the array. Why was he able to resist their ancestors' attacks? This was outrageous. Their ancestor was a high-tier devil emperor. Even Zamek was stunned. He didn't expect this to happen. His attack was blocked. An absurd feeling appeared in his heart. Even if it was an immortal-level array, how could a devil lord dark apparition block his attack? This exceeded his understanding. The other vampire dark apparitions widened their eyes in surprise too. They looked at Wang Teng, who was in the blood god altar, and then at Zamek. Their expressions were strange. They wondered if he went easy on them. Zamek, did your cultivation decrease recently? The more you cultivate, the weaker you are, a vampire dark apparition teased him. Go away. Zamek's face turned black. He squinted at Wang Teng and said coldly, This fellow is a little strange. You can try if you don't believe me. Chapter 336, Strange Origin of Blood, Ancestor. Please die, blood, son, one, strange. The other vampire dark apparitions were stunned when they heard this. They looked at Wang Teng in surprise. There was indeed something wrong with this fellow since he was able to control the vampire array and resist Zamek's attack. They were teasing him, but they didn't think that Zamek's ability had decreased. There was only one possibility. The Devil Lord Dark apparition in front of him had indeed grasped the blood god array. What's more, his mastery wasn't low. I want to see how strange this brat is. A vampire dark apparition stood up and sneered. I don't believe that a Devil Lord Dark apparition can maintain this divine level array until it exhausts much of its energy. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red world appeared behind him. It covered the sky like a sea of blood, vast and boundless. In an instant, the pressure in the entire space increased. The blood mist in the blood god array froze for a moment. This was the power of a high-tier devil emperor. Just releasing the small world in his body was enough to exert immense pressure. Even an ordinary Heaven Stage martial warrior wouldn't be able to withstand this pressure, and his body would collapse on the spot. In this aspect, Wang Teng was indeed heaven-defying. He was able to fight with dark apparitions below the third level of the universe level with the help of the peak of the cosmos realm. There weren't many talents in the world who could do this. This vampire's small world is indeed different. Wang Teng looked at the small world in surprise. He was surprised. The vampire dark apparition called Zamek used the power of the world too. He could absorb it first. He scanned the space and saw a few attribute bubbles scattered around. He picked them up. Dark Constellation, Force 12,000. Origin of Blood, 1,500. Blood World, 1,000. Huh. Wang Teng was stunned. He was astounded. Origin of Blood. This was the first time he received the power of origin in the past. Even when he met vampire dark apparitions, he never received any enlightenment of the origin of blood. At first, he thought that these dark apparitions only grasped the origin of darkness. Now, it looked like that wasn't the case. These vampire dark apparitions from the 13 families grasped the origin of blood. He didn't know what happened to the other vampire dark apparitions, but he knew that the vampire dark apparition who attacked just now grasped the origin of blood. Interesting. This was unusual. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He was filled with curiosity. He immediately absorbed the attribute bubbles and turned them into enlightenment. Strange blood-red origin of blood runes congregated in his mind, giving off a special power of laws of origin. In an instant, Wang Teng had a slight understanding of the origin of blood. This was very unusual. This law of origin was different from the origin laws Wang Teng had received in the past. No, it wasn't entirely different. The origin of blood was similar to another law of origin he grasped. Oh my God, origin of light. A thought flashed past Wang Teng's mind. His eyes widened uncontrollably. That's right, the origin of light. The origin of blood was similar to the origin of light. If he didn't receive these two enlightenments, he wouldn't believe it. From his enlightenment just now, Wang Teng knew that the origin of blood was a special power of laws of origin, but to Wang Teng's surprise, the origin of blood didn't have any strange power. Instead, it had a special power of life. Yes, it contained the power of life. That was why Wang Teng felt that it was similar to the origin of light. But there was only a slight similarity. There was still a difference in their essence from a certain point of view. Blood was a representation of life. Every life form had blood. The blood even contained the most basic legacy of talents. It possessed endless mysteries and wonders. Even some immortal-level martial warriors couldn't solve the mystery of the legacy in the blood. This was how mysterious and occult blood was. If someone grasped this secret, he could recreate any powerful ancient bloodline and make it reappear in the world, but no one could do it. Some powerful races had disappeared. There was no possibility of them reappearing. Only sighs could be heard. Wang Teng shook his head and retracted his wandering thoughts. Actually, when he received the ancient blood pattern, Wang Teng had already guessed that it wasn't just a strange and evil power. It was more of a magical evolution of life after receiving the origin of blood. Wang Teng had a deeper understanding of the power of blood. His guess became clearer and clearer. He suddenly felt that he had discovered something incredible. This was the true meaning of life. If he grasped the power of blood, he might be able to create life. Creating life was an incredible feat. However, this thought appeared in Wang Teng's mind uncontrollably. He couldn't get it out of his mind. The power of blood was distorted by the vampire dark apparitions. What did vampires know about blood? They only knew how to suck blood. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. He felt that he had to face the power of these dark apparitions again. Chapter 3037, Strange Origin of Blood, Ancestor, Please Die, Blood Son. 2. The power that dark apparitions grasped might not be the power of darkness. It might just be distorted by the dark. The moment this thought appeared, Wang Teng got a shock. This was unbelievable. If the powerful martial warriors from the Light faction knew about this, they might think that he was too unorthodox. However, he didn't abandon the thought. Instead, he remained vigilant. He might be able to find a surprise like this one among the dark apparitions in the future. Origin of blood, 1500, 10,000, first rank, 1500 points of attributes allowed Wang Teng's mastery of the origin of blood to reach the first rank. This was the first step in grasping the power of origin. Sigh. Wang Teng took a deep breath and let it out slowly to calm himself down. Then he looked at the other attribute bubble, Blood World. He was shocked and surprised. The emotions that had just calmed down were stirred up again. Fuck, are you playing with me? Wang Teng didn't know what to say, but he didn't think too much. He immediately absorbed the enlightenment of the attribute bubble. This was a special world power. Wang Teng had obtained the power of the world before his world power had reached the third rank, so his grasp of it was on par with some dark apparitions below the third-level universe level. However, the world power attributes he received in the past were all ordinary world power attributes. This was the first time he received such a special world power attribute in an instant. Before Wang Teng could think further, a profound and occult enlightenment unfolded in his mind. Swoosh! A towering blood world appeared out of nowhere. It was extremely thick and blood-red. Blood gushed out like an endless sea. However, this sea of blood was scarier than a real one. This was the blood world. A world, even if it was a small world, it was still a world. In this small world, everything was condensed from blood. It was exceptionally strange. Wang Teng received the blood sea domain enlightenment in the past, so it was a terrifying sea of blood. However, even the integration phase blood sea domain enlightenment couldn't be compared to the blood world enlightenment. They weren't on the same level. At this moment, the blood world enlightenment appeared in Wang Teng's mind. A strange and bloody aura filled up his mind, giving him an indescribable feeling. It was as if there was a terrifying presence hiding behind the blood world. I see, this is the blood world. Wang Teng was enlightened. To put it bluntly, this was a world power that was instilled with the vampire's special enlightenment. It was also a small world, but it was stranger and more evil. It possessed an indescribable power. If people were attacked by the blood world, not only would they have to withstand a terrifying pressure, but they would also be contaminated by the strange and evil power. This is scary. Wang Teng was astounded. The vampire dark apparitions have completely distorted the power of blood into the power of dark. Fortunately, he possessed this world power, so he had a way to deal with it. Wang Teng looked at the attributes board Blood World, 1,000 first rank. 1,000 points of attributes allowed Wang Teng's grasp of the Blood World to reach the first rank. He was able to use some of its power, but this wasn't difficult. There were so many high-tier devil emperors in front of him. It was enough for him to get a huge harvest. Wang Teng retracted his thoughts and looked at the vampire dark apparitions. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. Boom! At this moment, a violent explosion was heard in the universe. Go! A shout was heard. The vampire dark apparition had already activated the terrifying small world behind him and was charging towards the blood god array. The enormous blood world was like a huge grinding stone. It rumbled and gave off a terrifying power. Boom! The next instant, the blood world and the blood god array collided with a loud bang. It was as if two worlds had collided. An earth-shattering explosion occurred. The outline of the blood god array covered the entire first level of the Darkland. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it a world at this moment. All the vampire dark apparitions were staring at this scene. Some sneered, some mocked, and some remained expressionless and indifferent. They had never taken Wang Teng seriously. This wasn't strange. A high-tier devil emperor wouldn't care about a devil lord dark apparition. At the same time, the vampire dark apparitions started feeling proud again. They felt that Wang Teng was dead. He wouldn't be able to escape this time. Xanor, Zacitor, and the other dark apparitions were filled with anticipation. They hated Wang Teng to the core and wished they could do it personally. Unfortunately, they knew that they had no room to interfere in this situation, so they could only stare at this scene intently. Boom! Explosions resounded in the air. Surprisingly, the blood god array showed no signs of breaking. The vampire dark apparition who released the small world frowned slightly. He was surprised. Too weak. At this moment, a low laughter was heard. The laughter was soft at first, but it quickly turned deafening. This attack is too weak. Is this how high-tier devil emperor attacks are? How arrogant. The vampire dark apparition who released his small world turned grim. He glared at Wang Teng. Chapter 3038, Strange Origin of Blood. Ancestor, please die. Blood Sun 3. Boom. The next instant, a terrifying world power erupted from his body and merged into his small world continuously. Boom. The blood world started spinning furiously and released a terrifying power. All the best. Continue. Let the attacks come more violently. Wang Teng encouraged his opponent continuously. All the vampire dark apparitions were stunned. They looked at him in confusion. What was going on? Was this fellow scared out of his wits? The vampire dark apparitions were dumbfounded. Why was this scene so familiar? It was exactly the same as when he met them. This fellow, Xanor, and the other dark apparitions felt the corners of their eyes twitching. They stared at Wang Teng in disbelief. It was fine if he treated them like this, but he treated his ancestors the same way. Did he think that he had lived too long? How bold was he? Zagorm, kill him. This brat is too arrogant. He's looking down on us. Where did this maniac come from? I have never seen such a weirdo in my life. The vampire dark apparitions regained their senses. Some were furious while others were speechless. They started shouting, "Why don't you come together? I'll fight all of you at once." Wang Teng raised his finger and hooked his fingers at the vampire dark apparitions. He was provoking them. You're looking for death. The vampire dark apparitions turned green in anger. This fellow was too arrogant. He was just a devil lord. How could he say that he wanted to fight all of them at once? In the past, they wouldn't believe that this would happen. However, the truth was laid out in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. Let's attack together. I've said it before, this brat is a little strange, Zamek said with a gloomy face. Boom! Before the other vampire dark apparitions could react, a small blood-red world appeared behind him and slammed towards the blood god array. The other vampire dark apparitions stopped holding back when they saw this. They released their small worlds and charged towards the blood god array. Boom! Violent explosions echoed in the air. Dimensional rifts appeared around the blood god array and spread in all directions like spider webs. It was terrifying. More than 10 small worlds floated in the air and crashed into the blood god array. It was a majestic scene. Xander and the other vampire dark apparitions were stunned. How could this fellow be so powerful? At first they thought that their ancestor would be able to take down Wang Teng, but in the end they were slapped in the face. More than 10 ancestor attacked at the same time, but they still couldn't take him down. What monster was he? When did such a talent appear among the vampires? Crack. However, at this moment, a cracking sound was heard from the blood god array as if it couldn't withstand the pressure. Blood-red light kept flashing on it as if it couldn't withstand the attacks of the small worlds. The vampire dark apparitions were invigorated. Blood god array, blood god spear, congregate. Wang Teng's eyes lit up as he shouted. He waved his hand, and the thick blood mist above his head started churning. Then it congregated quickly and turned into blood-red spears. At the same time, a strange power gathered in the sky and merged into the blood-red spear. Strange patterns appeared on its surface. These were the patterns of the laws of origin. This was the most basic power of the immortal level array. It could mobilize the power of heaven and earth and gather the laws of origin. This is... The vampire dark apparitions' expressions changed. There was disbelief in their eyes. They didn't expect Wang Teng to be able to operate the blood god array to this stage. Even if the divine level array could mobilize the power of heaven and earth, if the person controlling the array wasn't strong enough, the divine level array would be useless. Stop him! Zamek turned grim and shouted abruptly. Unfortunately, it was too late. Go, Wang Teng shouted. The blood god's spears turned into blood-red rays of light and shot out, leaving long trails behind them. They blossomed in the air like blood-red flames. Boom, boom, boom. The blood god's spear cut through the air and appeared in front of the small worlds. Then it landed on them. In an instant, the blood-red small worlds vibrated violently as if they were hit by meteors. Damn it! The vampire dark apparitions were flabbergasted. They felt a strong sense of threat from the blood god spears. They were flabbergasted. This is the blood god spear. It's a powerful attack of the blood god array. A vampire dark apparition shouted, "We must destroy the blood god array. If not, there will be an endless rain of blood god spears." The other vampire dark apparitions' expressions changed again when they heard this. There was finally a hint of seriousness in their eyes. They stopped looking down on Wang Teng. Break. Shouts came out of the vampire dark apparitions' mouths. They frantically activated their small worlds and bombarded the blood god array. Wang Teng didn't say much. He didn't dare to be careless in front of a high-tier devil emperor either. He immediately pointed forward. Boom. The blood god array seemed to have received an order. Large amounts of blood-red mist started congregating and turned into blood god spears. They filled up the entire space. Chapter 3039, Strange Origin of Blood. Ancestor, please die. Blood Son. 4. How is this possible? The vampire dark apparitions looked as if they saw a ghost. How could a devil lord form so many blood god spears? This didn't make sense. However, boom, boom, boom. Wang Teng didn't give them any time to think. He said, "Go," and the blood god spears shot out under their astounded gazes. Roar, roar, roar. The vampire dark apparitions felt a chill down their spines. Their heads turned numb, and they roared in anger. Wisps of world power surged out of their bodies and merged into the small world. Boom! In an instant, the two forces collided. All the blood god spears slammed into the small worlds. Explosions merged into one. There seemed to be only one sound. All other sounds seemed to have disappeared. Crack, at a certain moment, a crisp cracking sound was heard. It echoed in the universe. The vampire dark apparitions' expressions changed. They stared at their small worlds in astonishment. Cracks started to appear, and it wasn't just one small world. All the small worlds had cracks, damn it. The dark apparitions' expressions turned ugly. They frantically activated their world power to repair the cracks that kept appearing and resist the blood god's spears, but it was all in vain. Boom, explosions occurred. The small worlds exploded under everyone's astounded gaze and turned into endless blood force. It spread out like giant blood-red stars exploding in the sky. Glaring light engulfed the entire space, blinding everyone. Pfft! The vampire dark apparitions vomited blood uncontrollably. Their faces turned pale. They were seriously injured. If the small world was destroyed, even a high-tiered devil emperor would be seriously injured. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, ear-piercing sonic booms were heard. The vampire dark apparitions couldn't see anything, but they felt a terrifying killing intent. They felt a chill down their spine. Retreat. Their expressions changed entirely. They retreated quickly, not daring to face the attack head-on. Unfortunately, it was too late. Space vibrated slightly, and the blood god's spears appeared out of nowhere. They arrived in front of the vampire dark apparitions in an instant and caught them off their guards. How is that possible? Astonished voices came out of the high-tier devil emperors' mouths. They were filled with disbelief. Splat, splat. Splat then, the sound of objects breaking was heard. The blood god's spears penetrated the bodies of the vampire dark apparitions and nailed them in the air. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Then, blood-red tentacles swept over, not giving them any chance to struggle. They bound them and pulled them back forcefully. The power of the blood god array exploded and absorbed the blood of origin of the high-tiered devil emperors. Ah, bastard, let me go. How dare you suck our blood of origin, ah? Damn it. Ah, you're looking for death. Cries of agony resounded in the sky. The high-tiered devil emperors had lost their composure and arrogance. All of them were screaming in agony. Their voices were filled with exasperation. The vampire dark apparitions were stunned. What just happened? Was their ancestor screaming in pain? Was that their ancestor? Was it fake? Many unbelievable thoughts appeared in their minds. They were flabbergasted. Could it be that even their ancestors couldn't do anything to that fellow? The blood-red glow dissipated gradually, revealing the situation inside. Silence, the vampire dark apparition. Geniuses widened their eyes in surprise. They looked at their ancestor who was hanging upside down not far away. They didn't know what to say. This scene overturned their perception of the world. "Junior, let us go. You're looking for death." Ah. A high-tier devil emperor was still clamoring when it turned into a scream of agony again. "Ancestors, please die." Wang Teng's eyes turned bloodshot. He activated the blood god array to the maximum and released a terrifying suction force. The blood-red tentacles were like blood vessels. They intertwined around the high-tiered devil emperors and formed numerous small branches. They stabbed into their bodies and absorbed their blood frantically. Ah, no, no. The high-tiered devil emperors finally panicked. They started shouting, "Wait, we can discuss this. Stop sucking, stop. We are the ancestors of the 13 families. If you kill us, you won't be able to survive either. Stop sucking. If you need the blood of origin, we can offer it to you in another way. Stop sucking our blood, stop. That's right, we have other ways to compensate you, young friend. Stop." The vampire dark apparition geniuses felt better for some reason when they heard their ancestor screaming in pain and admitting defeat. This scene completely overturned their understanding. Their ancestors, who were always high and mighty, were now prisoners just like them. He was even sucking their blood frantically. Chapter 3040, Strange Origin of Blood. Ancestor, please die. Blood Son, 5. Everyone could be unlucky. It was their ancestors' turn today. What they couldn't accept was that their ancestors, who had always been dignified, would beg for mercy without any hesitation. Their ancestors were even faster than them. They suddenly felt that their perseverance had turned into a joke. "So I'm the clown. Oh." Wang Teng's expression turned strange when he heard the vampire ancestors begging for mercy. These vampire ancestors were giving in faster than the vampire talents. As expected, the longer they lived, the more they cherished their lives. With this thought in mind, his gaze flickered and he stopped absorbing the blood of origin. He asked, "Do you have any other ways to replenish the blood of origin I need for this array?" "Yes, yes, yes." The vampire ancestors heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Wang Teng stopping. They didn't dare to underestimate him and replied hurriedly, "Please tell me, ancestors. However, if you can't satisfy me, I'll still have to ask all of you to die." Wang Teng smiled. All the vampire elders and ancestor looked at Wang Teng and felt that he was extremely sinister. To hell with asking all of you to die. Is this what you should ask your ancestor to do? They didn't know that this devil lord dark apparition was so daring. He even dared to kill those ancestor-level dark apparitions. Why didn't he call them ancestors just now? Bastard. If they had a junior like him, they would die of anger. Ancestors, have you thought about it? Or are you trying to fool me? Wang Teng squinted. This isn't something an elder should do. Silence. All the dark apparitions felt the corners of their lips twitching. They looked at Wang Teng speechlessly. If anyone had a junior like him, they would be extremely lucky. There's a lot of blood of origin stored in our small world. You can absorb it. The high-tier devil emperors, including Zamek, exchanged glances with one another and bore with the humiliation. I see, seniors, please release the blood. Wang Teng nodded in deep thought. The small world just now was just a projection of the small world in their bodies. Although they would be heavily injured after the small world was destroyed, it wouldn't be life-threatening. High-tier devil emperors and universe-stage dark apparitions wouldn't release their small worlds because it would affect their lives. If we release the blood of origin, you must swear in the name of the blood god that you will release us. Zagorm gritted his teeth. Seniors, you don't have the right to bargain with me, right? Wang Teng asked calmly. If I'm right, you want to fill up the blood god array with the blood of origin, right? Based on my estimation, even if you absorb all our blood, it won't be enough to activate the array, Zamek said. Wang Teng didn't deny it. That's why the blood of origin in our small worlds is your last hope, however. If we don't voluntarily open the small world, you won't get anything, Zamek continued hurriedly. I can wait for the other vampire dark apparitions to arrive, Wang Teng smiled. The next powerful dark apparition will probably not be a high-tiered devil emperor. Are you sure you can handle it? Zagorm asked. I have this array. I can kill devil titans too, Wang Teng replied calmly. You will need to consume a large amount of blood. The loss outweighs the gain, another vampire dark apparition said. It looks like the seniors are leaving me with no choices. Wang Teng suddenly smiled. The high-tiered devil emperor dark apparitions felt their hearts skipping a beat. They were afraid that Wang Teng would smile. This fellow was even more evil than them when he smiled. Cough, Zagorm coughed awkwardly. We have no other intention. We are just discussing with you. We will give you the blood of origin and you will let us go. It's a win-win situation. If I let you go, you will be looking for me in the future for trouble. Wang Teng smiled and said, No. Zagorm replied instantly. However, he hesitated for a moment and looked at the other vampire experts. Then he said, We will not trouble you again. When we came, our ancestor had already sent a decree. Zagorm, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the other vampire ancestors. Wang Teng was surprised. The ancestor's decree. What decree? The vampire talents opened their mouths, but they didn't know what to say. They looked at Wang Teng with envy. We're going to die soon. Why are you still concerned about the blood god altar? Zagorm glanced at them and sneered. Also, he's able to control the blood god array. He's probably the fated one. There's no harm in telling him. The fated one? Me? Wang Teng's expression was extremely strange. Fortunately, he was wearing a blood mask, so no one could see his expression. The other vampires were unwilling, but they didn't say anything. It's our ancestors' decree. The one who activates the blood god altar will be the blood son of our vampire race. He has an extraordinary status in the 13 clans, so we won't create trouble for you, Zagorm took a deep breath and said, "Blood, son." Wang Teng was stunned. He didn't expect this to happen. However, he wouldn't believe the other party so easily. He pondered and asked, "How do you want me to believe you?" Chapter 341, Lifeblood Stone. Blood River Divine Scripture. Start of Inheritance. 1. How do you expect me to believe you? Wang Teng touched his chin. He suddenly got interested. Blood, son. It looked like an impressive identity. That's simple. Zagorm glanced at the other vampire dark apparitions. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spurted out a beam of red light. This is the decree of our ancestor? The 13 families have received the same decree. You can ask them to take it out and verify it with one another? Oh. Wang Teng looked at the red light in surprise. With his real eye, he could tell that there was a blood-red scroll inside. He didn't know what material it was made of, but it gave off an ancient feel. Then he looked at the other vampire dark apparitions and said calmly, "Ancestors, do you mind taking it out for me to take a look?" The vampire dark apparitions, including Zamek, were still unwilling to give up the decree. Wang Teng wasn't in a hurry. He allowed the blood-red tentacles to suck his blood again. Zakshorm sneered. He didn't persuade them. Enough. The vampire dark apparitions' expressions turned ugly. In the end, they had no choice but to give in. They opened their mouths and spurted out a red beam of light, just like what Zagorm spat out just now. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He released his spiritual kinesis and opened the 13 blood-red scrolls, displaying them in front of him. There were vampire engravings carved on the blood-red scroll. The other vampire dark apparitions looked over and stared at Wang Teng, strangely. Boom. At this moment, the 13 blood-red scrolls gave off a glaring blood-red glow. The vampire engravings in them seemed to have come alive. Terrifying spiritual fluctuations surged into Wang Teng's mind. Explosions echoed in his mind. The impact was felt continuously, and vampire engravings started to appear. Strange, evil, chaotic, and indescribable will descended on his mind. Evil and terrifying spiritual fluctuations spread out as if they wanted to contaminate his spirit. Fuck. Wang Teng cursed uncontrollably. His expression turned ugly. After all his calculations, he still got tricked by these vampire dark apparitions. He didn't have the time to think, and immediately activated his Heart of Darkness talent to the maximum. An extremely thick black light suddenly swept out from the black hole in his body, sweeping through the entire inner cosmos. In an instant, the vampire engravings froze for a moment, as if they met their nemesis. They gradually became quiet and obedient. The indescribable will sensed something and dissipated gradually. The evil and terrifying spiritual fluctuation retracted. Everything happened and ended in a flash. When Wang Teng activated the Heart of Darkness to the maximum, everything seemed to have happened naturally. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. Then he shifted his attention to the vampire engravings. These engravings were mysterious and profound. Even the vampire engraving analysis he received in the past wasn't of any use now. In summary, he didn't understand, but soon he understood the meaning of the vampire's secret patterns. This feeling was strange. He couldn't understand them, but he knew what they meant. An enlightenment appeared in Wang Teng's mind. He seemed to understand. The indescribable will was the decree of the vampire ancestor. Only vampire dark apparitions could receive this decree. Dark apparitions from other races might get contaminated by this decree and suffer a backlash. "You're looking for death." Wang Teng opened his eyes abruptly and glared at the vampire dark apparitions. These vampire dark apparitions tricked him once. The decree was real, but the frightening willpower wasn't a joke. Normal dark apparitions wouldn't be able to withstand it. If Wang Teng didn't have the powerful dark talent, the Heart of Darkness, he would have been contaminated by the dark talent. He would be lucky to be alive, much less receive the decree. The vampire dark apparitions were flabbergasted when they saw Wang Teng regaining his composure after a short pause. They shuddered uncontrollably when they heard his cold words. "Wait, ah?" They wanted to explain, but the blood-red tentacles on their bodies had already started absorbing their blood of origin. He didn't give them any chance to explain, cries of agony echoed in the air. "Release your blood of origin, otherwise none of you will live," Wang Teng said calmly. We'll release it immediately. Stop it." Zagorm gritted his teeth and shouted while suppressing his pain. "I gave you a chance. You have no right to bargain with me now," Wang Teng said. The vampire dark apparitions such as Zagorm felt bitter in their mouths. They were a little regretful. They thought that this fellow was just a devil lord and wouldn't be able to withstand the decree of their ancestor. Who would have thought that he could withstand it and recover in an instant? How great was his spiritual power? There was indeed something strange about this fellow. Strange. This is my blood of origin. Zagorm made a prompt decision. He stopped hesitating and spurted blood out of his mouth. As a high-tiered devil emperor, he was flexible. He just lost a few 100 million points of blood. It was nothing. That was just the food he kept for himself. If it was gone, it was gone. He could just absorb it in the future. Chapter 3, Pharaoh 42, Lifeblood Stone. Blood River Divine Scripture, Start of Inheritance, 2, Silence. Wang Teng felt disgusted when he saw this scene. He was speechless. Can't you release your blood through a different method? Do you have to vomit it out? Cough. Zagorm choked when he heard Wang Teng's contemptuous words. He coughed awkwardly and said in embarrassment, "My situation is a little special. I can only vomit it out." Wang Teng. Zagorm, shall I vomit or not? Spit it out. Wang Teng gritted his teeth. He wasn't the one absorbing it. It was for the blood god array. It just looked a little disgusting. There was nothing wrong with it. He could sense that the crimson blood was indeed the blood of origin. He didn't know that these vampire dark apparitions had the habit of storing the blood of origin. If he was right, this was the blood of origin he absorbed from other living creatures. There were so many blood of origins, how many living creatures had they killed? But this was a good habit. If it wasn't for this habit, he didn't know how long he would need to collect the resources. The blood god array required a frightening amount of blood of origin. What Wang Teng didn't know was that there was a kind of slave in the vampire race that specialized in providing blood food, especially powerful slaves. The vampires wouldn't kill them easily. Instead, they would feed the slaves so that the slaves could supply them with blood continuously. Of course, the vampires wouldn't provide any resources. The slaves were in a free-range state. The vampires allowed them to cultivate and replenish their blood. When the blood was replenished, they would start harvesting. Escaping was almost impossible. With the ancient legacy of the vampires, controlling some slaves was a piece of cake. This method was undoubtedly evil and cruel, but this was the survival and cultivation method of vampires since ancient times. Pff, pff. Zagorm immediately continued vomiting blood. The other vampire dark apparitions had no choice but to release their blood of origin. They released their blood from their mouths the same way Zagorm did. Wang Teng couldn't bear to look at them. All of them were high-tiered devil emperors. Why couldn't they maintain their image? All of them vomited blood from their mouths. It was unbearable. Swoosh. However, the next scene was astonishing. Although it came out of its mouth, the amount of blood was definitely frightening. Within a few seconds, it congregated into a huge blood python in the air. 13 vampire dark apparitions formed 13 blood pythons. They entrenched themselves on the blood god altar, looking exceptionally astonishing. Boom. The blood god array seemed to have been stimulated by the blood of origin. It gave off a dazzling blood-red glow, and the blood-red runes started to come alive. The array was activated to its maximum and started absorbing the blood of origin from the 13 giant blood pythons. Low thuds were heard continuously from the array. The blood god altar started trembling as if a terrifying presence was about to wake up. The 13 high-tier devil emperors were flabbergasted. They exchanged glances with one another and saw astonishment in each other's eyes. They felt a terrifying power from the blood god altar. Something in their bodies seemed to be palpitating. This was the palpitation of their bloodlines. The legacy contained in the blood god altar must be terrifying, since it was able to cause the bloodlines of 13 vampire high-tier devil emperors from the 13 families to palpitate. For a moment, even high-tier devil emperors like them felt a tinge of envy. Was the legacy going to that brat? Unwillingness appeared in the vampire dark apparition's eyes. Hurry up and vomit. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. A glaring, blood-red glow was brewing in his eyes. Not enough. The blood of origin wasn't enough. He needed more. The 13 vampire dark apparitions were astounded. Their expressions turned ugly. Did this fellow really treat them as his blood supply? This was infuriating. However, the situation was different now. If they didn't release enough blood of origin, the other party would absorb the blood of origin in their bodies. A moment ago, more than half of their blood of origin had been absorbed. If he continued, they would be sucked dry. As high-tier devil emperors, how could they die in frustration? So they vomited blood. They vomited blood forcefully. They only hoped that the blood of origin they stored in their small worlds was enough to activate the blood god array. If not, it would be their turn. They could sense that the altar was at a crucial moment. If the blood of origin they provided wasn't enough, the other party would suck them dry without any hesitation. There was no doubt about it. Large amounts of origin blood spurted out of the mouths of the 13 vampire dark apparitions and flowed into the blood god array continuously. Boom! The tremors on the blood god altar got more and more violent. Everyone could feel the terrifying aura that was waiting to be released. This aura gradually spread out from the blood god array. With the blood god altar in the center, it spread out into the universe. All the vampire dark apparitions wanted to kneel down. Cold, gruesome, dominant, noble. This was an indescribably complicated aura. The 13 vampires were even more astounded. They widened their eyes in surprise as if they saw something unbelievable. Chapter 3043. Lifeblood Stone. Blood River Divine Scripture. Start of Inheritance. 3. They sensed a pure bloodline power that could only be felt from their ancestor. No, it should be said that this aura was purer and more ancient than the aura of their ancestor. The vampire dark apparitions were completely silent. They stared at the scene on the blood god altar in bewilderment. They couldn't calm down for a long time. Not enough at this moment. Wang Teng's long hair moved automatically. Amidst the blood-red glow, his hair seemed to have turned blood-red. A loud shout came out of his mouth. Not enough? The 13 vampire dark apparitions felt bitter. They had a bad feeling. The blood of origin stored in their small worlds was almost completely absorbed. This wasn't good. The blood of origin gushed out continuously. The 13 giant blood pythons circling in midair didn't expand. Instead, they shrunk gradually. Soon, they were only half the size. Roar, roar, roar. A low roar came from the mouths of the 13 giant blood pythons. They swung their bodies frantically in midair, but they couldn't change the result. All of them were absorbed by the blood god array above them and turned into a blood mist. The blood mist above the blood god array got thicker and thicker. It spread out continuously and submerged the 13 giant blood pythons. At a certain moment, the 13 giant blood pythons disappeared into the blood mist as if they were devoured. They could no longer be seen. Boom. The blood god array gave off a loud explosion. The blood god altar below Wang Teng started vibrating violently too. It made people suspect that the blood god altar would collapse at any moment. Is it enough? The 13 vampire dark apparitions stared at the array intently. They felt a little nervous. They felt a little nervous in front of this situation. This was unbelievable. Fortunately, except themselves, no one could feel their emotions. Otherwise, they would really have to dig a hole and bury themselves. A high-tier devil emperor was actually afraid of a devil lord. It would become a joke if word got out. The 13 vampire dark apparitions exchanged glances with one another. Then they evaded each other's gaze guiltily. If they had a guilty conscience, they would think that others knew what they were thinking. It's still not enough at this moment. A faint voice came out of Wang Teng's mouth. The 13 vampire dark apparitions felt their hearts dropping. Their hearts were in their throats. On the altar, Wang Teng raised his head abruptly. The blood-red glow in his eyes was glaring. There were blood-red runes shimmering in them. He looked eerie and horrifying. Fuck, the 13 vampire dark apparitions got a shock. That brat's gaze was on them. He looked even more evil than them. In the end, he couldn't evade it. The instant this thought appeared in their minds, the blood-red tentacles around them started shrinking. Tiny branches stabbed into their bodies again and started sucking their blood frantically. Don't worry, I will leave some blood of origin for you. Wang Teng's calm voice entered their ears again. After all, I'm a trustworthy person. Silence. To hell with being trustworthy. The 13 vampire dark apparitions wanted to curse, but they chose to obey Wang Teng when they saw his strange gaze. It was better not to be stubborn now. If the other party wasn't careful and his hand trembled, their last bit of blood of origin might be sucked dry. They wouldn't have a place to cry. The vampire talents were silent, too. They hid at the side and shivered in fear. They tried their best to minimize their presence. They were afraid that Wang Teng would place his attention on them and suck their blood. They couldn't hold on any longer. They should let their ancestors bear with it. Their ancestors had a lot of blood of origin, so it wouldn't hurt. Wang Teng looked at the silent 13 vampire dark apparitions and laughed uncontrollably. It looked like high-tier devil emperors were quite sensible. At least, they were more sensible than the vampire talents. Indeed, young people were impetuous. Older people were more reliable. If the vampire dark apparitions knew what Wang Teng was thinking, would they vomit blood in anger? Wang Teng retracted his gaze and looked at the blood god array above his head. His eyes shimmered. Just a little more. The blood of origin of these vampire dark apparitions should be enough to activate the blood god altar. Time passed gradually. Wang Teng stood on the blood god altar and frowned. He had absorbed most of the origin blood of the 13 vampires, but he was still a little short. Fuck, it's just a little. I can't fill it up. Wang Teng felt helpless. If this continues, these high-tier devil emperors will die. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill them. The situation was special. If he killed these 13 high-tier devil emperors, he wondered if he would be recognized as the Blood Sun. This was his concern. At first, he didn't have to worry about this. He could just run away after he was done. He had already thought of a path of retreat. However, these dark apparitions suddenly told him that if he could get the legacy of the blood god altar, he would be recognized as the Blood Sun. He could do something about this. Chapter 344, Lifeblood Stone, Blood River Divine Scripture, Start of Inheritance. 4. Being the Blood Sun meant that he had infiltrated the vampire clan. It was better than having no identity now. He might be able to get some information about the dark apparitions. Also, if a martial warrior from the Light faction became the Blood Sun of vampires. Tisk, he was excited just thinking about it. Stop sucking. We can't hold on much longer. Zagorm's voice was extremely weak as he shouted in a half-dead tone. But it's still a little short, Wang Teng said. So, do you have any other ways to survive? The dark apparitions were speechless. In order to survive, they had to think of a way themselves. Was there anything worse than this? If there's no other way, I can only... Wang Teng said slowly. Wait, let us think about it, Zagorm shouted immediately. He was afraid that Wang Teng would suck his last drop of blood dry. All right, I'll give you some time. Don't say that I'm not kind enough, Wang Teng said. To hell with being kind. The vampire dark apparitions felt so frustrated that they wanted to vomit blood. However, they could only rack their brains and think of all kinds of feasible ideas. Their lives were at stake, so they had to put in the effort. Wang Teng felt that this was good enough. It was a good idea to ask the vampire dark apparitions to help him think of a solution. Have you thought of a solution? After some time, Wang Teng got a little impatient and asked. He didn't have much time to waste. The vampire dark apparitions' expressions changed. They thought for a long time but couldn't think of a solution. The blood of origin wasn't a common thing. If vampires didn't need to absorb the blood of origin for cultivation, they wouldn't be able to store so much of it. Now that Wang Teng had absorbed all of it, they couldn't think of any other way. It looks like I can only... Wang Teng's gaze turned dangerous. He had no choice but to absorb the vampire dark apparitions. The vampire dark apparitions' expressions turned ugly. They felt exasperated when their lives were in the hands of others. That's it. Zagorm was anxious. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he shouted, "I have an idea." "Oh." Wang Teng was surprised. He looked at the vampire and asked, "What is it?" The other vampire dark apparitions looked at him too. A tinge of hope appeared in their hearts. "Lifeblood stone." Zagorm didn't dare to be careless. "Lifeblood stone." Wang Teng was stunned. He asked, "What's that?" "Oh, right, there's the lifeblood stone. The lifeblood stone." The lifeblood stone should be able to provide energy to the blood god array. That's right, use the lifeblood stone. The eyes of the other vampire dark apparitions lit up. They were elated. "Shut up," Wang Teng shouted. He said to Zagorm, "Tell me, what's the lifeblood stone?" The lifeblood stone is a precious energy stone left behind in the ores. It contains the blood of origin left behind by ancient vampire dark apparitions. It might contain legacies or the talent of an ancient vampire dark apparition, Zagorm said immediately. "There's such a thing." Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He asked, "So you have the lifeblood stone?" The vampire dark apparitions were stunned by this question. The problem was they didn't have any lifeblood stones. The lifeblood stone was extremely precious. Normal people wouldn't be able to get it. Even high-tier devil emperors like them wouldn't be able to get it. You don't have it? Wang Teng's face turned black. "What are you talking about? If you don't have it?" "I have it," Zagorm replied instantly. "Take it out!" Wang Teng's eyes lit up. Zagorm gritted his teeth. He was the one who came up with this plan, but it still hurt a little when he had to take it out. "Zagorm, take out the lifeblood stone if you have it. We can compensate you in the future," the other vampire dark apparition said. It was just one lifeblood stone. They could afford it if they pooled in together. "You said it?" Zagorm was elated. "Yes, we said it. Let's not waste any time and take it out quickly." The vampire dark apparitions nodded. They were willing to risk everything to save their lives. Wang Teng smiled as he watched this scene. He found it very interesting. He stopped hesitating and took out a crystal the size of his head from his space ring. The crystal was exceptionally gorgeous. There were wisps of dark red blood inside, and they were giving off a mesmerizing glow. It was like a crystal clear ruby. It's indeed the lifeblood stone. The vampire dark apparitions were astounded. This is the lifeblood stone. Wang Teng stretched out his hand and caught the dark red crystal. He was surprised too. He examined the crystal. Indeed, he sensed an extremely thick blood of origin in the crystal. Although it was only the size of a head, the energy inside was enough to exchange for a large amount of blood of origin. Wang Teng was overjoyed. He looked at the vampire dark apparition who had a painful expression. His expression turned strange. This fellow put in a lot of effort to save his life. This lifeblood stone was definitely an extremely precious treasure. "How do I use this lifeblood stone?" Wang Teng asked. Chapter 3045, Lifeblood Stone, Blood River Divine Scripture. "Start of Inheritance 5. We just need to break it and draw out the blood of origin inside," Zagorm said. Wang Teng nodded. He threw the crystal into the air without any hesitation. Swoosh, blood blades congregated in the blood mist and flew towards the blood-red crystal. The blood blades formed by the blood god array were extremely sharp. They cut through the tough lifeblood stone instantly. The blood of origin flowed out instantly. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying and ancient aura came out from the blood of origin and swept over. The vampire dark apparitions, including Zagorm, widened their eyes in surprise. The next instant, the blood of origin started squirming in space. Red symbols appeared in the blood. They were blurry and seemed a little unreal. If he just looked at the symbols, he wouldn't be able to understand the content. He needed enlightenment. Legacy, an exclamation was heard. It was filled with disbelief. It's a legacy! Zagorm swallowed his saliva. He suddenly felt like crying. Why was there a legacy in the lifeblood stone? Although he did say that there might be some legacies in a lifeblood stone, the probability was extremely small. The most likely thing was that it contained a huge amount of energy. But now there was a legacy in this lifeblood stone. For a moment, Zagorm wanted to give himself a huge slap. That was a legacy. It would have been great if he had absorbed it earlier. Now he had missed the chance to get the legacy. The other vampire dark apparitions looked over and started to sympathize with him. How tragic! There was no one else with such luck. Koof! Wang Teng coughed awkwardly. He felt that this fellow was a little unlucky. This was a good legacy, but it was going to slip away in front of his eyes. No one could bear with it. But honestly, he felt his heart hurting too. He wondered what this legacy was. If it wasn't for the blood god altar, he would have absorbed it. Since it was passed down from ancient times, it must be an extraordinary legacy. Unfortunately, this legacy could only be obtained after absorbing the blood of origin. He couldn't have both. Huh? At this moment, Wang Teng exclaimed softly. He looked at the attribute bubbles that suddenly appeared around the blood in surprise. That's right, attribute bubbles. Cutting rocks would give him attribute bubbles too. This lifeblood stone had the same effect as dissecting ores. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He immediately released his spiritual kinesis and picked up the attribute bubbles that fell from the sky. Blood River Divine Scripture 3000, Blood River Divine Scripture 2000. As the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind, a special enlightenment appeared. It was a human figure sitting cross-legged on the ground. Blood-red dots of light appeared on his body, along with complicated blood-red lines. These dots of light and lines covered the body. They linked together and formed a route map. Wang Teng gradually gained some enlightenment and digested it completely. Blood River Divine Scripture, Devil Titan Stage, 4600 5000, well-versed. It's a Devil Titan vampire scripture. What's more, it's passed down from ancient times. Wang Teng was surprised. This result was out of his expectation. Devil Titan scriptures were rare and precious, much less scriptures passed down from ancient times. After absorbing the attribute bubbles, Wang Teng's grasp of the Blood River Divine Scripture skipped the foundation stage and reached the well-versed stage at this level. He could execute this scripture with great proficiency. From his enlightenment, he knew that this Devil Titan scripture was exceptional. When he was cultivating or fighting, his force could turn into a river of blood and flow around him. The cultivation speed was much faster than a normal Devil Titan scripture. The more blood rivers the Blood River Divine Scripture congregated, the faster his cultivation speed would be. With every additional blood river, his cultivation speed would double. At the same time, the blood river could be used for battle. If he merged it with his domain and the power of origin, even Devil Titans would melt and turn into blood. Of course, only the presences at the same level could do this, but this also meant that it was impressive. Wang Teng didn't know what the Blood River Divine Scripture meant to the vampires. However, the Devil Titan stage proved how precious this scripture was. Wang Teng glanced at the vampire dark apparition called Zagorm and felt even more sympathy for him. Tragic, truly tragic. A Devil Titan level ancient scripture flew away just like that. If he knew, he might cry in the toilet. Wang Teng shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He activated the array and absorbed the blood of origin. Ekgorm stretched out his hand. He was on the brink of tears. Who could understand the pain of seeing their legacy disappearing in front of their eyes? Boom! As the ball of blood merged into the blood god array, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. It echoed in the air. Success. Wang Teng's eyes lit up in surprise. The blood of origin seemed to be the last straw. It finally overpowered the blood god array. Boom, 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 violent explosions resounded continuously and the entire array started boiling. The blood mist that filled up the entire array started churning violently like a storm. It gave off a terrifying pressure. Gulp. Wang Teng swallowed his saliva uncontrollably. While he was anticipating, he felt a little nervous too. The blood god array was huge. He wondered what would happen next. It's starting. The vampire dark apparitions were attracted too. Their eyes widened and their expressions turned grave. Boom! The blood god altar below him trembled. Then Wang Teng saw blood-red pillars of light rising around the blood god altar, soaring into the sky. The blood-red pillars of light formed a huge circle and surrounded Wang Teng. The blood mist in the sky congregated in the circle and gathered towards the center. It spun continuously and turned into a huge blood-red whirlpool. It started pouring down. Boom. Before Wang Teng could react, the terrifying blood-red mist charged towards him like a huge blood-red waterfall. His jaws dropped uncontrollably. Ah, fuck. Before he could curse, he was submerged by the blood-red mist. Blood-red light erupted and the blood mist surged over at an incredible speed. Within a few seconds, it had gathered completely. Then it turned into a huge blood cocoon on the blood god altar. The inheritance had started. Everyone's gaze converged on him. There was resentment, indifference, envy, jealousy, and even anticipation. It was extremely complicated. Chapter 3046, Blood Banquet. The use of the Blood Crow clone. The final scheme, 1. The ancient and evil altar floated in the air. The huge blood-red array hung above the ancient altar and spun slowly. The outline of the blood god array that had spread throughout the first level of the Darkland had been retracted. It only covered the blood god altar and gave off a faint blood-red glow. It seemed to have retracted its immense power. The frightening aura shrouding the first level of the Darkland dissipated gradually. All the remaining dark apparitions heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at the sky and fell to the ground. Their faces were pale and filled with astonishment. They were still immersed in the frightening harvest of lives and couldn't regain their senses for a long time. At this moment, in the middle of the blood god altar and the blood god array, a huge blood-red cocoon floated silently in midair. It was like a blood-red star without the restriction of the array. The vampire dark apparitions and the vampire talents landed on the ground. However, they couldn't enter the array, so they could only watch the blood cocoon slowly undergo a transformation. The entire space turned silent. The vampire dark apparitions and talents had complicated expressions on their faces. They were extremely weak, so they couldn't break the array even if they wanted to. This was an immortal level array. It had its own self-protection mechanism. Now that it had entered the final stage of the transformation, the protective power was all gathered in this area. It was even harder to break. Hence, they could only watch the transformation unfolding slowly in front of them. They were filled with envy and jealousy. They could faintly feel that this legacy was extraordinary. The person who received the legacy was the favored child of heaven and earth. His luck was heaven-defying. Never mind. Zagorm sighed and sat down cross-legged in the void. He took out a blood-red crystal and started absorbing it quickly to replenish his exhausted blood of origin. It wasn't a lifeblood stone, just the most common blood demon crystal. If he wanted to replenish the blood of origin, he could only do it by cultivating his physical body. This was the fastest way to do it. The former was a shortcut, while the latter was a gradual process. They were high-tiered devil emperors, and their physical bodies were extremely powerful. As long as they replenished their physical strength, they could recreate their blood of origin and replenish their blood of origin. The eyes of the other vampire dark apparitions flickered. They sat down cross-legged and started recuperating. The vampire talents didn't dare to speak anymore. They could only swallow their frustration and unwillingness and recover in the void. They needed to wait for the final result. Would that fellow become the blood son of the vampire race? The vampire talents went silent one after another with complicated emotions. Time passed slowly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The transformation lasted for many days, but it didn't end. The blood cocoon floated silently in the air with a blood-red glow. It was like a heart palpitating. the first level of the Darkland. Ziyi and Rodney looked at the huge hole above their heads worriedly. Barnett led the other mixed bloods to the vicinity of the Marta mountain ridge and met up with them. Now the dark apparitions couldn't even take care of themselves. Almost all the higher authorities were dead. This was a devastating blow to the first level of the Darkland. You could say that the entire first level of Darkland was in chaos and paralysis. There was no time to care about the mixed bloods. This was a chance for the mixed bloods to catch their breath. "Is there any movement from that, sir?" Barnett looked at the hole in the sky and asked. Rodney and the others stood on the peak of a mountain and shook their heads slowly. They didn't know what happened in the void. They only knew that a few days ago, the terrifying array gradually retracted and stopped harvesting dark apparitions. The frightening harvest of lives gradually dispersed. However, fear remained in the hearts of all the dark apparitions. This was a catastrophe. Even the mixed bloods who were bystanders felt their hearts skipping a beat. They were afraid that the harvest would land on them. The battle that erupted in the void a few days ago had ended too. Peace resumed. However, the powerful vampire dark apparitions were still floating in the air. From the hole, one could faintly see their figures. The only person missing was Wang Teng. If you looked from down below, you wouldn't be able to see what was happening on the blood god altar. No one knew the final result. Was Wang Teng still alive? Was this catastrophe over to the living creatures on the first level of Darkland? This was an unknown. He will be fine. Ziyi said coldly, with a firm gaze. Barnett and Rodney exchanged glances with each other. They didn't say anything. They didn't dare to say anything reckless. Also, they hoped that Wang Teng would be fine. If not, who would lead them out of this sea of suffering? "I heard that powerful dark apparitions have arrived in all the cities." Barnett's tone changed. He said worriedly, "I wonder if they will clean us up again. So many powerful dark apparitions have died. There will definitely be a huge change of personnel." Rodney's expression changed. Normally, they will do a cleanup on such occasions. Chapter 3047, Blood Banquet, the use of the Blood Crow clone, the final scheme, 2. Also, don't forget that we mixed bloods didn't get killed. The dark apparitions won't let us be safe. "You're right," Barnett nodded grimly. "It looks like we need to make preparations beforehand." "Our last hope is on that, sir." Rodney looked up at the sky and said calmly. His tone was filled with helplessness. In this situation, mixed bloods were too weak. They had no ability to resist. The only way was for a powerful force to appear and break this stalemate. Otherwise, everything would be empty talk. Mixed bloods were just livestock kept in this world by the dark apparitions. There was no possibility of them developing. If they wanted to escape from this cage, they could only break it from the outside. Barnett opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He just nodded in agreement. Time passed again. In a blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. There was still no movement on the blood god altar. The vampire dark apparitions gradually woke up and opened their eyes. They looked at the situation on the blood god altar in surprise. So many days had passed, but he hadn't completed his transformation. They were surprised. They didn't expect the inheritance to last so long. The longer the inheritance lasted, the stronger it was. That meant that the brat would get more benefits. In the next few days, the vampire dark apparitions got more and more astounded. The transformation wasn't completed, so they could only wait. Fortunately, they needed to recover their blood of origin, so these few days were nothing to them. Normally, they would cultivate in seclusion for a few years, or even tens of years. To them, 10 to 20 days was just a snap of their fingers. No wonder the ancestor gave the decree. The person who gets the legacy can become the blood son of our vampire race. It looks like the ancestor predicted something. Zamek looked at the cocoon of light with shimmering eyes. The other vampire dark apparitions were astounded. They stared at the blood cocoon intently with different thoughts in their minds. This legacy must be heaven-defying since it was able to gain the attention of their ancestor. If not, they wouldn't be so tempted to snatch it personally. Unfortunately, this fellow was too strange. He used the power of the array to stop them, and even caught them absorbing their blood as if they were his food. They found it unbelievable. However, this was a foregone conclusion. No matter how unwilling they were, they couldn't do anything. They could only watch the transformation continue. "I wonder what this legacy is," Zagorm asked curiously. Zamek's gaze flickered. He said slowly, "This legacy must have existed for a long time, since it can be carried by the blood god altar. It must be passed down from ancient times. Our vampire race was glorious in the ancient times. However, we have been fighting for many years and are in decline now. Many ancient legacies are lost in history. If we can find them, we won't mind acknowledging that brat as our blood son," a vampire dark apparition said. "That's right. The 13 clans might have some competitiveness and disagreements, but we are still vampires. If we reunite, we will definitely become the top race again and reopen the blood banquet," another vampire dark apparition said in a low voice. "Blood banquet?" The instant these two words appeared, all the vampire dark apparitions turned silent. They were astounded. Zamek snorted uncontrollably. "You're thinking too highly of him if you think that he can reopen the blood banquet. The blood banquet must be recognized by all the 13 families. He must have a strong charisma and convince all the families. This isn't an easy task." Zagorm sighed and shook his head. They didn't have much hope for this so-called blood banquet. The blood banquet was an alliance formed by all the vampires from the 13 families. This kind of organization existed in the past, but it disintegrated due to some matters. The 13 clans split into many factions and were no longer a united force. Hence, one person needed to have unparalleled appeal and gain the recognition of all the members of the 13 families in order to recreate the blood banquet. After so many years, there were many talented people who wanted to revive the blood banquet. Unfortunately, no one succeeded. They didn't think that anyone could succeed. What's more, they didn't understand Wang Teng's ability. Although they suspected that Wang Teng wasn't just a devil lord, they didn't think that his true ability was strong. There were many hidden talents in the 13 families. They believed that this young guy would pale in comparison. Anyway, they had never heard of a talent as weird as him. All the vampire dark apparitions turned silent. Their flickering eyes betrayed their thoughts. It was obvious that these vampire dark apparitions weren't as calm as they seemed. Chapter 3048, Blood Banquet. The use of the Blood Crow clone, the final scheme. 3. The birth of a person who might become the vampire's blood son had a huge impact. They couldn't predict what would happen in the future. The vampires might even undergo some drastic changes because of this. Wang Teng panicked a little when the blood mist came crashing down on him. After all, who knew what the blood god altar wanted to do? Was there an old fellow causing trouble behind the scenes? Ever since he activated the array, he couldn't leave the altar. Who would believe that no one was behind this? But there was no need to panic. He told himself that he mustn't panic. He still had a trump card. He could take out the mysterious beast skin he got from the 5 burial stars and make a big deal out of it. He did some experiments in the past. If he released the power of the mysterious beast skin, it might be able to threaten a god stage martial warrior. If there was someone hiding behind the blood god altar, there must be many restrictions, or he didn't have much ability. Wang Teng didn't believe that his opponent could resist the terrifying power of the mysterious beast skin in his current state. Besides that, Wang Teng also had many trump cards. Whether it was the Dark Altar or the Dark Sacrifice, they were all items targeted at dark apparitions. If he was forced into a corner, he didn't mind using those methods. The Blood God Altar was powerful, but it was still weaker than the Dark Altar. The only problem was, Wang Teng hadn't constructed the Dark Altar, so he could only use the Dark Sacrifice temporarily, but it was enough. The Dark Sacrifice wasn't an ordinary method. Even a devil titan could be sacrificed. Even if there was an old fellow behind the Blood God Altar, would he be more powerful than a devil titan after existing for so many years? So there was no need to panic. After the initial flurry, Wang Teng quickly calmed down. Rounding it up meant that he wasn't panicking. He saw himself getting submerged by the thick blood mist and immediately felt an extremely thick life force. That's right, life force. This blood mist was formed from the blood of origin. It contained unimaginable vitality. Very soon, the sea of life energy engulfed him and submerged him like the sea. He was immersed in it. This strange energy seeped into his pores and flowed through his limbs. His body underwent a strange transformation. Is this the legacy of the blood god altar? Wang Teng wondered to himself. However, he didn't let down his guard. He would collect the benefits first. If anything happened, he would adapt accordingly. Wang Teng remained vigilant of his surroundings while experiencing the changes in his body. This transformation was strange. It seemed to be disintegrating his body before restructuring it. There seemed to be no changes on the surface. However, in his body, billions of cells were undergoing this transformation. This was an extremely detailed transformation and sublimation. Wang Teng felt that he had turned into blood. Yes, blood. It was a strange feeling. He seemed to have turned into blood and was flowing in the life energy, merging with it. Huh? Wait. Wang Teng's expression changed. He sensed something and opened his eyes abruptly. Real eye. A golden ray of light flashed past his eyes. He scanned the thick blood around him. Fuck, he almost cursed, but he suppressed it immediately. He could only finish the curse in his heart. He still had to curse. What a dog. He had guessed that there was something wrong with the blood, but it looked like he was right. If he wasn't vigilant enough, he might have fallen into the trap. There were tiny and undetectable blood-red runes in the blood. They were the same color as the blood and looked like cells. They were seeping into his body through the blood. When Wang Teng's body underwent a transformation, these tiny and undetectable runes gradually merged into his body. He couldn't imagine what would happen when all the tiny runes merged into his body. Wang Teng shuddered in fear. Fuck, don't even think about tricking me. Wang Teng gritted his teeth. Many thoughts went through his mind, and his attention was immediately placed on the skills he had mastered. He must solve these runes silently. He mustn't let the other party know that he had discovered the problem. Wang Teng pretended that nothing had happened and allowed the life energy to enter his body. The transformation continued, however. His mind was tense. He kept scanning the attributes board. Finally, a skill appeared in his vision. Blood Crow Clone, a spiritual light flashed past Wang Teng's eyes. This is the vampire clone skill. His thoughts ran wild. He thought of something and a smile appeared at the edge of his lips. Clone? A vampire clone. A brilliant idea formed in his mind. He didn't hesitate. Spiritual power and force gathered in his body. At the same time, a large amount of blood of origin gathered and turned into a clone. However, this clone was different. In the past, when Wang Teng created clones, he would use the main body as the lead and the clone as the secondary. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.